Turiel makes the stop in the secondary for Denver. 1st and 10. The fake. Good block in there, and down it goes. Caught at the 30. This is the dynamic Hill. He's in for 6. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown.
Take into your hands a plan, your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour, take a cold shower, scream until you're louder, work until you're prouder, and f*** all the doubters, they're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm f***ed off, it's these f***ing clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We got Colts. We got Texans. We got the Texans in the Colts house. And we got a TFTG watch party and plenty of Dolphins talk. Big game tomorrow. Stick with us, and we will get that to you right after this.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Once again, everybody, good flipping evening. The evening started off flipping to begin with. As you guys might know, the Steelers have in fact taken care of business by beating the Ravens 17-10. The Ravens without Lamar Jackson and a lot of their starters, but they got the job done. Job number one for our cause. Make sure you're hitting the link in the description below for W energy drinks. All smash, no crash. Shake has done plenty of reviews on the starter pack. He'll definitely vouch for the taste and what you get out of it. Not all kinds of crap in it. Just all natural stuff. Make sure you don't get that sugary crash after you get the energy from W. It is a balmy Saturday night here in South Florida on the East Coast. I'm sitting at 70 degrees, 80 degrees in my apartment. I had to turn on the AC. It's ridiculous. And we should be looking at a nice warm day tomorrow, culminating with a similar evening tonight. Maybe some scattered showers, maybe some rain. Who knows? Y'all saw how that rain affected the game tonight. It's good to have a running game. It is good to have a running game in the postseason. But that being said, you got the star of the evening, C.J. Stroud, playing tonight. Houston going into Indianapolis to take on the Colts, which really don't have too much implications for where we're at or who our opponent is, especially given now that the Steelers have won. However, I'm kind of interested in seeing old Stroud. He made some noise this year. His first chance in a big game. So where we're at now, basically, we need the Jags to win. And we need to take care of business against Buffalo, because if the Jags win tomorrow, we could knock the Bills out of the playoffs altogether. That's what could be on the line tomorrow night, and we will know come 8:20 for the kickoff. We will definitely know. And that begs the question. I'm going to set up a poll question for tonight because I forgot to end the poll the other night before I ended the stream. And so the results were not official, but still the glancing results were quite stunning. And the question for tonight is, let me pull up my other page so I can get there. Well, I'll have to wait to put the actual poll, but the question for tonight is, if we know before the game starts tomorrow that our opponent in the wild card round is going to be Buffalo, do you want to beat yourself up twice in a row, or would you rather take the hit and take your chances in Arrowhead? I know it's a stunning, hard-hitting question. People are wondering why I would even dare ask it. And it is because there is a strong likelihood that when we beat the Bills tomorrow night, that they end up our first opponent. And I just don't understand the logic of, or maybe I do. I mean, I want the home field advantage no matter what. But what is that going to do for you if you have to beat yourself up twice in a row just to get to the divisional round? So that is the question I'm going to be setting up in the poll tonight. And the glancing results the other night, before I was able to make it official, y'all were saying 75% would choose to go to Kansas City rather than play the Bills twice. I thought that was quite fascinating. So we're going to try to qualify those results tonight. I'm going to run the poll again. And everybody get your answers in. Don't be afraid to say you want to face the Bills again. There ain't nothing wrong with that. I want home field advantage. That's the side of the fence I fall on. If Buffalo is our wild card opponent, would you consider KC a better option? And we'll just go yes or no. Oh, no, we'll go I'll go KC or Buffalo. Well, I'll do it like this. I'll do Arrowhead or Buffalo at Hard Rock. There we go. There's the question. It started up. Everybody get your answers in. Everybody hit the like button before you do that. We got 44 people watching this, what should be probably a uninteresting game for us, but at least fun to watch. There's football tonight. We are supplanting Late Night XL with a AFC matchup watch party just for the heck of it. But no shortage of Dolphins talk around here while I'm telling you what's going on with the game. We should have El Capitan come rolling in here at some point. Maybe some of the other guys. And everybody like this thing. Get it shared out. Bring some of them Texans Colts fans in here. Get them up, chopping it up in here. Tell them how much you love your boy's voice. I am unbiased. I have no favorite in this game tonight. I don't even remember who I picked in the pick'em. We got guys like Level 2 Noob. He lives in Indianapolis. He kind of likes Minshew, from what I can gather. What's up, Miami kid? Nene, how you doing? I probably didn't since somebody, like within the last couple hours, Nene. I'll check here in a second. I'm real bad about checking my DMs. Nobody spams me in DMs, so I don't find myself in there a lot. But I'll definitely check it out. But we also got Ali, who's a huge Ohio State fan. You know, following Stroud all the way along. Some interest there. Plus, I want to see what this kid can do. I might be a little favored on Texans tonight. I don't like the Colts. I don't like their stadium. I think it's boring. I've driven by it. It's the most boring stadium you'll ever drive by in your life. That's why they hold the combine there. Boring is what boring does, you know. I mean, unless you're really in the weeds on the combine, it's not, you know. So it's cold out in Indianapolis, but they got the door. It's a dome, so they're nice and warm inside. Texans are about to put their foot in the ball. Fairburn kicks the ball off. Sends it out the back of the end zone. Actually, it looks like it was caught in the end zone, but conceded to the 25-yard line. And that's where the Colts will begin with Gardner Minshew. Let me say a couple hellos to everybody. So glad you're here to join me tonight. I hate talking to the wall. Kevin Lee, first in the building. Yeah, Pittsburgh won. You got it. 2 teams away from being eliminated. Buffalo is. Minshew starting off in the shotgun here. Sends a guy in motion. Tight end, that is. Brings a wide receiver in motion across the line. Hands the ball off. Could be good for about 2.5, 3 yards. I think that would be Jonathan Taylor on the carry. And it certainly is, number 28. Everybody playing tonight. Both teams got stuff on the line. They still have a chance at their division. 3-way race between them and Jacksonville. And how you doing, Dolphineers? Second in chat. No jumper. Cat for Life. How you doing? Cat for Life's got some interest in this game. Laid a little bet down. Toss sweep out to Taylor to the right side of the line. He's barely going to get back to the line of scrimmage. He might lose a half a yard. A flag on the play. Lansing Moore, how you doing? Nene coming in behind him. Good evening to you, Nene. Matthew Murphy. Jamie Reichart. Adam Sadowski. How you guys doing? Timothy Eason. And, of course, Bill's Mafia Mark, but not before Ryan AP came up in here. How's it going, Ryan AP? All right now, so we got a 1st and 10. That must have been a defensive penalty. Minshew drops back to throw, throws out to the flat to Pittman, who picks up about 4 or 5 yards. That'll bring up 2nd down. Finn's Fanatic 305. How's it going? Michael K. Always good to have you around. And it's always 1984 for Willie. How's it going, Willie? Willie Molina, everybody. Been a while. Pops in here every once in a while. Minshew changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Standing in the shotgun with Jonathan Taylor. Drops back to throw. Under a little pressure, squirts the ball out to the flat to Pittman for a 1st down, about 6 yards. Will Zane, how's it going, Will Zane? That covers just about everybody in here early. If I didn't say hi to you, then you get the special hello that everybody else don't get. Minshew in the shotgun. 2 receivers to his left. Drops back to throw. Pump fakes. Pulls it back down. Tries to shovels it out to his wide receiver, Pittman, who takes it up for about 7 yards, close to the 1st down. That's going to be 2nd and 1. Actually got 9 out of it. Little improv play from Minshew. He shouldn't have pulled that ball down. He had a guy streaking down the sideline. So now he stands in the shotgun on 2nd and 1 and hands the ball off to Taylor, who picks up a couple bucks for the 1st down. Ali Awed. Do I like farting? I don't know. I mean, it feels good sometimes when it relieves all that pressure. Especially if you got gas. It might feel good. Thank you, Lansing. Minshew up under center now. Single back. Fakes the handoff. Looking around to throw, but won't pull the trigger. Takes the ball up, runs himself, and slides close to the first down. That's going to be short. They mark it about a yard short on his initial slide. That'll bring up 2nd and 1. Both these teams are 9-7. AFC South been battling all year in a 3-way race for the division. Minshew hands the ball off to Taylor, takes it up the middle for a first down and plenty more for about 15 to 20 yards. Down deep into Texans territory. Who's that other team in the South that's not even in the race? Oh, Tennessee, that's right. Tennessee with a chance to play spoiler tomorrow on Jacksonville as Minshew changes the play at the line of scrimmage. Drops back to throw, hands the ball off actually to Taylor on kind of a fake play action. Ends up giving it to him anyway. Little RPO action. How's it going, Jay Stone? Banana. What's up, Banana? Shekel. How's it going, Shekel? You guys got any more days left in your holiday? If you do, happy holiday. I don't know how long it lasts for you. They could tend to have different segments of your holidays, you know. So if you're still celebrating, anybody's still celebrating, happy holidays to you. We're well into the new year, but there's plenty of other action still going on between the different faiths. I don't think the Catholics take down their Christmas tree until like Ash Wednesday or something. So that's like in February. Could be wrong. Current drive, 10 plays, 61 yards, knocking 5 minutes and 25 seconds off the clock so far. 3rd and 4, 10 seconds on the play clock. Ball is at about the 14-yard line for Minshew. He stands in the shotgun, pulls his running back into the backfield for a second, snaps the ball, throws to the corner of the pylon, and that's going to be well overthrown. He just threw it out, threw it away. No chance on that one, but the guy was wide open. Better, a little more serious throw might have actually done something there. Minshew standing in the shotgun should snap the ball. He could get a free offside if he wanted, or a free too many men penalty, but he didn't do it. Let them all get off. Standing in the shotgun by himself with 5 wide receivers, takes a timeout on 4th and 4, just trying to draw them off. Looks like they're going to kick the field goal. The final injury report, well, for Saturday anyway. Yes, I will this time, Raphael. Go ahead and vote again. I started the poll again because in my haste, I shut down the stream the other night without ending the poll when I lost the results. But at last glance, it was like 75% would have taken Kansas City over the division title, home field advantage, and having to play Buffalo twice. I thought that was interesting. I'm wondering how accurate that was. Like I said, it was only a glance before, toward the end of the show. But that's a pretty large margin. Colts do put the field goal on the board, taking the lead 3-0. 9:15 left in the first quarter. And we get to see some action from Mr. Stroud, CJ Stroud. probably the most game-ready rookie we've seen this year. I guess Anthony Richardson, you could argue, but he got injured, which is why we see Minshew tonight. Holland been downgraded? Yeah, okay. There's Nene. Oh, yeah, you did. You did, Nene. You absolutely did. Shout out to Nene, who called the action today for the Pittsburgh game, like predicted it, that they were going to run that thing right through Najee Harris, and Najee Harris did, in fact, get them the win. Apparently a tornado touchdown in Fort Lauderdale today. There's some pictures circulating around on the web, on Twitter, in Fort Lauderdale. And y'all know what's going on in Fort Lauderdale right now. I thought the nice heavy rain shower this afternoon was quite fitting. Quite a fitting welcome for our Buffalo fans who claim to be taking over our town. Or at least they think they are. We'll see how many of them want to stick around after that tornado. That's so ironic, man. You gotta love it. Shout out to Miami weather. That's actually, this kind of time of year is a little bit more of our season down in South Florida. As rarely as we get tornadoes, like, big, massive tornadoes. We're most likely to get them this time of year than any, because it's the only time of year where our temperatures dip low enough to kind of cause that high-low temperature drop, which, tends to create those mesocyclones and tornadoes. That's why you see up in northern Florida around February, March, you get them a lot. And then, of course, up in the Midwest, you go into March, April, May, and that's really where their heart of the season is. So the Colts about to kick the ball off after taking a 3-0 lead. That will be conceded out the back of the end zone by the receiver. Kevin, I don't know. Kevin is asking if there's any games we'll be doing live before the Miami game tomorrow. If I wasn't going to the game, I would probably be bored out of my mind enough to do it. I don't know if Capitan's going to do one or anybody else that may be lingering home, but I will be joining Ali going down to the game tomorrow, and we're leaving about 2:30, 3 o'clock up here, so probably won't have enough time to really call one. Stroud up under center to start the game. 2 receivers to his left, 1 running back, fakes the handoff. All kinds of time to throw. Throwing deep down the field on the post, has his man wide open, and they're going to take that into the end zone for a first play touchdown. C.J. Stroud to, I believe that's going to be Puka. Nope, Nico Collins had 3 steps on the defender on the safety, right down the post. C.J. Stroud didn't hesitate, threw a gorgeous pass. Nice little teardrop pass right into the waiting arms of Nico Collins, who waltzes the rest of the way into the end zone. What a great play off first down. What a gutsy call. Excellent throw. Great hands. Nice tall receiver. And there you go. After this PAT attempt, the Texans now take the lead early in the game on 1 play. 75 yards for the touchdown. That took 9 seconds off the clock. Wow, that's some quick strike capability right there. Colts are going to have to do something about that, because they could have that all night if they want. Yeah, I would imagine Pamela, the Dolphin fan, she probably will be doing something. She's usually on it when it comes to that stuff. What's up, LaMonica? LaMonica Smith. Everybody welcome LaMonica to the chat. Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. How you doing? G? Oh, G up in here. Maybe one day we'll get him to free drip. We all miss drip, man. Kevin Lee is asking, who would you want to face at home next week, Pittsburgh or Houston? Well, Houston is not a possibility. But if you're asking between Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, or Buffalo, I kind of want to see Jacksonville. Nice Florida matchup. We got old business to score with them, to settle with them. You know, we have to take our mantle here in Florida. We are the team. You know, I'm tired of watching the Bucks roll around here and get championships, and the Jags roll around in the AFC Championship with the likes of Jalen Ramsey and Blake Bortles at quarterback. Well, now we're that team, so I kind of want to see Jacksonville at Hard Rock. Seems like we've been playing them a lot in Duval County for the past couple meetings. It'd be great for the state too. Bring a lot of money in. I hope he is, Rafi. You know, his seat is always here. Texans put the foot in the ball. We're going to get a return out of this one. Fields it at the 5-yard line, taking it up the middle to about the 23. Maybe they'll mark it the 24. We'll see. See what happened on this coverage. Oh, he just don't have the speed to keep up with him. Once he decided that Collins was taking it all the way, he couldn't get back to him. It's just that small hesitation when they have to like figure out whether they let him pass through or whether they're going to have help. And the safety dove down into the short crosser and left the man on man with a step on him. Minshew throws the ball across the middle. Kind of a bad throw, incomplete. A little hurried on the play on first down. That'll bring up 2nd and 10. Yeah, there is one way, Kevin Lee. I believe I want to say it's the Colts that win this game. As long as the Broncos don't beat the Raiders, then we'll face Jacksonville. So basically, whatever scenario lets Jacksonville eke into the 7th seed, and that's likely going to be a Colts win here and a Raiders win tomorrow. We'll do it. I know it's weird that the Raiders-Broncos game controls that, but it's because it controls the Steelers' destiny. The only way we could really face the Colts or the Texans is if everybody would have tied today. Or tomorrow, too. Like if every game would have ended in a tie, then we would have faced the Colts. Of course, the other alternative we don't really like to talk about around here, but it is always a possibility, is that we don't take care of business tomorrow and we end up facing the Chiefs at Arrowhead. That's the only other option. So in other words, if the worst happens tomorrow, there is no other opponent we can face. It's already locked in for the Chiefs if we don't take care of business tomorrow. Fair catch called on the punt. Colts going 3 and out. Yes, that old beef with Jacksonville was, in fact, Marino's last game. Proving that a great team can lose the way we did last week, this late in the season. It means nothing as to what's going to happen tomorrow. Because I'm pretty sure if we had one game left, if that wasn't sudden death, I'm pretty sure that we would have won the next week, even though we lost 62-7 to the Jags. We probably would have won the next week if there was another week left. Very rarely do you have a playoff type game like that, where, for us at least, where it's not sudden death. I mean, Marino didn't even get a chance to redeem himself after that. That was it. That was his last game. You know, at least Tua and the boys got a chance to make up for what happened last week. They've got 2 shots to do it. Oh, I know, Kevin. God, that's, at this point, again, it's so up in the air if Buffalo's in the playoffs for everybody that I'd just rather than be out, and tell you what, I'd rather have home field. So I'm not saying that I would choose KC. By the way, make sure you're hitting the poll, which asks this very question. I would not choose to go to KC, but I wouldn't be hurt over it because I think we match up well with them. And if you overcome the environment, we have every bit of shot to win there as we do fighting tooth and nail 2 weeks in a row to beat the Bills. Because then what do we have left for the divisional round? Let's be real. What the question is really asking is, which gives you the better option to get to the Super Bowl? Which gives you the better chance to get to the Super Bowl? Put the division title aside just for a second. Which of those 2 scenarios gives you the better chance to get to the Super Bowl? Fighting tooth and nail when we're already depleted on injuries against Buffalo, or trying to steal a win tomorrow with a lighter crew? Not saying take the day. I'm not saying slow down. I'm not saying any purposely. I'm just saying try to steal a win with a skeleton crew. Because if you can steal that win with the skeleton crew, then you're okay to fight Buffalo a second time at Hard Rock. And that's the most ideal scenario. But if you don't end up stealing the win with a skeleton crew, you have that much more time to get these guys healthy that we desperately need to get healthy. Maybe not all of them, but at least 1 or 2 of them might be able to come back for KC. So that's a real question as CJ Stroud hands the ball off on 2nd and 5. Running back takes it up for a couple yards. That'll leave him on a 3rd and short. It's a real valid question. Which gives you the best chance to get to the Super Bowl? Because isn't that our goal? I know the division title. Yeah, we haven't done that either. But what if you win the Super Bowl without a division title? Does it really matter? CJ Stroud drops back to throw on 3rd and 3, takes it up himself, dives down for the first down. Up the middle. 6 minutes left and counting in the first. Yep, kept his knee up. Looks like he kept his knee up and got the yard to gain. Good heads up running, body control. Good job. Stands in the shotgun now with 1 running back, 4 wide receivers. Drops back to throw. Throws out to the flat to Nico, who falls down at after about a 6-yard gain. Nico Collins on the year, 73 receptions for 1,183 yards. 8 touchdowns and a 16.2 average. That's some good, healthy production right there. We should see him up at the top of my board next in the offseason. Stroud under center now with one running back behind him, hands the ball off. Running back takes it up for about 2 yards, but he's going to be about a yard short of the first down. That's going to bring up third and short. No, yeah, 3rd and 1. They had the wrong down up on the screen on the last play. That was 2nd down earlier. We've seen a lot of that this year. Have you all noticed that too? These network people running the graphics are just so, like, don't know football, man, is what it feels like. Hands the ball off on 3rd and 1. Colts are going to stuff it. Probably going to cause them to lose 2 or 3 yards. That'll bring up 4th down with 4:14 left on the first. Close to midfield. On their side of midfield, so that'll likely bring in a punt. Game ain't out of hand, and neither one of these teams have nothing to lose, so they're not in that nothing to lose situation, so they're going to punt here. Ball's at about the 42-yard line. Punter gets the ball away. Going to let it bounce. No, actually called the fair catch at about the 15-yard line. And that'll bring up a network timeout. How's it going, Cosa Nostra? I don't think their team is too talent strapped. I mean, Nico's been all right. And the other guy, I'm thinking of Puka. Puka's at the Rams. Nico, you got you got decent running back. They lost that one guy, Tank. He was their big time breakout player this year. But they just play sound defense, sound football. I mean, we saw them in a camp. You know, we know they're real disciplined. We know they're better and more along the progression than a lot of people thought they were in the league. I think the Texans are a lot more well-rounded and put together than people give them credit for. Nah, Fern Fins. I'm not really rooting for anybody. I don't really care for the Colts. I think they're the most boring-looking team in the league. Their stadium's boring. Their city's boring. Their uniforms are boring. I kind of feel that way about the Texans, except Houston is a way cooler town. So, I don't know. I'm not really rooting for anybody, but we have no interest really in this game. It doesn't really affect us much, if at all. Maybe between... It might give us one extra shot to not have to face what XYZ or opponent. Who knows? But it's still going to come down to the 3 opponents that we have possibly to face: the Steelers, the Jags, or the Bills. First order of business is making that a reality by beating the Bills tomorrow night. But if we are fortunate to have the Jags take care of their game before that happens, then we have the chance to knock the Bills completely out of the playoffs. And that would be absolute sweet joy, baby. I'm saying, if we were to clinch the division and knock them completely out of the playoffs, oh, God, that would be a long time coming right there. Yeah, Shelby, their owner, is definitely no shortage of boredom. You're right. And you're kind of right about that too, 72. If we don't beat the Bills, we don't deserve the 2nd seed. Well, that is literally what is on the line for the game. So you could not have spoke more truth. I mean, it is what it is. I think as Jonathan Taylor takes it up on first down for about 12 or 13 yards, I think that I really honestly believe that we were always going to have to win this game to get the division. No matter how it worked out, the Bills, yeah, they were slumming a lot of the year, but they're still the Bills. So I think that when you just, if you sleep on it and don't pay attention, the Bills were going to do what they're going to do. We were going to do what we were going to do. And it was likely always going to come down to us having to win this game to win the division. Let's be real here. They've owned the division for the better part of the last 4 or 5 years. So obviously you're not going to get swept by them and win your division. It's just not going to happen. We were always going to have to win this game. We were hoping not, obviously. Things were looking like we wouldn't have to, but it's the NFL. You have to play week by week. Incomplete pass on first down by Gardner Minshew. That'll bring up 2nd and 10. Standing in the shotgun, 4 wide receivers, fakes the handoff, throws across the middle to the tight end who drops it. Short of the first down, but dropped anyway. I mean, they're our biggest division opponent. And we got to get through them to win the division. I mean, makes sense to me. But the question in the poll is a little bit a different, nuanced question. Given how injured we are and everything else, I mean, we have to look. I believe Minshew rolling out of the pocket goes deep, throws way beyond everybody. There's a flag on the field. I mean, everybody knows it's going to be holding on the Colts, so they'll do that one. That's probably going to be declined. Yeah, decline. That'll bring in the punting unit. Everybody knows that we're going to have to pull out all the stuff. We're going to have to play. We're going to have to do some amazing stuff tomorrow to pull this game out, given how injured we are. Everybody knows that. I believe we can. If we were all line up, smack them in the mouth, and do whatever it takes, all hands on deck, then yeah, we can certainly do that. But how are we going to come out on the back end of that? And then have to repeat the same thing the very next week? Do you really think we're even making it to the divisional round in that case? Let's be real. You don't think a change of opponent, a change of matchups? I don't really care for the change of scenery, but that's not anything we control other than beating Buffalo. Now, if you're talking about it comes easy to us tomorrow, or we still should try to steal that win even with a skeleton crew, sure. But are we going to lose another Bradley Chubb trying to win a game just to have to do the same thing the very next week? Really? Stroud throws it down the sideline, a little over the head of his tight end. That'll bring up 2nd and 10. And I'm only specifically talking about if our opponent is Buffalo, and we already know that. Do you throw out a vanilla game plan? Do you and try to steal it? I mean, you still got to try to win. I mean, you still got to try to steal this game. It's like, how can we steal this game while using as little resources as possible? That's the trick here. And that's what Super Bowl champions do. Stroud throws it out to the flat for about looks like good for the first down to Nico Collins. I mean, football is a lot shorter a play than a lot of other sports, but you still have the long play. I mean, look, people can whine all they want about division opponents and things like that, but I'm going to tell you something interesting here, and that we keep forgetting as C.J. Stroud is up under center, takes the snap, hands the ball off. Running back takes it up for about a yard, maybe 2. The year the Rams won the Super Bowl with Matt Stafford, Oh, that's right. That was last year, wasn't it? Was it last year? We already done one since then? I can't remember. Anyway, the 49ers swept them that year. And they didn't just beat them. They beat them with a total of 56 points to 36. 52 to 36. Running back for the Texans takes it up for about 6 yards. I can't get his name. I'm trying to see his name, but and then the Rams just curb stomped them in the playoffs. I mean, we have to realize that these guys don't care about the little things we do. They're going to do what it takes to make sure we have the best opportunity to go deep. And we may not like those decisions sometimes. And they could be the wrong decisions. Don't get me wrong, but that's what makes or breaks a head coach. Right there. Those little decisions. Oh, it ain't, I understand, Cap. It ain't scared money. It's just realistic money. You don't want it to be dumb money either. I mean, going out all out when you got to face them again the very next week. I mean, that don't bode well for your chances to stay in the tournament. Sometimes you just got to fold. Live to fight another hand. And that's not what I don't agree with that move. I'm saying I want home field advantage. I don't care what it takes to beat the Bills twice, even if we have to beat them twice. Pull out all the stops. That's my answer. I'm just trying to advocate for the other side because it's probably the more misunderstood side of the debate. You know what I mean? So, or of the poll question. So I want people to make sure they're answering with, good, logical, sound thought, like, let's be real. I mean, are we really going to go into Arrow? Are we really going to bring the Chiefs into Hard Rock after struggling to beat the Bills twice? I mean, even if we beat the Bills, you're going to struggle. Every game is a struggle from here on out for every team. But there is also the thought, you play the team in front of you, you beat the team in front of you, and if that causes us a situation where we're depleted down the back end, then we still have to be proud of ourselves if we were able to get a win. I mean, we really can't be thinking that far ahead, especially when you're talking about giving up home field to go to Arrowhead. I can't. I know it cannot be a better decision, but at the same time, I guess it really depends on how we look in the first and second quarter tomorrow. I mean, if it's already looking to be a debacle, then you've lost at that point, and you could stand to lose even more, like as we saw last week. I know it's such a bad spot to be in. It wasn't the ideal situation that we all imagined to close out the game. To close out the season. Barry Cunningham, Willie, can make as good a take as anybody else when he chooses to. But there are enough people out there that make good takes that I don't need to listen to somebody that is purposely trying to demoralize our fan base. So there you go. There's plenty of other people that I can get accurate information from besides him. That's what he needs to realize when he goes out there and tries to play games like that to get ahead. Yeah, that's what I said. And if he wants to dispute it, well, here's the open invite to my show, Barry. We can talk. We can discuss your demoralization campaign. Good punt from the Texans down at the 1 yard line. That's going to create a good pickle for the Colts to get out of. Right, Elias. And if he's not a Finn fan, then that means he's outright attacking us by running a demoralization campaign. So I don't need his information, no matter how accurate it is, whenever he provides it. I can look at film myself and decide for myself what happened. I don't need him to do it for me. I've also got plenty of other friends that would do it long before him. Minshew, gets a guy to jump. Dang, Texans, you just gave up your advantage by jumping offsides. Look at that. Hard count by Minshew causes the offside. That'll bring him up to the 6 yard line. Can't do that, man. You can't do that. You had him right where you wanted him. First and 5 now from the 6 yard line. By the way, the loser of this game is out of the playoffs, but the winner is guaranteed the playoffs. So it's clinch or go home for this one. This one is a sudden death game for both teams. This would be your first official playoff game. The Steelers could have got in even losing. They would have had a 14% chance, but they still could have got in mathematically by losing today, even though they didn't. This game is actually sudden death for these teams. So this is your first playoff game of the year, ladies and gentlemen. This is the wild card game. This is the 2X wild card game. What's up, Hooked Up Joe? Oh, yeah. No, he just caught it at the same time. We are officially watching a playoff game. You're right. It's sudden death. That qualifies. Minshew up under center now on 1st and 10. Hands the ball off to Taylor, who takes it up for a couple 3 yards. Now they're wheelbarrowing him back behind the line, but he'll get forward progress. What's up, Miss Fins? Mudbone. What's up? We got Wild. That's right. It's wild and out card game. Pass dumped off to Jonathan Taylor, who takes it up for a couple more. Be about 2 yards short of the first down. That'll bring up 3rd and 2. What's up, Jermaine? Yep, first leg completed, Miss Fins. That's right. Second leg tomorrow. Is that an early game tomorrow, the Jags game? I have to look. Well, I guess we can go ahead and do that now. Hand off to Jonathan Taylor on 3rd and short. Looks like he's going to get enough to get it. See where they mark the ball. They bounced him right off the first down stick. Off the line. He kind of ran into his blocker to start. That didn't help matters. So they will punt. That is going to be short. Ooh, he lost a couple. Punt gets away with 11:20 on the clock before the half. Fielded at the 20. Runner takes it up for 5. He's still on his feet, having a hard time getting him down. He dances around up to the 30-yard line. So while we got a little commercial break here, as you saw earlier in today's action, the Steelers taking care of business in Baltimore, beating the Ravens by the same score they did earlier in the season, 17-10. Tomorrow's action in the 1 o'clock slate, you got the Browns going into Cincinnati. You got the Vikings going into Detroit. As we were speaking about earlier, Jags will be going into Tennessee to try to keep their division and playoff hopes alive. Jets will be facing New England in Foxborough. Falcons will be going to New Orleans. Buccaneers going to Carolina. And in the 425 action, you got the Bears going into Green Bay. Broncos going into Vegas. And that game right there could possibly change the outcome of who our opponent might be. Raiders need to win to give us the chance to face the Jags in the first round. Eagles will be taking on the Giants in New Jersey. Seahawks going down to the desert to face the Cardinals. Chiefs will be out in Los Angeles taking on the Chargers. And the Rams will be leaving Los Angeles to go to San Francisco to take on the 49ers. Then you got Dallas and Washington in a divisional matchup. Washington trying to play spoiler. That'll be at the nation's capital. And of course, in the only game that matters tomorrow to anybody around these parts, the Dolphins will be allowing the Bills to come into Hard Rock to try to stop us from winning the division and keep their playoff hopes alive. Supposing the Jags beat the Titans. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't call a horse collar on that tackle. That was ridiculous. He literally dragged him back from getting to the line by his collar. But whatever. And of course, in this one, you got the Texans leading the Colts 7-3 with the ball. And 11:11 left on the clock before halftime. What's up, Ronnie N? How you doing? Mike DB Flow, what's up? KC gonna bounce this first round, huh? Well, we likely won't have to face them first round, so. We have pocket aces right now. That's what we're rolling with as far as probabilities go. And with the Steelers losing today, there's already been an ace thrown down on the flop. Pass goes out into the flat to Mechie. Takes it up for a few yards. That'll bring up third down and short. 3rd and 4 to be exact. Stroud surveying the field, standing in the shotgun. 3 to his left, drops back to throw. Throws across the middle, caught by his tight end, I believe, for the first down, right at the marker. They'll definitely spot him for enough. That's Dalton Schultz. I didn't realize he ended up with Houston. Yeah, they don't lose much of a beat as far as wins and losses, Banana, with their backups in. It's a really good put together team. Stroud throws out to the flat or down the sideline over the head of his receiver and out of bounds. That'll bring up 2nd and 10. So how y'all feeling tonight, man? I know it's hard to be excited tomorrow other than the situation, like the game itself, man. We ain't been here in so long. You got to be excited, man. You can't be thinking so much about losing. God. Hands the ball off now. Running back takes it up for about 4 yards on second down. That'll be 3rd and about 5 or 6. They'll call it 7. That is Devin Singletary, their running back. Now that I finally got a chance to look at his name. Unfortunately, there's no major network that pays me to actually pull up the page while I'm talking to you all, so I just wait for them to do it. Let them do the work. They're the ones getting paid for it. 8:36 on the clock now, 10 seconds on the play clock, 3rd and 7 for CJ Stroud. Drops back to throws across the middle to Nico Collins, who's going to be probably just make it to the stick, but they're going to mark him about a yard short. Man, they need to look at that. That was Hutchinson on the reception. Looks like they're lining up to go for it on 4th and 1. Not even taking a look at it. Stroud up under center in a bunch formation. 2 receivers to his left. 1 running back stands behind him. Snaps the ball, but the running back comes peeling out, complaining to the ref, and they're going to call that a false start. Wow. That didn't help you. On everybody's fave around here, Laramie Tunsil with the false start. So that'll bring in the punting unit. Doing some crazy motion with their punting with their punt team, but he's going to get the punt away. No fake there. And that's going to be kicked out of the bounds along the sideline down at about the 9-yard line. They're going to mark it at about the 11. $7:51 left it before the half. Texans leading the Colts 7-3. When they return from the break, ball will be at 11-yard line with 1st and 10 for the Colts. Yeah, Jamie Reichart. There's another one, the Steelers. If we get to face the Steelers, that's another good revenge game too. Remember, they're the last ones that, obviously, before last year's playoff game, they were the ones that knocked Matt Moore out, quite literally, of the playoffs by pretty much embarrassing us. Look, I mean, out of all these games, I mean, I think the Jags probably have the toughest out. I mean, the Titans play everybody tough, and they don't shut down early. The Titans play to the end of the season every year. They don't play those games. They just play, and and they can beat you at any time. So the Jags got a tough one tomorrow. That's the toughest one for all of our games of interest. That's going to be the toughest one to go our way. Vrabel's an old football head. He'll be perfectly fine with playing spoiler. Got the national championship game tomorrow night between Michigan, the number 1 team in the nation, and Washington, number 2 team in the nation. Coverage starts at 7:30. That's Monday night. Apologies. It's tough seeing NFL football on Saturday. I keep getting my days wrong when that happens. Happens every time around this year. You got a Michigan fan in the stands wearing his Michigan hat over his Colts gear. Of course, their beloved Jim Harbaugh played there with Indianapolis. Minshew drops back to throw, throws across the middle to Mo Alley Cox, who drops the easy catch. That'll be incomplete, bringing up 2nd down. Ball delivered perfectly. Need to get those hands out and take the ball. You can't let it come to you like that. That's what gives the defender the ability to knock it out. Minshew in the shotgun with 4 wide receivers. Taylor standing in the backfield with him. Hands the ball off. Taylor takes it up the middle for about 6 or 7 yards. That'll bring up 3rd down. On 3rd and 4, dump out to the flat to the running back, and that's going to be well short of the 1st down. Taylor with the ball. Brings up 4th and 2. Looks like we're going to be trading punts all night in this one, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody wants to take any chances because it's a sudden death game. Nobody wants to chance a turnover. Playing real conservative. Punt gets away. Fielded at about the 30-yard line. Takes it up the sideline for about 8 yards. 6:23 left before the half. Texans with the ball. Once again, you are watching the TFTG watch party of the Texans at the Colts, plus plenty of Dolphins talk. Appreciate y'all showing up. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the Fins Tailgate. We'll always try to bring all kinds of football. It don't always have to be Dolphins. Just we're Dolphin fans, and we don't have any reason to hide it. So this is a Dolphins channel, but we love football around here, guys. So everybody's welcome, of all fan bases. Especially if you got interest in this game. I mean, if you're a Texans fan or if you're a Texans or a Colts fan, welcome to TFTG, the Fins Tailgate for Dolphin fans. But we tailgating tonight for y'all because we're just bored and want to watch football and talk about our Dolphins. Have a place for everybody to come and talk about the Dolphins. It would have been a short show if we weren't watching the game. And I think some people want to see what these two teams look like. There's always a possibility we face them down the road in the playoffs. Shake Money. Y'all know him. Y'all love him. He will be joining Sean over at Red, White, and Bills shortly for a little crosstown show. Stroud tosses the ball out to Singletary, who takes it around to the sideline for about 7 yards or so, bringing up second down. Yeah, Sean does an all right job for the Bills. I mean, as good as you can do for the Bills. That's Red, White, and Bills, the YouTube channel. He always respects us around here, treats us with that proper respect. So go ahead and give him the respect too. Second and 3 now. Stroud up under center with one receiver, fakes the handoff, looking around for receivers, but he doesn't have anybody because they only had one receiver on the formation. I don't know who he was looking for, but he ends up finding his tight end, Eric Saubert, for the first down. Two guys in the pattern. He's surveying the field like he's got 5 wide receivers. Pretty sure you could expect neither one of them two were going to be open. Hands the ball off on first down now. Singletary takes it up for about 6 yards. Just a bad design play. I don't think that was anything on Stroud. It's just a bad design play. Like, same thing we run. Like, you put 2 receivers in the pattern with 7 DBs. Like, what are you going to do with that? At least they gave him his tight end to leak out. Stroud up under center in a bunch formation. One running back tosses the ball to Singletary, who stutter steps at the line of scrimmage and then finds another couple more yards. Can be about 2 yards short of the first down. 4:14 left on the game clock for halftime. Play clock was reset. It's down to 20. On a 3rd and 2, winner clinches the playoff berth, loser goes home. Sudden death. First playoff game of the season. We called it a wild card. Toss out to the flat to Nico Collins, who breaks a couple tackles, runs down the sideline, still on his feet. They're going to call him out of bounds at about the 7 or so. Let's see if he actually stepped out there, because he ended up down at the 2-yard line. Simple screen, and the point man missed the tackle. The second guy missed the tackle. Yeah, he stepped out at about the 7. And Collins just took it down the sideline. Nobody in front of him. First and goal now at the 7. Stroud up under center. Tosses the ball to Singletary. Takes it down the sideline to about the 3-4 yard line. That'll bring up second and goal. .253 before the half. Second and goal now. Stroud stands in the shotgun with a bunch formation. One running back next to him. Hands the ball off. Singletary takes it up the middle and is going to be stopped short, but then breaks off after getting stopped short. Takes it down to about the 2. 10 seconds before the 2-minute warning. Texans hurrying to the line. They're going to let it go down to the 2-minute warning. That'll be an official timeout for the 2-minute warning before the halftime. 3rd and goal from almost the 2-yard line for the Texans after this timeout. 7-3. Houston leading the Colts in this sudden death early wild card game. The wild card game. He does look very comfortable, Miami kid. Certainly does. They built him up a pretty good line, it looks like. $55 of you in here watching. Appreciate y'all. Hit the like button. It's the easiest way to help support the channel. Just hit the like button. Share the video out. Get more people to hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. It's free. It's that little button that says subscribe. The worst that'll happen to you is they'll put us on your suggestion feed on your timeline. That's the worst that'll happen. Just hit the subscribe button. You'll be fine. I'm pretty sure there's a whole bunch of other videos you don't care to see on your timeline that could be much better replaced by our awesome thumbnails. Thank you to HB who creates our awesome thumbnails. Usually those thumbnails that tell a little story in themselves. They're really fun to look at. Looks like King DTA was right about this Penix guy. Pretty good quarterback. Third and goal now with 2 minutes left on before the half. Texans have the ball at almost the 2-yard line. You got to punch it in here if you want this game. 1 wide receiver to the left, 2 down at the bottom. Drops back to throw. Throws into the end zone to a wide open fullback or tight end or something. That's going to be a touchdown. Andrew Beck on the 1-yard touchdown reception. 8 plays, 57 yards, 4:26 taken off the clock. Minute 57 left before the half. And the guy was just wide open. Everybody left him. Easy throw across the middle. You know, sometimes when it looks that easy, it's like, it's amazing that teams are not 100% in the red zone. It really is sometimes. Extra point is up and good. That'll bring the score now to 14-3. Texans scoring touchdowns while the Colts are not doing much but scoring a field goal. I mean, that's about how limited you are with Colts and Minshew. I mean, yeah, you get some flash, you get some routine stuff, but ultimately you don't have anybody that's going to take over the game in a Gardner Minshew. Still plenty of time left, but I mean, you know, you can already see the balance of the game going here. Texans seem to understand the importance of putting touchdowns on the board and not field goals. In a sudden death game, which is not officially a playoff game, but definitely qualifies. So we call it the wild card game because it is your first playoff game of the season. Stroud with 151 yards on the day and 2 touchdowns. Texans about ready to kick the ball off. Foot goes into the ball. Ball goes out the back of the end zone. Ball comes out to the 25. Clock starts back up at the snap of the ball after the commercial break. If y'all need an energy drink that don't mess with your body, that don't make you crash, that tastes good, make sure you look right down in the description and hit that link for Dubby. As Minshew hands the ball off, Taylor, breaking a few tackles, will take it up for a 10-yard gain and a first down. Minute 48 left on the clock. All smash, no crash. You're going to get the dub if you're drinking Dubby. Make sure you're also buying stuff from Fanatics using the link we provide you so they know we sent you. As Minshew throws the ball for a first down, caught by his receiver. They're going to probably look at that. He got back up and started running as if he wasn't touched, but it looks like it was. Yes, the ball hit the ground, but he had perfect secure control of it. So they're going to call that a reception all day long. Minshew, under a little pressure in the hurry up, throws across the middle to Taylor, picks up a couple yards. There was a flag on the play. But when you go buy your gear from Fanatics, which better be Dolphin gear, you're going to want to get there by clicking on the link in our description because it'll tell them we sent you. And hey, it's like telling somebody, hey, so-and-so sent me. You kind of want to do that. It's a nice thing to do. You can also check out all of our merch at the TFTG merch store, including the Cookin' Folk apron, the color commentary coffee mug, all kinds of stuff. Buck Buffalo shirts. Ali's Persian, all the Ali the Persian gear you want, Shake Money, everybody. We got something for you. Minshew in the shotgun now on 1st and 5, drops back to throw. Probably gonna go down, squirts the ball out, flag down. Probably gonna get some illegal contact or something on the defense, maybe. Somehow Minshew got that ball out without taking the sack. And that is what it is. Illegal contact on the defense. You had to play dead to rights. Can't be giving up that penalty. That's going to be an automatic first down. 59 seconds left on the clock. Oh, yeah, had his hand up in his throat. Can't do that. First and 10 now from the 39-yard line of the Texans. Minshew in the shotgun, 4 wide receivers. Taylor stands next to him. Now there's a delay in the action. Flag on the play. False start on the offense. Well, I didn't see no movement, but whatever. That's going to be on the wide receiver, Michael Pittman. Probably didn't check properly or something, or winced or something. First and 15 now. Minshew drops back to throw. Looks around, throwing deep down the sideline now. Has a man, but Pittman's not really near it, and the ball was overthrown out of bounds. That'll be 2nd and 15 with 54 seconds left on the clock. Apologies, my windows are open. That's what we do down here in Florida on nights like tonight. Minshew in the shotgun now. 4 wide receivers, 1 running back. Spreading out the offense. Drops back to throw. Pump fakes, throws deep down the sideline again, has his man wide open. Ball is a little overthrown to Mo Alley Cox. Can't make the grab. That'll bring up 3rd and 15, 48 seconds left on the play clock. On the game clock before the half. Little too deep for a slower tight end. It's a touchdown if it's your wide receiver. Gardner Minshew now in the shotgun. Hands the ball off. Taylor takes it up for a bunch of yards. And most of that 15. Still going to bring up 4th down. And probably about 7. At some point, you got to take a chance here, Colts. I don't know what another field goal is going to do for you, to be honest with you. So they are going to go for the 52-yard field goal attempt. Ball is down, kick is up, right on the money and plenty of distance. That's going to be a pretty decent field goal. So with 35 seconds left before the half, Colts put a field goal on the board, bring the score to 14-6 in favor of the Houston Texans. That's a 5, not a 6. All right, 6. There we go. There, now we got the score up. Colts kick the ball off. Out the back of the end zone. That'll be a touchback. 35 seconds for the Texans to work with. We'll see if they try to do anything with it. Stroud in the shotgun with 15 on the play clock. Drops back to throw. Fakes the throw. Hands the ball off. Play is stopped. Flag on the play. Looks like we're going to get a false start. Again on the wide receiver for them, Hutchinson. Stroud dropped 5 yards away from becoming one of 5 quarterbacks who have reached 4,000 yards in their rookie season. runs the same play again, fakes the pass, hands the ball off on a draw play, goes nowhere. It looks like the Texans Colts called a timeout with 29 seconds left on the clock. They're looking to get the ball back. Stroud up under center now. Spread formation. One running back. Tosses the ball to the running back, who takes it up for a minimal gain. Brings up third down. And he ran it out of bounds, so I think that's going to stop the clock. Oh, no, the Colts call a timeout. 23 seconds left on the clock. God, it's like they know I need a cup of coffee or something. Jeez, just get this half done already. Third and 12. Probably going to see a draw play here. No, he drops back to throw. Looking around. And throws into the dirt.
What up, Color?
What up, El Capitan? Pretty interesting back and forth in this one. Now that, both teams know it's sudden death, it's kind of like nobody really wanting to take any chances. Real conservative play calling. Good defense so far, and a 14-6 game.
Well, think about it like this. You got a rookie quarterback, and you got a perennial backup quarterback. One of them are going to make the mistake, and the first team to capitalize on the mistake is going to seal a game because both teams got good run, and their defense is decent.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's a smart game plan.
I mean, if we were to pace this game out, looks like the Texans are well on their way to taking it.
That's true. I'm surprised they haven't let Gardner Minshew try to fucking, air it out. Hey, I've seen him miss a couple.
Well, that's what I suspect is because they're this is what a lot of young up and coming coaches do. They think they don't see the difference between a regular game and a sudden death game. They just don't understand that the coaching and the play calling is completely different.
It's got to be just like everything else. If there is no tomorrow, the last thing you're ever going to want is to wish you would have called this or did that.
Right.
My coach told me my first year of football, when we had at the end of the year party and stuff, and he, had a meeting, and he was talking to everybody. And he said probably some of the greatest words. He's like, no matter what you do in life, I'm like 8 years old. He's like, no matter what you do in life, just make sure whatever you do, you don't live with regret. I was like, damn. So no matter what you do, whether it's, regret doing something or not doing something, if you live trying to not regret it, then you're probably going to be all right.
Yep. That will bring us to halftime. Texans leading the Colts 14-6, and they will be receiving the ball in the second half. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, bro. I mean, you can see it a lot in baseball, man. These managers that rarely get into the postseason, they start managing their team like it's a regular season game. It's like, no, leave your pitcher. No, get your pitcher out quicker. Or, you know what I mean? Like, who cares if it's the best pitch? He's getting hit up right now. Get another guy in there. You don't.
Yep. Don't let him dig himself out of a hole.
Another game,
Live to fight another day.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time,
Whereas if you're in a regular season game early in the year, your pitcher gets hit up a little bit, you leave him in there to work it out. You know what I mean?
yeah,
But you
you can
don't do
afford
that
a
in a
loss.
postseason game. You get him the hell out of there and you stop the bleeding. You know what I mean?
Well, in baseball, because it's like series, if you don't use your stops early and often, and they know, I mean, listen, you're not going to bring out anything nobody doesn't know. The only
Right.
thing you can hope is you're going to bring out something they're not prepared for. Same
Right.
thing goes for football. So if you are going to sit here and in the baseball analogy, go ahead and try to do it next game. Well, next game they're going to expect it because they got a 2 fucking game lead on your ass, and you
Right.
have to
Right.
do it now.
Right. Exactly.
Marlins would always do that shit. They would always do. They'd be down 2-3 games in the series. Now they're starting to play. Let's get hurry up,
Right.
fucking baseball.
And there's
That's why
the
I
other
quit
one
watching
too.
them.
And there's another one too. Like your pitcher could be doing good into the 7th inning, but you need to get your pinch hitter in to generate some runs. So you might remove your pitcher for that purpose, even though your pitcher was on fire.
Yeah,
These are
exactly.
moves you don't make in the regular season. Like even when you're talking about the series, with who you decide to put on the field each night, some of these inexperienced managers will manage their personnel as if there's 10 more games down the road.
Yeah,
When this is it,
they're
if you don't
fucking.
win this series, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're worried about load management. And when you're
Right,
taking
right.
this topic into consideration, it brings me back. Look at this. Watch this. Call back to what you were talking about with the Dolphins game tomorrow. Do they over? Excuse me, I was sneezing. Do they overthink it by potentially having back-to-back weeks with the Bills?
Right.
I don't. I hope that's not what happens, bro. To me, there's no overthinking here. You need to act and call and start playing with a sense of urgency. Every second, every snap, every play, everything needs to be a sense of urgency for this
Exactly.
football team from here on out. From here on out, that's
Exactly.
it. If the result in which beating the Bills at home results in us playing the Bills again at home, so fucking be it. That's how that
I'm
works.
thinking the same thing. So be it.
So fucking be it,
Tough
dude.
is tough. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
fuck
Like
all that bullshit.
if you're gonna face tough, you might as well face it at home. You know? I mean,
Yeah, dude.
they're
I
both
don't
gonna
even
be
care.
tough.
The only thing that makes it any easier is being home. And that's the only easier route you can find in all of this. And that only comes with the Dolphins winning tomorrow.
Right.
Which
The
not
other thing is you're not gonna have the same Buffalo fan turnout because we're gonna get dibs on the tickets first, and they're all exhausted their funds coming to this game.
what's happening, Miami J kid? What's up, Willie?
And
What's up,
so
everybody in chat?
even if they have a good turnout tomorrow, which I doubt. Well, they always have a good turnout, but I doubt that there's a takeover going on. I highly
There's
doubt that
not.
shit.
There's not. Listen, if it was taken over for real in any facet like it was the last time they came to Miami, it would be known. I get it. They found some bar where they all met up at. Cool beans. I could find that anywhere in Florida for Dolphins fans
That's why I
every
said look
fucking
across
weekend.
the street to the Denny's, and you
Yeah,
got
dude.
Dolphin fans waking up for the day, filling that
Yeah.
place.
Listen, the only reason, I mean, look, dude, you can find any spot and place like that, dude. I don't even know why people are humoring these freaking trailer park boy bums
Because
that
they're
they
so
got of a
ready to be
fan base, bro.
demoralized, dude. Our fan base is so ready to be shit on, bro. I freaking can't stand it, man.
I can't either, bro. I can't stand it. And we were in Twitter space today, and people were arguing one side of the ball or the other, and like who's to blame more. And they were talking about injuries, and I was like, listen, I don't want to hear a single word about injuries, not at all from this fan base, because that to me is the first excuse organizationally they're going to lean on, and you guys are already giving them a fucking platform and
Well,
trying. I don't like that.
why do you think all the one, all the ones that are part of the patrician clique, why do you think they're all setting a low expectation this week?
I'm
Oh,
not
we
allowed.
can't win
No,
this. Oh, it's over. We might as
fuck that,
well.
dude. I
Because
hate
they're
that.
trying to get out in front of it so that they don't have to deal with it. So everybody is already demoralized before we lose. So Monday morning the backlash ain't as heavy. Like,
Bro,
no, I'm
that
gonna take
is
it whatever it comes. Tell you all what, if the worst happens and we're facing that on Monday morning, you come to the Finns tailgate, okay?
Yep.
And you can bitch and moan all you want to us. You can throw darts at us. You can say whatever. But I am not going to sit here and tell you be prepared to lose this game. I am not ever going to say that to my audience. Sorry to tell
no
you.
way. No way. Not listen, first of all, it wouldn't be the case with any Dolphins team for me, or any football team for that matter. It's any given Sunday. If you're preparing to lose, you got a loser mentality, and that's just weak. So to me, first of all, nothing's changed. The Dolphins still doing their thing offensively and defensively can beat any team in the NFL. They just need to do it. That's it. That's it. And if you're sitting here lowering your expectations out of fear and fear alone, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, don't get
Right,
me wrong.
exactly.
I
What are you
understand it.
trying to do? Are you trying to pad the hurt? Are you trying to feel some of
Yeah,
the
I
hurt
mean, I
trickling in on
understand.
the way? I mean, what is that? That's
I
a
don't. Well,
defeatist
I do.
mentality.
Yeah, it's defeatist mentality, and I understand. Like being the woe is me, same old Dolphins quote unquote fan. Da da da. If things were to go wrong, but I certainly ain't gonna act like that in the face of enemy, bro. That's not how I get down. Where's your confidence? Where's your South Florida swagger at? That is not how we get down. Even when we're winning no games, I don't act like that. That's a defeatist mentality, as you
Right.
said, and
I
that
am
ain't
I
that
am
ain't Miami Dolphins. Now,
I am
I'm not saying you
99.
can't shit on the team when they're bad, color. Fuck,
Yeah,
that's part of having that winner mentality swag. We don't accept losing around here or
exactly.
excuses around here. We don't accept that. Oh, we had injuries in defense. We had injuries on. Now, fuck all that bullshit. That's for losers to talk like that. We gonna say you fucked up on the field, and here's who did it and why. That's how you keep it real. All these other freaking slack-jawed pansies over here making excuses need to grow up. Need to grow up.
I'm telling you,
Try to
man.
take that excuse to your fucking landlord or some shit, or your bank when you can't pay your mortgage. They don't want to hear that shit. That ain't real world. You're giving millionaire athletes fucking excuses that nobody on earth would accept for you in any scenario. Grow the fuck up.
I'm telling you.
Grow the fuck up. I'm not placing high
And you know what?
expectations than I
Bro,
would place on my damn self, color. These are the
right.
same
Exactly.
expectations I
Exactly.
put on everyone else for everything else.
Exactly. And look, 99 times out of 100, I am the skinniest, puniest guy in the room. But I'll be goddamn if I'm gonna let somebody control anything
Yep.
I do or
Say
say.
it with your chest. Say it with your chest, color. Color
I'll
ain't
stand
bitching
right
up
in
for
front of
nobody.
Goliath and poke him in the eye. I don't care, man.
Yeah, fuck around and find out. Color go fucking native on your ass real
I
quick.
mean,
Tell him, color.
you only got one life, man. You're gonna sit
That's
here,
right, dog.
you're gonna sit here bowing to the Bills the rest of your life.
Fuck
Fuck
all
that.
that bullshit. I ain't bound to no Bills. Bills suck, and they fucking know it, dude. The
We're
fact
gonna
that
go,
the
oh,
only
we can
reason,
never win again as long as the Bills are in our division. Bro,
fuck
this
that.
starts earlier too with this talk, Capitan. When the discussion comes up about reorganization in the divisions, how people want to take us out of the East because they're tired of it being a tough division.
Yeah,
What
fuck
the
all that.
fuck is that?
That's a pansy boy. Oh, it would be better if we were in the AFC South. Yeah, I got that. But you know what?
Yeah,
We
they
would
get
be
into the
just like,
playoffs with 9-8 every year.
yeah, and guess what? We'd be just like the AFC South every year too, being like that with their weak
Yeah,
ass division. First
right.
round outs, getting beat at home by the visiting team every year.
Mm-hmm.
By the visiting team. Look, say what you want. Jags, Colts, Texans, whoever ends up hosting that game, they're going to be underdogs at home. I don't give a
Right.
shit what wild
Well,
card team's coming in there.
Cap, look at this game right now. This is your future if we move to the AFC South. This is what your
Yep, and you
games
know
look
what?
like.
And you know what? Their organizations only need to give their fan base that much because that much is enough to have CJ Stroud rookie versus fucking Gardner Minshew McDouchebag. I mean, fuck all that bullshit. Y'all need to Quit talking out of both sides of your pansy mouths, bro.
What do you get when you cross a cashew with a mint plant? You get a mint
Color's
chew.
about that life.
I'm telling you, man.
Color
I mean,
about
look,
that life.
what am I going to do? Am I going to be like, oh, you're bigger and
What's up,
stronger
Kevin?
than me, so
Jamie?
do whatever you want to me? No.
I'm gonna lay down.
You're going to
and show
need
you
to
my
kill
belly.
me to do whatever you want to me.
That's right, bitch. That's right, bitch. Get yourself some.
And then be careful. I might have an army of guys not letting you do nothing with my dead ass body. So be careful there too.
Fuck around and find out. Captain Tom got the phone numbers for a couple of the good old boys growing up back in the desert. Fuck you. All my fans and all my dirt work people still live down there in West Palm. I'm around, bitch. Come find yourself some. Capitan go right into funny guy in a purple jacket to a motherfucker you don't want to see. Find out. Find out.
I mean, Martha, what is it? Martha Queensberry. That ain't the only way to take care of business. That ain't the only way to defend yourself.
What's that? Weaponry?
Boxing.
Oh, boxing? Well,
yeah, that ain't the only way to defend your honor.
I did boxing, Color.
Well, I'm just saying, for us skinny, puny guys, it ain't the only way to defend your honor.
Nope.
They make tools for that.
Well, you know what else too? You could be a slick motherfucker too. You might win this battle. You might win this battles, but I'm gonna win the war. I'm gonna take your bitch. How about that? How about that? I'll take your bitch. You might win me, but I'm gonna psychologically destroy you for the rest of your life. You're gonna need 25 years of therapy once I'm done work your old lady and leave the video somewhere for you to find.
You're gonna put me in the hospital, and your girl's gonna be coming in, freaking patting me on the head.
Yeah, boy, patting his head. All right, fuck around, bitch. Color, fucking. You put Color in the hospital. He putting you in a mental institution. How he finna do you? What? Tell him, Color. Fuck all that bullshit.
And not jujitsu, Kevin Lee. Although you could describe it as a form of jujitsu, seeing as how many different moving parts there are. You know, it's kind of like jujitsu.
Yeah. Yeah. Find out. Yep. Color's savage.
Some Italians make a form of jujitsu that only has like 2-3 working parts in it, you know.
Yeah. Sicilian mob style in this bitch.
Well, I don't know about that. These people go back to the 1600s. The ones I'm talking about. I don't know if the Sicilian mob was there yet.
Oh yeah, Color. They've been around since the fucking jump, dog.
Yeah, I found that out. Like, that company's been there. If you know which company I'm talking about, they've been around since like 1692, bro. Making
weapons.
Making long arms. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I know what you're talking about.
It's crazy. I'm like,
West Side.
Jesus.
That's right. See, hopeful. West Side in this bitch.
So we're about to start the second half. Colts are putting their foot into the ball right now.
Well, I'm glad, Color, because I'm doing the office and I can't hear or watch the game because I got shit unplugged. So I'll be listening and commentating. Keep me on. Chill.
Next commercial break, we're having dead air because I'm going to make a cup of coffee.
We ain't having dead air. I'm gonna talk my talk up in this bitch.
Oh, you
Color.
hanging
Fuck
for a
that.
Well,
I ain't going nowhere. Well, I'm hanging. I'm keeping 10 toes down in this bitch. Somebody gonna find out. This purple jacket comes off, dog, and when it does, I'm shirtless and fighting like a spider monkey.
Gardner Minshew looking like an old Trevor Lawrence now, dude. What's up with that? Stroud up under center on 1st and 10, fakes the handoff, rolls out, throws across to the other sideline, has his man, Nico Collins, for a good gain. Coming right out the gate.
Kevin, I'm not going to be at the game tomorrow. I won't be at the game
coming
tomorrow.
Out firing it, on their first possession of each half, bro. It's coming out throwing so deep.
Listen, I always liked when teams did that because it immediately manipulates the secondary.
Mm-hmm.
It immediately
And if
makes
you can get
them.
it completed, it puts the defense reeling right out of the gate, man.
Oh yeah, and puts all the pressure immediately on that offense. So I always like taking that shot first. Hey,
Fakes the
why
handoff
not?
again, dumps it on a screen to Singletary, who, if he doesn't stumble, could have probably got a few yards, but ends up stumbling and getting caught up by the tackler. If he hits that with a good foot, he might be still running. Taylor grabbing the back of his thigh on the sideline.
Uh-oh.
Looks like he's going to head over to the blue tent.
That's not good for them. I mean, that homeboy's their whole deal, right?
I mean, pretty much the only reason they've moved down far enough to get the 6 they got.
Bro, last time I was watching the game, Gardner Minshew was like 6 of 18 for 45 yards.
Right. False start now on the Texans. That'll back him up 5 on second down.
Popping in back, Color.
What's that?
Somebody popped in back. Or is that you?
Shake Money.
What's up?
What up, Shay?
Yeah, she come down shaking Money.
What's going on, man?
What's
It's
going on,
a beautiful day in Zamunda.
Yeah, I could tell. We were just keeping it real, letting motherfuckers know don't try color or else you're going to take your old bitch. And, you know, just I'm listening to Color call the game while I'm redoing the offense here, trying to get things.
On second and
moved
14,
around.
Stroud drops back to throw, gets gobbled right up by the defense, taking a sack.
And listen, all I know is I'm going to be at the game.
Oh, you are going?
Hell yeah, I'm going to have this with me.
Did you get your boss let you have a little time Monday or something? What's going on there? That's
Yeah,
cool.
I already put in for my time for Monday. I got 3 weeks of vacation. So
What you taking with you? What you taking with you, Shake?
Buffalo Trace.
Buffalo Trace?
Hell
See,
yeah.
there you go, Buffalo fans. There's a guy who wasn't going to be able to go that is going. You can't have that seat. Stroud hands the ball off on 3rd and 21 for.
I was thinking about selling it, but say, you know what? This is
short game.
How often do we get a big game like this, man?
I'm telling you, man.
All I know is that these are the games where win or lose doesn't really matter. It's going to be a rough in the parking lot.
Right.
Just saying. Because if the Dolphins lose, Dolphins fans are going to be pissed. And if those fans act out, they're going to do something.
Well, I mentioned that last night.
If Dolphins win and the Bills fans are now out of the playoffs, Dolphins fans are going to rub it in and Bills are not going to feel happy about it. Shit is going to get ugly in that game. Mark my words.
Yep, I mentioned that last night backstage to Bryson. Bryson hung out with us backstage for a minute last night, and you know, he really wants to go all in, man. He's just so PTSD that I had to talk him off the ledge, you know. But one of the things I mentioned to him last night was where this game should be a fairly called game. I mean, look, if we get penalties, you know, rightfully earned penalties, that's fine. I'm not saying that won't cause us problems, but one thing is for certain: the referees are not going to steal this game. Period. No way in the story that the Miami Gardens police will allow the NFL to let those referees steal.
No. Yeah, there'll be no excuse making after this game. It'll be a fair called game.
Yeah, because
Shake, you and Miss Fins we're on the Bills channel.
Yeah, I dropped the link. Yeah, we were on.
Stadium.
What were you on?
The Bills. It's called Nickel City Mafia.
Oh, word.
Yeah, Red Wine Bill. You know, Red Wine Bill's channel too. He's on there.
What's it called?
Nickel City Mafia.
Nickel City Mafia.
Hmm.
They're playing with fire with that name, huh? Jesus Christ. God damn.
Well, if you think about it, the Buffalo Nickel.
Nah. Oh man, fuck. All right, you know what? It was nice of them to have you guys on. I'll just leave them be.
That's pretty deep, bro. I mean, I got to give them credit for that one. That one's pretty deep.
I don't know about all that, but I'll be nice. I'm trying to be nicer these days. Trying to be nicer these days. I'll be nice. I like Sean from fucking Red, White, and Bills. He's a good dude.
That's how they vet the intelligence of their audience. They call it Nickel City Mafia, and anybody that gets the joke is smart enough to be in their audience.
Oh yeah.
And by the way, they're going to be on the Smoke Lounge.
They shouldn't have done that as a fucking Bills fucking. They shouldn't have done that as a Bills fan base thing, because I guarantee you they got.
Now you know why they're. Now you know why.
Yeah, they would.
All the Bills fans are over
here. Yeah.
But man. Hey, one thing, win or lose, they're both going to be on the on Smoke Lounge Wednesday. So.
Oh, really? Word up! Fuck
cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's righteous of them.
Yeah. Right. Kinda. I don't know. I'm just being a dick, guys. I'm in one of those moods. I'm in a little bit of a mood, everybody. I don't give a fuck. Fuck it. Come get yourself some. Looking for that smoke right now. I don't know why. Well, I know why.
I mean, who the heck is their head coach, bro? Shane Steichen?
What? EM said CB killing me right now. First of all, CB can't kill nothing. EM. Nobody's even over there witnessing it. Everybody's over here. Let's call it for what it is. You're the only one in the audience over there for his bum ass.
I'm telling you.
Getting all big head and shit because fucking TD done propped his ass up. Let's call it for what it is, dog.
Minshew hands the ball off on first down. Taylor takes it up for about an 11-yard gain. Looks like Taylor's all right.
CB. See, this is what CB's problem is. He's roasting people he knows because he ain't cool enough and smart enough to fucking roast Bills fans. He just ain't got the sense in him. You know what I'm saying? Like, he don't even... we're going against the Bills, and here's CB83 going against Dolphins fans. That's the kind of guy CB is. He's a fucking... just a bum, bro. He's just a fucking bum. He's a nice enough guy as far as a human, but as far as a content creator, I mean, let's call it for what it is, dog.
I mean, he looks the part. I think his aesthetics are really good.
Yeah, he's got that part down. But as far as having what we would call knowledge, he's about the dumbest college boy I've ever seen. So that's it, dude. Call it for what it is. Sorry, but I'm not that sorry because I'm an honest guy. I'm gonna keep it 100. That's it. What's up, V21? Cap for life. Should I? God damn it! Now I gotta go and see what this fucking dork is saying.
He ain't saying. I'm listening now. He ain't saying nothing.
Of course, he ain't saying nothing. EM just trying to start bullshit right now. Shut up, EM. CBIQ of
Minshew just hit his tight end for a big game down to the 50-yard line. Hands the ball off to Taylor, who takes it up. Still running, still on his feet, taking it down. He's going to go in for the touchdown all the way from the 50-yard line. From
you know what?
Jonathan Taylor takes it right up the middle. Nobody even touched it.
CB83 is the Gardner Minshew of the fucking Dolphins fan base. That's who he is. He's got the look with the pants and he's got the interesting stuff, but the results are just, journeyman / fucking bum.
Colt's going to go for 2. 9:56 left in the third. Jonathan Taylor takes it up for a 49-yard run, untouched to the end zone.
There's no way now I know EM's lying because he's saying CB's got his foot on my neck. First of all, CB ain't never had his foot on anybody's neck. Most certainly not my motherfucking neck.
He needs more of a size 6, bigger than a size 6 to put his foot on our neck, man.
Yeah, dog, take your women's size 6 the fuck up out of here, bitch.
Gardner Minshew tosses to Mo Alley Cox for the easy 2-point conversion. And we have a tie ball game, ladies and gentlemen, 14-14 with 9:56 left in the third quarter.
I mean, let's call off what it is, dog. CB light work. Fuck color on my body is that so quick. Why not color? Take your size 6 and get the fuck up out here. Oh man.
And that one right there didn't even use a lot of calories, bro. That was an easy one for me. That's
color, that's a fucking layup to himself on that one. Color starts really pulling it in. He'll make a motherfucker cry. Let's be real. and take your bitch. What? Come on, color.
They'll be sending me to Minnesota, bro. I'm microaggressed so bad on people.
Damn. Damn.
They'll make me the offensive coordinator out in Minnesota.
Damn. Color coming for their necks, bro. Damn, color. I would say I feel bad, but I don't feel bad for nobody other than myself. That might be a problem, but you know, I don't know. That's not true. I'm fucking super empathetic, but fuck out of here.
We have a pertinent question for Shake.
Oh, okay, yeah, Shake.
No, listen. The only time, 2 times I cry if a family members die or if I get caught in a bear trap. Other than that, I don't cry.
Mainly the bear trap. That would suck.
Yeah, it would. But no.
Yeah.
I'll be pissed as all hell, but I'm not gonna cry about it. I don't cry for first world problems. Sorry.
Yep. I don't know. The only time I cry is when I get my heart broke. That shit hurts. I don't give a fuck.
See, V21 says, not gonna lie, color. I thought you was off the wall with your Waddle for JT take, but right now it don't seem like a wild take. You know, all in good time, V21. You know, most of us guys that are really intelligent, it takes a little longer for what we say to come to fruition. You know what I mean?
Holy fuck. Color is fucking on one tonight, boys. Damn, color. This vintage color. Y'all should be hitting the shit out of that like button. That like button should
And that
be.
wasn't meant to insult V21. That
No,
was
no,
no.
no.
On my part.
Hey, by the way,
it wasn't. It was color putting it out in the ether for all the haters. That's what it was. Keeping it real as fuck.
by the way, shout out to Costa Nostra. I like how this is how you're supposed to spell Buttfalo.
Buttfalo.
Butterfolo?
But fill the O. I don't know.
Any relation to Garoppolo?
I was crying. How was I crying on the red? Okay, I was crying. Whatever you say, bro.
You were crying on Red, White, and Bills? Are you fucking serious? Tell me what happened right now.
Yeah, I was crying.
Yeah. They're trying to get us to go watch it.
Like, I mean,
is that it?
I was on there. I was on there. I mean, I wasn't crying. I was being neutral. You know what I'm saying? I was being friendly. I told them if they want to bring the smoke, we could bring the smoke. But
they didn't want that. They didn't want that. They didn't want them problems, huh, Shake?
Hey, we kept it civil, so we kept it civil. So, hey,
listen, that's okay. Crying. I don't mind keeping it civil. You know what I'm saying? And when you bring smoke, bring smoke. You feel me? That's fun too. We don't have to take it too serious.
Yeah.
Or again, we can. And I'll have color my ops up in this bitch. You'll come and take your old lady, drop a fucking bunch of 2 pieces on your ass, and be out this month. Get them, color.
But hey, you know, if the Colts lose this one, I guess there's still a shot they could just cut Jonathan Taylor and
no.
Okay, it's Brett. Okay, it's Brett from the show. Hey, what's up, Brett? Hey, he's gonna be on the Smoke Lounge this Wednesday. So
yeah, we got you, Brett. We'll watch anyway, even if Shake.
Yeah, of course I'm gonna watch. Nah, I'm only watching because of Shake. That's the only reason.
Shake and don't forget Miss Fins was on there too. So.
Oh fuck yeah, I love Miss Fins. I'm watching now.
Yeah, that's a layup.
I love Shake and Miss Fins. I mean, listen, Shake and Miss Fins sounds like a fire ass fucking drink in the club.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Give me a Miss Fins shake. Shake and Miss Fins, please. With soda water. Thank you.
This here is a Shake and Miss Fins.
This here's a Shake and Miss Fins gonna get you fucking ooh boy. You be having so much fun. You be think you're a buttfalo.
What's up, MJW? How's it going? Yeah, always nervous.
Like
Big games always make me nervous. Nervous is okay though. I mean, if you ain't nervous, you ain't living.
It's soda water. I know you like that. Yeah. Let's go.
Colts got a decent defensive stop. I think it looks like they sacked. No, Shroud just threw. They had pressure on Shroud. He throws incomplete, bringing up 4th down. So you didn't need to do that, Texans. You let the Colts back in the game, and now you go 3-0. That's not what you wanted to do.
Well, I mean, again, this is why the weak part of the Dolphins fan base, like, we were in the South. Bunch of fucking pansies.
But they'll blame the Texans defense.
I don't. D'Amico Ryan's got that fucking defense looking pretty good, bro.
Oh, you saying their fan base is trained?
Well,
they understand the fundamentals of defense, that it's not a sure thing.
If I was going to go full unfiltered El Capitan, I would really be putting a work on motherfuckers right now because I don't give a shit. I don't, Color. I don't care about political correctness. I don't care about. This is the reason why I'll never be able to make it. We can get far, but we ain't never gonna get there because I ain't a sellout fucking bitch like the rest of these pussies up in here with their PC bullshit, calling it what it isn't, trying to trick me, Mandela affect me, trying to change up the laws of fucking nature. Fuck out of here with your dumbass shit. Lucky you don't get the fuck beat out of you. I'm on that one, Color. How about that? I'm on that one, Color.
Yeah, I just got the text message too, bro.
I'm on that one, Color.
He must be going hard because Lewis just texted us about it too.
Yeah, fuck all that shit, boys. We don't give a damn up in here. We got the whole TFTG crew gonna roll up on that ass. Fucking bullshit. We don't play that shit here. It's your fucking bullshit. I don't know. I'm kind of on one right now, boys. I think I'm gonna have a couple of drinks. Color. That's what I think.
Hey, you know,
I think it's one of them nights right now.
I mean, it's the kids these days, Cap. They just don't understand, you know.
Well, here's the problem. I feel bad
Dunning-Kruger
for the kids. I feel bad for the kids today because the ones that they're making appear strong are the weakest of them, and they're not doing them any goddamn favors. And it's fucked up. They are rewarding weakness in this world, and in turn, they are creating a weaker human. That is not how humans survived. The dinosaurs survived the fucking everything. It ain't how they survived the Middle Ages. None of that shit. And I'm not saying we don't need to have empathy to help those who need it because they I don't know, are sickly or, you know, have some type of defect burned with them. We are a better society. People like that 800 years ago, they throw in a pit. It's fucked up. We have advanced ourselves in a way where we can now help those who need it. But now everyone born fine has some fucking weird made up ailment that they gotta fucking be coddled to, and it's doing nothing but creating a bunch of fucked up fucking mind motherfuckers. It's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a fucking problem. And it sucks. It's already a problem. I do see that the strong and the weak will have a gap between them so far away that it'll only end up in one place where the strong just wipe out the weak one day, and it'll be a sad fucking day for humanity when that comes.
Unfortunately, history shows that that's typically how it goes. I mean, we're still here for a reason. It's survival of the fittest. That's what natural selection is. And people don't want to hear that, but that's literally evolution. What are you going to do about it? If we weren't here, the fact that we're here means that all the stuff that we've been doing for 1,000 years works.
Well, listen, we yes and no, but whatever, fuck it.
I mean, on the whole is what I mean.
I don't know. It's just weird.
Number 21 off tackle, he takes it up for a good 10-yard gain on first down. That is Moss. Zach Moss? Wow, he's still playing, huh?
Yeah, he's been on their team. Oh, shit.
So the Texans got the Bills, one of their running backs, and the Colts got their other one.
They're swapping running backs. Gross.
Minshew in the shotgun hands the ball off. Taylor takes it right up off tackle again through a hole still on his feet. Takes it down to the 40-yard line for about a 30-yard gain. God, he's on fire right now, dude. All of a sudden. Number 28. Maybe that bodes well for our number 28 tomorrow.
Hey, El Cap, I sent you the link on the group text to CB's channel.
Injured Texan on the field.
What happened? You sent me a link where?
To CB's channel. He said to pull up.
Oh, I'll pull up. Give me a
we
second,
should
boys. Let me.
simulcast that, dude.
Oh, well, Color, you'd have to do it, but you can pull it up right through there, couldn't
Well,
you?
when you get in his chat, in his StreamYard, there'll be a link up there that'll tell you can share it with
I'm on
your
my
channel.
phone. I'm on my phone.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you'll have to fucking open the link, Color.
But I don't know if that'll let it share it to this stream or a new stream. I haven't tried it yet.
Did you text it? Where'd you send it, Shay?
Yeah, I sent that on the group text message.
All right,
Want me to
just
send the-
you got an iPhone, Shay?
Huh?
Do you have an iPhone?
No.
Oh fuck.
I could
send it on Twitter. Send it on Twitter.
All right, I'll do that now.
All right, I'll be back, Color. I'm gonna go body this hoe.
If I didn't think CB83 would backhand us, I would pull it up right now. We could all watch it, but he'd likely strike us because he rolls that way. Wow, tornado warning in Palm Beach County right now. Unreal. I think. No, there's not. So, I can't believe they just did this. So the local news network that this game's being played on ran one of their hype commercials, and they actually showed a clip in the commercial with a tornado warning banner at the bottom of the screen. Like, how are you that dumb as an editor? There's people like going taking cover right now, dude. You know what I mean? Like, seriously. Minch you up under center from the 40-yard line of the Texans. Hands the ball off up the middle, goes nowhere. So it looks like their Colts coach came from the Chargers. He worked under the Norv Turner regime out there. Wow. Minshew in the shotgun hands the ball off to Taylor again, dancing around the line of scrimmage. It's going to go nowhere on 2nd and 9. That'll bring up 3rd. And probably the same 9 yards. Oh, he was the Eagles' offensive coordinator last year. Oh, okay. So he's the guy that got the work out of Hurts. That's why he got hired. 5:55 in the 3rd. 3rd and 9 now. Minshew stands in the shotgun with a bunch of wide receivers. Drops back to throw. Throws out to the sideline, but it's tipped at the line of scrimmage. That'll bring in the punting unit. 5:42 left. Game still tied at 14. Yeah, let's keep that production from number 28 coming. Oh, they're going to try a long field goal here. 57-yard attempt. Matt Gay. Kick is up, down the middle, and plenty. Ooh, dinked off the upright. Plenty of distance. It looked like it was going down the middle, but then it shaved off to the right and just hit the upright. Bounced out. No good. Plenty of distance on it. He could have kicked that from 70 yards. Wow. Good foot into it. Ball was tracking, and then it just kind of veered off. Wow. Hit the outside of the upright. No good. Game still tied at 14. All right, let's have a look at the poll results so far. Wow, we got 100 and wait, let's let it finish. We got 119 votes so far. Question was, if Buffalo is known to be our wild card opponent before the game starts tomorrow, would you consider Kansas City a better option as a wild card opponent? 120 of you have voted so far. Everybody hit the like button and get your vote in. I'll run it a little bit longer once we got a good sample size. 121 votes now. 67% say, nope, take Buffalo at Hard Rock. 33% are fine with going to Arrowhead or think that's a better option. And remember, it's what gives you the best chance of making it to the Super Bowl, not what would you rather personally have per se. So keep the votes rolling in. We'll get a good sample size. That way we know pretty good and well what we think about it. I'm with the 67%. I want home games. I don't care. If we're one and done because of that, then we did all we could do, and that was always going to be how it was going to be. I would much rather fight at home than fight in Arrowhead. If it's going to be a fight, it's going to happen in Hard Rock. Now, of course, that's a completely different question as to what you think Mike McDaniel would do. Maybe I should have asked it from that perspective. CJ Stroud up under center, two wide receivers to the left, one guy in the slot, one running back, hands the ball off. Flea flicker now, has the ball back, looked deep, didn't throw it. Now he's going to take it up and run for the first down himself for about 12 yards on a flea flicker. It's a powerful asset to have a quarterback be able to do something like that when, a trick play gets busted. I guess the up man was covered too. Singletary now in the backfield with CJ Stroud. Hands the ball off to Singletary up the middle on a draw. Takes it up for about 3 yards. .445 left in the game. I mean, in the third quarter, I'm sorry. About gave the Texans and Colts fans a heart attack there. Stroud up under center, takes the ball, fakes the handoff, rolls out to his left. He's going to keep it and go out of bounds about 3 yards short of the first down. 2 yards short. Stroud in the shotgun now, drops back to throw. Throws across the middle to a triple covered receiver. That's broken up. 4th and 2. Colts defender's a little lane coming up. The defender tackled the receiver without the ball by his face mask. I don't know how you don't call a penalty there, but whatever. Fairbairn now coming in to attempt a field goal. This will be a 51-yard attempt. All right, here we go for the lead. Ball is down, kick is up. Plenty of distance. Just off of center and good. So the Texans move on up to a 3-point lead, 17-14 with 3:39 left in the game. I mean, I'm in the third quarter. God, I wish this game would be over. No, Willie, I didn't ever play anything beyond high school. Unfortunately, my body wasn't quite built for it. My hands were built for it. My eyes were built for it. My brain was built for it. But the rest of me wasn't built for it. So ESPN has a little graphic down at the bottom, on the bottom right, says win and in. They want to call it a playoff game, but they can't officially. They got to have some kind of thing up there to make it a special game. So they have a little win and in moniker up. Kickoff goes out of the end zone for a touchback. This is technically, not officially, but technically your first playoff game, ladies and gentlemen. This is a sudden death game between the Texans and Colts. Loser goes home. Minshew in the shotgun now, down by 3, hands the ball off to Taylor. Taylor stutter steps, takes it up for about a yard gain. On 2nd and 9 now, Minshew fakes the handoff, drops back to throw. Wanted to throw deep, throw across the middle to his tight end, Mo Alley Cox, for the first down. About 3 yards beyond the marker. 2:49 in the third. Texans with a 3-point lead, 17-14. Off of a 51-yard field goal by Fairbairn. Minshew takes the snap, hands the ball off. Taylor gets dropped in the backfield for about a 5-yard loss. Defense not fooled by the draw play. Second and 14 now. Fakes the handoff. Throws out to the sideline. Has his man for the first down. Who gets hit pretty hard. Flags come in. They might call a defenseless hit there. Helmet to helmet, maybe. Michael Pittman on the reception. Personal foul. That is the call. Looks like, yeah, he went head-to-head on a defenseless receiver. Put his helmet right in Pittman's face mask. So after the 15-yard penalty, 1st and 10, Minshew throws the screen after faking the handoff. Takes it up. Pittman takes it up for about 6 yards. 4 yards. One minute left now in the third and counting. 20 seconds on the play clock, 2nd and 6. Minshew hands the ball off. Taylor takes it up, and he's going to get down to the first down marker. Actually, that was Zach Moss, I believe. Nope, yep, Zach Moss on the carry. I think they're going to mark him just short of the first down by the nose of the football. That'll be 3rd and 1. And that'll bring us to the end of the third quarter. So we're going to get this 3rd and 1 attempt at the start of the fourth quarter. Texans leading the Colts 17-14. Colts are driving. Inside Texans territory at the moment. Everybody hit the like button right now if you haven't hit it. And even if you haven't, go make sure. Even if you think you have. Up to 124 votes now on the poll. Still same results. I'll probably be ending that here shortly because it's creeping up and the results ain't changing much. So we'll be ending that shortly. Get your vote in. If you have to face Buffalo twice, would you rather just go to Arrowhead? Does that give us the best chance of moving forward? so far the majority is saying, nah, keep it at Hard Rock. Give me the Bills. So the network's looking at the play again to see if there might have been a reason to challenge. Let's see. I thought he had enough to get it. I thought the spot was terrible, but I don't think there's enough to change it. So that will bring up a 3rd and 1. It's looking, I think I don't see a challenge flag. Yeah, they're just going to keep the 3rd and 1. Colts are 0 for 7 on 3rd down tonight. So after all that, it looks like they are going to challenge. God. So they couldn't use the 3rd quarter break to look at all this stuff before the commercial is over. Really? They have to waste all of our time? I guess it's one way to get your guys some rest. Looked to me like he got it. Well, maybe not. When you're talking about that close, it's pointless to challenge it. There's just not going to be enough evidence to change it. I mean, it's actually a pretty good spot, almost near perfect. Taylor walking into the locker room now, all of a sudden, running in. He looks okay. It might be an equipment problem. Or maybe he needs to get another shot for that pulled hamstring from earlier. Looked like he was grabbing his thigh earlier. Went into the tent, came back out, but now he's going back in, limping on the same thigh. OG Barry, color, do you like Indy or Houston to win this game? I don't like either of them. I don't really I think the Colts are a boring organization all around, and it'd be cool to see the kid, from the Texans turn some heads. Be fun to watch. A lot more fun to watch. But as far as how it affects us and all that, there's nothing really going to affect the Dolphins situation, and no real reason to root proactively for either one of them, unless you're Cap for Life, who will win $600 if the Texans win. Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting to. If that was your question, who I think's going to win the game, I think the Texans are going to end up with this one. They're playing more sound football on defense and offense. Colts are having to run everything basically through Jonathan Taylor. So, the winner tonight will be the AFC South champion if Jacksonville loses tomorrow. If that happens, the Jags will be out of the playoffs, but they can get the 7th seed if the Raiders beat the Broncos. That's where the Raiders and Broncos game comes in. Minshew in the shotgun on 2nd and 11 hands the ball off to Zach Moss, who takes it up for about 3 yards. No spin. Houston cannot be the 7th seed. They will get the 6th if the Jags win the division. And Buffalo will fall to the 7th. I've tried to explain this to everybody several times. There is no case now that the Steelers and Ravens did not end in a tie. There is no scenario where the Dolphins can be facing the Colts or the Texans in the wild card round of the playoffs. That is not true, Spin. It's not true. There is zero chance of us facing these two teams in the wild card game. Zero. Not even mathematically possible. We've done it 5 times already. We've ran the machine 5 times. It's not possible. Every team on the slate today and tomorrow would have had to tie. And then we would have had the Colts, not the Texans. If we win the division and Buffalo misses out, we play the Steelers if the Broncos beat the Raiders. And depending on which of these two teams end up getting knocked out. But what happens is whatever team's left out of the South can only get the 7th seed. I'm sorry, can only get the 6th seed, or they're out. If they get that 6th seed, they move Buffalo into the 7th. That's why most scenarios have us playing Buffalo in the wild card game. If the Jags beat the Titans, the Dolphins beat the Bills are out of the playoffs, period. And if the Raiders then beat the Broncos, our opponent will be Jacksonville in Hard Rock. We can pull it. You know what? We have all night. I can pull it up and do it with you all right now. If I missed one, then I missed one. I ran it a zillion times. It is not possible for us to play the Colts or the Texans in the wild card round. So currently, as with one game played, the Steelers winning. Currently, Ravens are in the 1st seed, Dolphins in 2nd, Kansas City 3rd, Jacksonville 4th, Cleveland 5th, Buffalo 6th, Pittsburgh 7th. So right now, both of these teams are out of the playoffs. If I believe if they tie right here and the Jags win, both of them are out. But whichever team wins tonight will either get into the 6th seed or they'll get into Jacksonville's 4th spot. Let's find out. So right now we got Texans are winning, so we'll say they're winning. They'll win the game. That puts the Texans as the division leader, and the Jags are out of the playoffs. If the Colts win, that puts the Colts as the division leader. Jags are out of the playoffs. Now, come tomorrow's game, with the Colts winning tonight, if the Jags win, the Jags are in the 4th seed, the Colts are in the 7th seed. Now you just might be asking, well, Color, didn't you just say we couldn't play the Colts? No, because we still have to play our game. And look what happens when Miami beats the Bills. The Steelers get the 7th, the Colts move up to the 6th, and Buffalo's out of the playoffs. If Buffalo wins, the Colts do get the 7th seed, but we're going to Kansas. We're going to Arrowhead. And if the Texans win tonight, they get that 7th seed. But if we win and the Texans win tonight, the Texans go to the 6th seed, Bills are out, and Jacksonville takes this. Steelers take the 7th seed. Now that's before the Raiders and Broncos game. If the Broncos win, nothing changes. If the Raiders win, nothing changes. However, so it looks like we're out. Wait a minute, the Browns, who was it? It looks like our possibility is gone now to play the Jags. That's changed from the Steelers win. So the Steelers just took the possibility away from the Jags to get the 7th seed. So the Jags have to win tomorrow to be in the playoffs. And by doing that, they'll win the division. And it'll knock the Colts to the 6th seed. If the Titans win, Colts will take the division, Jags get knocked out of the playoffs, and Buffalo falls to the 7th seed. That's it. Because the Steelers won today, we don't have a chance to play Jacksonville anymore. There you go. It's either going to be the Steelers or the Bills. There you go. Our opponent right now is either going to be the Steelers or the Bills. Supposing we win, we get the Bills. If the Titans win, we get the Steelers if the Jags win. And if the Jags win, the Bills are completely out of the playoffs. It's getting crunch time for the Buffalo Bills. I think the only way the Bills could get the 6th seed now is if everybody ties. In which case they would have to go to Kansas City. So back to the game action now. 1st and 10 with 10:20 left in the 4th quarter. Game tied at 17. Give off to Singletary, who dances around in the backfield. They're trying to get him down. They can't get him down. He ends up finally getting like 4 yards somehow, but there's a flag on the play. That'll likely be holding. Yep. On the offense. Man, I'm way behind on the scorecard. Well, tell me. They both got a field goal. Let's see. All right. There we go. Save. Show. And there it is. Now the score's updated. First and 20 now with 10 minutes, 11 seconds left in the game. Game is tied at 17. Wonder what happens if they tie. If they tie, Buffalo gets the 7th seed, Pittsburgh gets the 6th, and if Jacksonville wins, they get the division. And Pittsburgh will have to go to Kansas City. And yes, if Jacksonville wins tomorrow and these two teams tie tonight, they'll both be out of the division. Colts and Texans cannot tie tonight, or they'll both be out if Jacksonville wins. So that'll be interesting to see if this game ends in a tie. 9:01 left, first and 10 now. Handoff goes to Singletary. Flag on the play right out of the gate. Probably going to be an illegal procedure. Or a false start. Usually if the flag comes out that quick and they don't stop the play, it's usually either a defensive offside or an illegal procedure on the offense. Looks like they're taking the flag back up. I guess there was a question whether they got reset or not, and they did, so they're picking the flag back up. 8:56 left, first and 10. Game tied at 17. Colts fans reeling in their boots. Stroud up under center in a bunch formation, one running back. Fakes the handoff. Leaks out the screen to the tight end. Tight end's take it close to the first down marker. He's going to be about a half yard short after leaping. That's Dalton Schultz. I might have to agree with you on that spin. I don't think that Steelers bodes well for the Steelers without TJ Watt. He pretty much keeps them in games. Handoff now on 2nd and 1. Easy first down for Singletary, who takes it up for about 4 yards.
What up, Color?
Man, that easy, huh?
What's that?
Whatever business you just took care of, that easy, huh?
Oh, dude, first of all, everybody got scared as soon as I walked in the room. And I mean, people in chat that followed me over there, they can contest. I went over there and handled, all I know is that by the time I was done, EM and CB were fighting each other because nobody wanted any of this real smoke. That's what I know. It's called for what it is, Color. They know. They can play all the games they want, but they all know what it is. I mean, CB83, again, the Gardner Minshew of creators. See, look, Nene was there. She had synced it. It. Everybody got shook.
Nene ain't no liar either.
Hell no, she ain't fucking lying. She knows. First of all, Nene, that's one thing she ain't tolerating is lying. All right, let's call that.
I mean, you can tell by her voice that she's like not a liar. You know what I mean?
Like, hate lying, bro. And Nene, I can tell right away. Nene is just like me.
A truth teller. You know what I mean?
Hate fucking lying, bro.
I mean, somebody may not be aware or maybe misinformed, but outright purposely lying? Nah, that ain't in Nene's DNA.
Nah, hell nah.
But Richard McLean says he has Dallas minus 13 and New England. He's saying now minus 2.5. What do I think? The Dallas one's a little scary because Washington can put points on teams. They're likely to cover that 13, to be honest with you, especially the way Dallas has been playing. But then again, remember, everything I say Dallas is going to do, they're going to do the opposite. Win, lose, draw, put up points, not put up points, whatever it is. Dallas is going to do the opposite of what I think they're going to do. So it's likely they blow the Commanders out and your minus 13 is safe.
Thank you.
That's
Nene.
not to be taken as betting advice.
No, you can't bet on Dallas. Stay away from Dallas on all bets. They will hammer you
that
every
would be
time.
my overarching advice. Just don't ever even look at them on your bet slip.
Don't dare put them on a parlay because they will break that leg every time.
So Devin Singletary just took it in for 3 yards and a touchdown, giving the Texans the lead. Texans fans are like, color, man, what are you calling the game? We just scored a touchdown.
What Texans fans? And yeah, Spin, I was pretty certain that Colts were going to choke this away at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even, you could call it choking, but
it's just,
are they even really good enough to choke? You know what I mean? Like,
I'm amazed they won as many games as they did. No lie.
That's Jonathan Taylor. Imagine what he could have done by supplementing us instead of being the only thing that you run through. Looks like the extra point was missed. You know,
just keeping it real.
I already updated the score and I was about to show it thinking, whatever. And every time I held off thinking, well, I guess I officially better wait.
Look, Kevin over here. You know what? You could put that in the poll chat. Who won the exchange? Did I go over there and destroy everything or
all right, well let me end the results of the other one.
Okay.
We'll get, because that it ain't getting many more
close.
votes. We've got a pretty decent sample size. Thank you to all those 135 who have voted. Get your votes in. You got about 2-3 seconds before I click this end poll button. 135 of you voted. The question is, if Buffalo is our guaranteed wild card opponent, would you consider KC as a better option? Do you think that gives us a better chance to go deeper in the playoffs? We got 135 votes. No more came in. I'm going to end it right now. And there you go. There's the results, ladies and gentlemen. 65% of the audience says, nope, give me Buffalo and Hard Rock. 34% of you are some risky ass motherfuckers voted for Arrowhead. So there you go. Thank you all for voting. That gives us a clear temperature of what our fan base thinks on that question. So the next poll, now remember, the question is going to be, who got bodied? So if you think Capitan won, you need to choose CB83. The question, pay attention to the question. Who got bodied? CB 82.5 or the captain, El Capitan. There we go. Get your votes in, everybody. Hit the like button while you're doing that. We're just going to find out exactly who won that debate. Which it probably wasn't even a debate because CB83 don't know how to debate. So you still there, Capitan? I lost you. Oh, nope, he's gone. I was just going to get him to take over for a second. That's okay. I will switch over to my phone, and you guys will follow me into the kitchen while I brew a cup of coffee, because the Colts are on 1st and 10 with 6:20 left, down by 6. Minshew hands the ball off. Taylor back in the game. Goes nowhere. He's going to lose 1.5 yards, maybe 2. Oh, it always does, Nene. It always does.
What up?
Nene says the entire attitude changed once you got there.
Fucking right. They all know when fucking King shit walks in there. Don't make me start coming out here. Fuck around and find out. I'm working with
showing the desk and stuff.
I'm working with some new setup, just a little bit. But it's because I gotta utilize the setup over here that I'm gonna be utilizing. We got some changes coming around these parts for TFTG. I'm gonna
real quick, Cap. So this news comes from Syracuse.com. That's up in northern New York. So obviously this is a Buffalo a friendly publication, right?
All right.
The ones that keep reporting about the Buffalo takeover being in full effect and all that nonsense, right? First one came up on my toilet feed right here. It says, Bills Mafia takeover interrupted by tornado ahead of Buffalo's matchup versus Dolphins.
Yeah. You know what's funny? They were in Lauderdale and there was a tornado there.
Yeah, the
weather again attacks Buffalo. First it's the sun, now the wind. Yeah, my God, dude. They better hope it doesn't rain tomorrow. They better hope it don't rain tomorrow. They'll get the trifecta up in this bitch. Fuck around.
I forget who it was. Somebody on Twitter shared the image with me. And it's like, that's the report you get from Buffalo, the Buffalo media. Tornado derails Buffalo takeover. Forget whether there were homes destroyed in Florida and people that might have lost their livelihoods. You know what I mean?
I mean, listen, that's their prerogative. They're not writing about Florida and a tornado. They're writing about their stupid.
Yeah, the Buffalo takeover got interrupted.
Ain't no Buffalo.
Oh my God, these people are so nuts.
Let's see. Let me see if I get it like this. Let's see if I can. Kind of like that a little bit better. I don't know. We'll see. Kind of like that I can lounge back though. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's not bad. Not bad at all. Totally freaking in relaxed mode. Kind of digging this. Surprised I didn't do this earlier. So yeah, lots of interesting things gonna happen tomorrow with this game. I mean, to me, dude, it's gonna come down to whether Tua can win in the passing game. That's what it's gonna come down to me, Color. I know you're still calling the game and stuff, but fuck that game.
Well, it's almost about to fuck itself. 3:41 left. Minshew in the shotgun at his own 30. Oh, no, I'm sorry, at the Texans 35. Hands the ball off to Taylor. Taylor takes it up, fights for about 5 yards. That'll bring up second down. Clock continues to run. 3:33 left. Yeah, I mean, field goal ain't going to do it here for the Colts. So they likely need to score here, or this game is in the bag, because pretty sure C.J. Stroud can make sure they move the ball 10 yards a clip. Get the clock done.
But the Texans could lose this, missing an extra field try, just proving how terrible both these teams are playing.
Exactly. Minshew now tosses the ball out to Taylor, who takes it up back to the line of scrimmage, maybe gets a yard. Be third down now. 2:46 and counting. 3rd and 5. The dog's giving me that evil eye. He's going to start eating my feet here if I don't feed him.
I love how right now CB83 is winning the poll with 17 votes, which is hilarious to me because that is a full-blown fucking lie. But that's all right. Listen,
No.
Sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
It's the other way around. It's who got bodied. That's right. Oh yeah, that's right.
I was
even the
trying
fact
to make
that it's that
CB83
close.
feel good. If he just glanced at it, it might have given him a little hope, false hope. You know what I mean?
I got you.
I'm winning over there. No, you ain't, bro. Read the question again. I made sure the audience knew it was like that too, so it shouldn't be skewed.
CB got bodied. Let's call it for what it is. But I find it crazy that it's even that close. Like, it was a landslide. You can go back and watch. I bodied the whole room. Nobody wanted none.
He's actually got quite a few sycophants that follow him, bro. Not gonna lie. I mean, there is actually CB83 sycophants out there.
Let's call it for what it is, Color. I mean, simple likes simple. You know what I'm saying? I can't help that. I can't help that.
And that's why it's hard for me to get an audience, because intelligent likes intelligent. And let's face it, there are much fewer intelligent people in the world.
Well, listen, I have alpha energy, and that rubs people the wrong way. And they wanna have the same softy.
Mm-hmm.
They know where to find it. Oh,
Taylor
look,
fighting for every inch.
In the chat.
Taylor fighting for every inch on that 3rd and 5. We're going to see where the spot of the ball is. He was really close.
Well, they're going to make territory.
The ball's laying on the marker. They're going to have to look at that, bro, or measure or something. What happened to the chains? They don't measure anymore? The ball's sitting on the yellow line, bro. I know that's a TV graphic, but still.
Nah, they don't do that anymore.
And the spot was pretty good. It's just, it was really that close. You know what I mean? It's a good spot to call for a measurement. Like, no sense in challenging anything because the spot was pretty good. It's just really, really close. And I really don't like challenging spots of the ball like that unless it's so dang clear, bro, because they ain't going to overturn that shit. You never have enough evidence. Very rarely do you have enough evidence to change where the spot of the ball is if it's in a big pile up. You know what I mean? Like, to me, it's a complete waste of a red flag challenging the spot in those situations. Unless you're talking about a wide receiver along the sideline where it's like easy to see.
But also, I mean, listen, who challenged it?
Nobody's challenged it yet, but earlier,
if it's a first down, listen, if it's a first down and the Texans want to challenge, that might be the way to go. But
that might be different because it might be clearer to see that it didn't make the line to gain than did, right? But earlier, the Colts challenged one that was like, you couldn't even really see nothing in the replay. And it's like, why did you bother throwing that red flag? I mean, obviously, if it was that close and you couldn't get a clear enough shot and you didn't want to lose your chance to throw the red flag, if it's that close, they're not going to overturn it. That is literally the rule. If there's not enough evidence to overturn it, they won't. So if you're iffy about it, then there's probably not going to be evidence when you're talking about the spot of a football in a crowded bunch like that. You know what I mean? I just don't know why it's almost a matter of bravado. Like, I got to do it or my fans are going to yell at me, Well, this fan would yell at you if you do. How about that?
I think you just like yelling, Color.
I do. I think I do too. I have to admit it. 2-minute warning now, 1st and 10. So they did give him the first down. Minshew in the shotgun at the 24-yard line of the Texans. Winner goes to the playoff, loser goes home. Tosses out to Taylor, takes it around the sideline and out of bounds for about 2 yards.
So
that'll stop the clock. Well, no, they gave him the first down earlier.
Oh, they did. They did. Okay.
I think the refs just moved it. They didn't even challenge it. It might have been a challenge, like the booth, because it's under 2 minutes. You know, it's under whatever minutes it comes from the booth anyway.
It's under the whatever minutes.
Yeah, I think it's. I want to say it's 3. What is it? 5 or 3? Where the challenge has to come from the booth. I think it's under 5 minutes left in the fourth. So it's old style rules after that, because like back in the day you had to beg for a replay. You didn't have a challenge flag. Remember back when it was subjective? Like, you could literally ask for a replay and they could just tell you no. Oh, and by the way, I was watching, Kat knows this because I told him earlier, but I was watching, I found a YouTube video of a denoised and filtered out video and all that of a real-time speed broadcast of Super Bowl V.
Oh yeah, you were talking about this. Man, friggin', they're close. They're in the red zone too, aren't they?
Yep. 4th and 1. This is the game. 4th and 1.
And he's short
At the 11-yard line. Minshew in the shotgun. Minute 6 left. I think they were just trying to draw him off. I don't know why, because you got to go for it here anyway.
Well, because
they called. I think they just called. I think they tried to get a look at the defense, try to get him to draw off or whatever, and then take the timeout, gather yourself, and run a 90% probability play, if there is such thing. I can tell you what is not 90%. A fucking fade route.
Fucking fade route. Don't throw no fade route. Well, the Texans on that formation, they had stacked big bodies up in the center, and they brought extra guys in. So,
so on that Super Bowl V broadcast, it was really fun to watch because you rarely get to see him in real speed like that. It's usually NFL film speed, which is slower. That should be a false start, but they're not going to call it. Minshew throws out to the flat to Pittman, to Goodson, who drops the football. Ball falls incomplete. Minute 3 left. Texans are going to take over possession of this game and end it. Colts still have 2 timeouts, so technically the Texans got to get a first down here. And even if they don't, it's going to be so little time left.
Game on the line, and you take your best player off the field in Jonathan Taylor and put it in Gardner Minshew's hands. Stupid.
And he throws out to Taylor's replacement.
Yeah. Which
drops
listen,
the football in the flat.
He didn't
He could have taken that for a touchdown. That could have been a touchdown, bro.
That ball was so far behind him, it was ridiculous.
Yep.
He was so wide open. He ran so fast, getting so excited, which I kind of understand the play because then, they're like, they're not going to run it. This guy's coming in to block. And
again, if it goes swimmingly, he's taking that to the house, bro. There wasn't many people beyond that. Just not executed well.
Here's the problem. Bad ball, but good enough to be caught for sure because he got both hands on it.
Oh, yeah.
He just freaking T-Rex armed it.
But there again, it always comes down to, even though people hate
why
doing
are you
this,
throwing to a running back?
Exactly. Why is that guy even in the game at that spot?
That's stupid.
Even if you don't have Taylor, Zach Moss still has to be a better option than your third string running back.
Yeah, it'd be like us. I mean, I don't know. Is he a Jeff Wilson? You know what I'm saying? Jeff Wilson's got good hands.
I don't know.
Jeff
Number
Wilson
31
drop
looked like
that
a
football,
big goofy guy that didn't look like he looked like an awkward type that couldn't catch to me. I don't know. My opinion, I guess.
I don't think Jeff Wilson's dropping that football though.
No, I don't think so either. So they're going to try to salt it away. Colts took their second to last time out. give off is to Singletary again, who goes, actually, Pyle ends up pushing him ahead for a couple yards. Colts will take their final timeout, leaving 54, 53 seconds left on the clock. So even if they don't get the first down here, they're going to be able to take quite a bit of time off. Wow. In Indianapolis. God, them Colts fans must be. Hey, you know what?
No, I thought they were in Houston.
No, it's in Indy.
No, for real?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
I'm dead sure.
Damn.
Lucas Oil Stadium.
Damn. Yeah, you're right. Look at all that white and blue. Damn.
That's rough.
Cap, you phoned a friend to get the votes? No, I didn't phone a friend to get the votes. I'm not even looking at the votes. Let's see what they look like. Oh, look. I'm barely edging you out at this point, CB. You should feel proud because you know damn good and well your ass is under the ground right now.
Yeah. And you best be telling everybody how objective we are since you're even close in the polls. It has to be objective.
I don't see how that makes any sense, but that's funny as hell.
Well, it's saying if we were being subjective, we'd obviously want you to win, so we would pad the results.
I don't really care. I hope you win, CB. How about that?
Well, you could be perfectly fine hoping he wins, but if he wins and gets credit for bodying you, who do you think he's going to pick on? You think he's going to pick on you? No, he's going to come after me. He's going to be like, Color, your boy. What a leader you have there.
Smoke. Nobody wants that color smoke. Color. Let's call it for what it is. Nobody wants that. Shit's hard to fight back.
Oh, CV83 is a glutton for it, bro.
Oh, he does like that. He likes that color smoke. That's for sure.
He wants to have the credit for popping my jugular vein or something.
Yeah, you got a vein for him though, don't you?
What he doesn't realize is I already had my jugular vein severed. It's already been stitched back together, and it's doing just fine. It's gonna be harder to blow it out a second time.
Oh shit.
That ain't no lie either. I really did sever my jugular vein. I mean, I didn't do it. It was done, by accident.
So, Cap, did you hit it? Cap, you hit?
He will. He needs the Texans to win. $600.
No, he has the Texans winning every quarter and hit a fucking parlay.
Oh, shit.
Good for you, Cap.
Good
Congratulations.
Job. So their punter takes it out the back of the end zone to burn off the clock, takes the safety with 1 second left on the clock. Oh, God, you're not supposed to let that second be on the clock, dude. You could have ran back and forth in the damn end zone. Oh, that was dumb. If they take this free kick, bro. Oh, no, that's right. No, never mind. If they take this free kick for a game-winning return, bro, holy shit. Oh, my God. That punter's going to have hell to pay. Because he could have juked the guy one more time and got that second eaten off. You know what I mean? But he kind of just slowly ran it out to the corner of the end zone, leaving 1 second on the clock, 23-19, Texans leading, and the Colts have to give up a free kick to the Texans.
Once again, overthinking it.
I mean, that's what you're supposed
to do. Is Gardner
there.
Minshew gonna air this bad boy out and win them the game?
They have to free kick it. They have to free
kick it. No, I'm
saying,
Color, calling the freaking punt safety thing. Stupid play call. Why would you do it? The only reason I can see to do it is that in some way, shape, and form, people who had bets on this game just lost their asses with that fucking 2 points.
Cap, that's actually it very rarely happens, but you're coached for that play, and the idea is you coach it to where you practice it to make sure you run off a good 10 seconds. You know what I mean? At the most optimal. That punter could have ran around a little more and got 1 more second off the clock, dude. It was actually the right call, the correct one. I don't know. It's still a matter of opinion, but so their punter now standing there with the ball ready to free kick it at the 20-yard line.
So right now, the Texans will be facing one of two teams. They will be either facing the Chiefs on the road, or if Jacksonville loses, they will be hosting.
Free kick is away. He tosses it back to Pittman. Pittman tries to lateral it back. Ball's on the ground. Texans have it. Game over.
Yeah, there was no shot. I know the Dolphins did it one time, but there's no shot. Again,
So
they overthought. Rather than taking the safety, they overthought the coverage guy and put Gronkowski out there. So, again, what happens when you get too smart for yourself? That's when you get problems. But the Texans will either face the Chiefs on the road, unless the Dolphins lose. But or if the Jags lose, they could potentially go and have a home game against the whatchamacallit, the
Browns.
The Browns, which that's a team nobody wants to see right now. Is
Nobody.
The Browns. Holy cow.
Not even the Ravens want to see them.
No, dude, nobody wants to see the Browns. Honestly, I hope it's Browns and Ravens at some point, because the Ravens is the team I don't want to see, bro. Fuck that. Ravens are good.
Yeah, Ravens are the team that you have to say, can we beat them? Like, you know what I mean? Like the one team where you're like, you think you can beat anybody in the NFL if you execute, right? But that's a team where even if you execute, they could just simply beat you. They could just simply be better than you. You know what I mean? So
to me, the Browns can beat any team in the South.
Agreed.
In the AFC South. So to me, if the Dolphins win, it'll be the Browns Ravens in that second round, because the Dolphins, I believe, can beat the Jags or the Steelers, and whoever Kansas City faces, unless it's Buffalo.
So I just ran through it, and somehow because the Steelers won, I think we no longer have a chance to play the Jags.
That's not true. If the Jags lose, we will
they'll be out
play them
because of what happened just now.
I don't think so.
I mean, I just ran it like before you came back up, and I couldn't find a way to get Jacksonville back in the 7th seed.
Did you pick the Dolphins winning?
Yes, that's the only way we're talking about that anyway, because we're going to Arrowhead if we don't win.
What's it fucking called? Oh, playoff. I remember now.
I mean, I tried to find a way. I was able to last night, but now I wasn't able to find a way to get the Jags in the 7th seed anymore. And I think it's because the Steelers needed to be that team that lost.
I don't know. Let me see.
And the Jags would have got the 7th. The Bills would have got the 6th. I think the Steelers needed to lose for the Jags to get the 7th. Because now only one team from the South can get in now, is what I think it amounts to. I even tried with the Raiders winning, because that was the game that would decide the Jags getting the 7th seed, but now it doesn't do it anymore. So I for right now, I'm thinking our only two possible opponents are the Steelers or the Bills, if we win.
Well, if we win, it's the Steelers or the Bills, depending on if the Jags win or lose.
Correct.
If the Jags lose,
we get the Bills.
We'll get the Bills back-to-back weeks if we win.
Yep, and if the Jags win, the Bills, we never see the Bills again until next year.
Yeah, if the Jags win, the Bills are out.
God, I hope the Jags win, dude. Because then the poll question we had earlier becomes completely null and void if the Jags win tomorrow. Because look, if the Jags win tomorrow, our game is going to come down to We either stay home to play the Bills or we go to Kansas City if the Jags win tomorrow. So I'd rather the Jags just win so that we're not faced with playing the Bills twice. You know?
Jags are gonna win because, I mean, dude, that'll be the last little bit more you can put on as far as riding on the Dolphins and Bills game.
Yeah, if the Jags win tomorrow, there is absolutely no way we face the Bills in the wild card round.
The real poll question now is, do you want to be the 2 seed and host the Steelers, who looks like they might have lost TJ
Much
Watt?
easier question than the previous poll question. Yes, I want to stay home for the Steelers.
Or do you want to go on the road and face the Chiefs?
You're going to get 100% poll result on that one, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Let's win this
Especially
game.
now that TJ Watt's injured, you know. Yeah, TJ Watt went out today. I don't know. I don't know what the status is, but
well, the question could change after 4:00 because if the Jags lose,
then we either face Buffalo or face Kansas City. That's why I had that poll question.
That's right. So if the Jags lose, then
how much do you want to beat yourself up just to have to beat yourself up again next week?
You want to play them twice in a row or do
and it's not even a matter of playing them twice. It's a matter of we know we're going to have to pull out all the stops to beat them.
Here's the deal.
We know that we are going to get beat up beating them. Would you want to do that twice in a row and then face Kansas City with nothing in the tank?
Well, here's the deal, Color. You're going to end up facing Baltimore with nothing in the tank.
Yeah.
You'll be the 6th seed.
Or the Browns.
And if you won't face the Browns. You'll be the 6th seed. And if you beat Buffalo will beat Pittsburgh, I think, and with the 2 facing the 7. You play against Kansas City, and if you win, that means you're the lowest seed. You're going on the road back to Baltimore.
Right.
That you literally.
But I think we have a better chance. Sorry, good. I think we got a better chance of beating. I think we got a better chance of beating Kansas City, okay, than we do, or beating Baltimore with a healthy team in Baltimore than we do in Miami with a depleted team. Because we've beaten them in Baltimore.
I don't know. Fuck it. I'm looking at the 3 teams that are going to be one way or another, and that's the Bills, the Chiefs, and the Ravens. And if you beat the Bills in round 1, I don't see Pittsburgh beating Kansas City, but that shit could happen. And I don't see Cleveland losing.
Well, I tell you this much. If Steelers can beat anybody, it'll be the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs are the.
But here's my point, right? You would host the Bills if you beat them week 1 of the playoffs. Then you would host the Chiefs week 2 is how it was going to come.
But what
down.
does it matter?
And you wouldn't have to go on the road until the AFC Championship.
Right, but here's the thing: we are currently down to our last. We are currently down to our last edge rusher, dude. We have no edge rusher past Cameron Good.
I don't care. Why? What? Again, the edge rusher at home that isn't good is better than the edge rusher on the road that isn't that good.
That's the question. That's actually the question, that people have to answer for themselves. That's the crux of the question. Would you rather, do you think that, I tried to frame it the way that what gives us the best chance of going to the Super Bowl? Playing Buffalo twice in Hard Rock or playing Kansas City once in Arrowhead?
Well, but you're only counting the one game.
I know.
I got to look beyond all that because you beat Kansas City and you're immediately going to Baltimore.
Right.
And to
or
me,
Cleveland.
Baltimore's the team you're probably going to want to avoid. Baltimore. No, not Cleveland, because Cleveland will be the 5th seed. You're going to, if you beat Kansas
but I'm
City,
saying if Cleveland ends up being the last one standing, we'd go to Cleveland.
Oh, potentially if they beat. If
it came down to a championship game between the Dolphins and the Browns, it would be played in Cleveland.
Yeah, because they're the 5th seed and you're the 6th
right.
seed. Fuck that. If it's I want that AFC championship.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Home.
I'm with you. And if that means that we can't go beyond the wild card round because of that, because of injuries or whatever, then so be it. I mean, I don't care.
Yeah,
At least we know we went out on our terms. You know what I mean?
I'm not playing all that.
I'd much rather go out on our terms, dude.
I'm gonna put off playing on the road for the entirety, and if I'm playing any road game, it's gonna be in Baltimore, where you have said we've won in Baltimore.
Yeah, and that was the other thing. We're going to Baltimore no matter what if they don't lose. So
yeah, if they don't lose and we're the 2 seed, we find ourselves at Baltimore for the AFC Championship game, in a game that we have just as much of a chance winning anywhere else on the road. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck all that.
Yeah, considering we've proven to be able to do it.
Opportunity that maybe one of these other wild card teams beats Baltimore, which 2 of the wild card teams are in their own division, and they know how to beat that team.
I mean, you never know, bro. The Steelers beat Baltimore twice by the same score, 17-10. I know they didn't have nobody today, but they had everybody in that first matchup with the same result.
Sure, I can concede to that fact, but like I mean,
now obviously Lamar and the gang probably weren't firing on all cylinders by then yet, you know. But
that ain't even that. The Steelers were firing on all cylinders.
But 10 points, bro.
They're
10 points with Lamar Jackson.
Steelers are limping.
Yeah, true. Right. That's the other thing. They had TJ Watt the day they held Lamar to 10 points.
Exactly, dude. Steelers are limping right now. I don't see them doing anything.
Yeah, I think the North is clear definitely for the Ravens. Other than the Browns. I mean, the Browns
are a tough opponent. Listen,
isn't that weird though?
Listen,
by the end of it all, it could end up having 3 representatives from the AFC North in the playoffs.
No,
that's good. That tells you who the best division is.
That's true. You know, if the I don't see how the Jags or the Texans can beat the Browns. I just don't. That Browns defense, along with that run game, I don't care who's playing quarterback. Don't matter. You know what I'm saying? They're killing people right now. Is Flacco playing for them right now?
For the Browns.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Flacco
and he's leading them like Flacco led the Ravens.
Listen, it's the same exact team. If you be real,
it is pretty much
defense, good run game, and
it's constructed the same exact way.
It facilitates some fucking big passes.
Remember, that's why Browns built their team the way they did, to beat those Ravens teams.
I'm saying, bro, that Ravens-Browns matchup, week 2 of the playoffs, is going to be bad.
That's why when I heard Flacco was going back to the North, I'm thinking he's going back home, bro. He's going to be right in. He's going to fit right into that division, dude, and he has.
Dude, could you imagine the story? Week 2 of the playoffs, the fucking division rounds, and
I mean that's almost the same as coming out of retirement to win a championship, dude.
But
that's almost the same thing.
Flacco beating his old Super Bowl winning team, Ravens, with the fucking dredges of the Browns that were the team they used to beat.
Yep.
The absolute breaks off of
with their $300 million guy sitting on the pine.
Hey, I will.
Oh my God!
I hope to God that game happens. I hope that it happens that way, and I hope Flacco hits him with the dirty bird too.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of rooting for Flacco, bro.
I'm absolutely rooting for Flacco in that game. Now, when it comes time for them to go
I'm just saying,
to Miami,
besides us, if we're out of the picture, I'm rooting for the Browns, bro. That's my team after us, man.
I'm not rooting. I don't know what I'm rooting for.
I just really want to see Flacco show people that he wasn't just Trent Dilfer with them. You know what I mean?
You know, I guess it would have to be the Browns because I don't really care about any of these other teams. Oh, you know what? I'm rooting for the Lions. That's what I'm rooting
Lions,
for.
That'd be a good one, yeah, because of Dan Campbell and all that. And Jared Goff, same thing. But it's the same thing for me. I'd be rooting for the Lions for the same reason I'd be rooting for the Browns, because I'm rooting for their quarterback.
I want
to see Jared Goff succeed, dude. I think he has it. I think he can. And I think the Rams just got this microwave mentality, bro, and they went and got Stafford. You know what I mean? Fine for them. I'm not saying that's the wrong move, but I think they could have gotten a ring with Goff eventually. Like, give it another shot, they probably would have got it, dude. You know, I don't know. Maybe not, but just saying, everybody acts like Goff is like Mike Glennon or something.
No,
you know?
Goff's a good quarterback. Goff's all right. I mean,
he was 4th in production last year.
He's not elite, but Goff can get the fucking job done.
But what do you consider elite? I mean, he was 4th in production. That's,
you know what it is?
Top 5 quarterback.
There's a defensive system that if you have the personnel, you can kill Goff, and that's it.
Well, yeah, because he still is a statue type pocket passer. You know what I mean? There is still a limited number of things he can do from that role. You know, I mean, let's be real. He's not Tom Brady.
If you can play man coverage on 2 receivers every snap, and you have one good pass rusher, Goff really struggles. That's why we're going to see what he's made of in the playoffs. But they found a run game there too.
Well, wait a minute. We've seen what he's made of in the playoffs. He made it to the Super Bowl.
But remember how I got that, but remember how they got it and did it.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? And why did they move off of him? Because they needed those passes that he couldn't do.
To your point.
He can.
To your point.
But if you got 2 lockdown corners,
right,
he can't.
And to your point, what type of defense stifled him in the Super Bowl? Exactly. A high-pressure defense.
A high pressure with man coverage. Which it's funny, too, because, like, you know, you see all this trickery done all year with all kinds of stuff, but then you watch the Super Bowl, and it ain't no tricks, dog. It is straight
line up, and there you go.
Straight up football. Rarely is it some tricks. I know we had the fake punts and stuff, but for the most part, most Super Bowls are just mono-y-mono.
Yeah, the tricks only come out when they're really comfortable because, look, it's sudden death. It's just like we saw tonight. You're not taking all kinds of chances, dude.
That's what gave everybody the moniker that Peyton was a genius because he called the trick play in when no one would have ever called a trick play in. You know what I'm saying? Coming out of half, just hit him.
But take for instance the Philly special.
Yes,
they
true.
Run that until they were pretty comfortably rolling on the Patriots. You know what I mean?
Kinda. I don't know.
Like, I know they weren't like ahead by a lot, but they were like pretty comfortable. You know what I mean? Like
they were driving all over them. Let's be real.
Yeah, and I mean, that's when you see it in the Super Bowl and everybody loves it, and it's almost like eye candy for the crowd. They all have to do it as part of the show. You know what I mean? Everybody's got a trick play that they're going to run in the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Some of them never get a chance to use it, but that's what I was trying to say about there's certain plays that they're low probability, but they're great if they work, but they're only to be run as a way to stick your foot on your opponent's neck, not a way to get a lead. The fade route is a great example of that. You don't run it when you're still trying to capture a lead. You run it when you're up by 14 and you want to stick your foot on your opponent's neck and beat them with a low probability play. That demoralizes a defense. But you can't be doing it when you're trying to capture a lead. You can't be throwing to a running back along the baseline of the end zone when you're trying to capture a lead. You got 9 receivers that are paid millions of dollars to make that catch. And 2 tight ends.
Alls I know, a lot of important football games for a lot of people out in these parts.
You know, I said it back in week 12, and I'll still say it right now. There is a awful amount of football left to be played, man. Oh, my God. We got 60 minutes every football game, and there's at least 2 of them left for us. You know, like, and we're talking about high-level football. If we show up, I want to, you know, kind of pump the brakes a little bit because obviously, if we don't show up, it ain't going to be high-quality football. But
listen, this team's showing up, Color. That's the bottom line. Whether we win or lose or not, that's yet to be seen. But I expect this team to show up and put on their best performance that they absolutely can. They're not gonna if they field a team that looks I'm gonna then start talking about.
And if
Mike
we're
McDaniel.
making business decisions and all this other stuff,
they start outsmarting themselves and doing this dumb shit. I will have some concerns about this team.
And we'll be done.
Mike McDaniel.
I
don't know about being
done,
but yeah. Kevin Lee asked, when am I going live tomorrow for the Jags game? Well, if I am gonna call the Jags game, I will go right before it, because that's what it's going to be.
I think they're on the 1 o'clock sleep.
Look who slipped. Look what the cat drug in. Is that Mo? What up, Mo?
Wow. That is Mo. Look at that.
What's going on,
Mo?
homie? Salute.
God, last game of the season, man. I have got to find my way over to the west side and shake Mo's hand, man. Man.
Oh yeah, Mo gonna be there tomorrow.
Well, we're getting out of here pretty early. Because they've been opening the gates about a half hour early. And so we're going to leave here about 3 o'clock. We'll be at the stadium right around 4. And that should give me plenty of time.
Look at fucking Michael K saying he's lost all respect for me. Why he lost all respect for me?
Wait. What are the poll results? Maybe he just looked at the poll results.
I don't know. The poll results is 61-39. We haven't even got 100
you're
votes
still winning.
yet.
All right.
We haven't even got 100 votes yet. So
maybe he misunderstood the question. Michael K., you understand that Capitan is winning the poll right now, right?
Yeah,
read the question again.
Well, he didn't know how to read. I'll say it. It's who got
it's not
bodied.
Who won, it's who got bodied.
Bodied means who lost. If you body someone, it's like slamming them. Who got slammed? CB83 is the one winning in the poll right now of the Slam E.
The Slam E.
The Slam. Yeah, I'm talking in Buffalo Bill talk, man. Cut me some slack. He understands.
Understandable.
Yeah, you got to talk Buffalo Bill talk to the guy. I need to get another camera. I'm going to be buying one here in the next couple months because I want to get a decent one.
Oh, by the way, for you Buffalo fans that are down there in Lauderdale that witnessed that tornado today, in case you were wondering, that's what a tornado looks like when you can see it through the blizzard.
Oh, damn. He's saying he lost all respect for me because Reason was on with EM cramming his nose. EM was cramming his nose up Reason's butthole, and he didn't like that. I mean, listen, bro. I thought it was a fun conversation we were having, dog. We were chopping it up. I know EM was getting buried all over the place. God bless it, man. I love EM, but it's sad when his closest peeps start coming in and burying him too. He brought a shovel and everything. Man, dude.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, you
that's
remember?
right. I remember now. Yeah.
Yeah. He came in.
Was
He
like,
was like,
Reason,
yo,
Reason, what do you think about this, that, and the other? And Reason's like, the way everybody else does.
Yeah, he's like, what do you mean, bro? I'm wondering why they didn't show that part too. He's like,
oh, that's shit. Right. That's what it was about. Hard Knocks, right?
It was about Hard Knocks. Yeah. That's
not gonna lie, EM. I was kind of wondering why they didn't show the interception.
Yeah, we're literally asking what the hell's going on, and yeah, okay, we were playing far left with the narrative, right? Because that's fun to do. But it was a real valid question. It was like, what the hell? Why'd they do it like that? It was dumb. So, yep. And then
and remember, the premise behind it was the reason we were confused is not because of them doing it. We know that they do stuff like that. That's how our organization rolls.
We just don't understand why they did it.
Considering that we've all been united as a fan base on the reasons for losing that game.
That's it. Nobody was blaming Tua or the offense. We were blaming the team for a bad performance, but they saw fit to not blame the offense.
That to me allows us to speculate whether it's fair to or not. When you do things like that, it allows people to speculate. And when I eliminate the number of assumptions, which is what I usually do because I understand Occam's razor, okay, the least number of assumptions tells me that there was a reaction to all of that on the sidelines that they didn't want us to see.
As soon as it was over, fucking Lou jumps in. He goes, what the fuck shit was that? Like, we all were like, yo. every one of us that watched it on the team all had the same reaction.
Yeah,
why did they do that?
If I was brand new to football, okay, I would be asking people, is there a rule about offenses not taking the field? Like, is there a reason your offense didn't take the field from 28 points to 56 points?
Well, here's the thing, and it's the clearest thing, is that Dolphin fans watch Dolphin games, okay? Duh. Dolphin fans are the majority of the fans tuning in to Hard Knocks right now. There's other fans of football teams and, whatever, but the majority of them are Dolphin fans. They watched the game. They know what happened, and we were all pretty clear on what happened. There was a lot of blame to go around. But
yeah, we just wanted to see how our guys handled it.
That's it. That's all I wanted to see.
We got to see how the defensive guys handled it. So why don't we get to see how the offensive guys handled it?
It didn't make any sense because to us in the fan base, we're all pretty clear that it was just a bad game all the way around, but they saw fit to put the bulk of the blame on everyone and hide and protect the offense. And now, okay, there's a couple of things, and I don't want to rehash this whole subject, but there's a couple scenarios. One, it's for show reasons. But to me, they put in filler that was not very captivating, not very good in the beginning with a lot of the sit-downs, and left out parts that I wanted to see. And that's the real problem. People wanted to see, Dolphins fans wanted to see not the mistakes, but the reactions and how they can grow from it. We wanted the drama, the real life, and they hit it, and that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Why? Why'd y'all did that?
I mean, isn't that the purpose of the TV show? It's a reality show. We already saw the game.
Yeah. It's a drama reality show. I wanted to see the reality.
What else are we supposed to see? The cheerleaders polishing their pom-poms?
And listen, they do segments, and I like them. Listen, I loved the segment that they did where they had the video camera on Tua's helmet. That shit was dope. I loved that. It was super sick. And that's good. And I like those segments. But, like, they did this drama bit on the game, but it's centered around the defense, which to me was just kind of You know what I'm saying? It was kind of like, okay, yeah, defense. I wanted to see the reactions, from Chase Claypool, oh man, or what have you. I mean, maybe I don't need to see them all, but it was just so apparent that there was a massive hole left in the story. It was so purposeful.
And you know what, Cap? For those that think that this is about Tua, no, I wanted to see Tua ripping into Tyreek for dropping that ball.
Or having anything to say at all. It was such a massive piece of the story missing. It was so apparent that there was a hole that you could not notice it. That's all it was.
That's my main
issue.
There's a massive hole. Be right. That's my main issue because football is played by the offense and the defense. If I was new to football and I was a brand new Dolphin fan, maybe let's say from Japan, I might actually be looking at the rules right now going, why didn't their offense take the field? I mean, the damn score on the TV was like 56-19. And then it was 56-28, or 34-19, 35-19. Then it was 56-19. And they didn't even show one offensive play.
I mean, it is a little bit of a stretch. Cooked Up Joe is saying for what your example is, but I think the real point out is that people who are in the know couldn't help but see the massive hole they put in the story. That's it. And we could speculate all the reasons why, but every Dolphins fan seen it. Why?
And you know what? And Hooked Up Joe is right to say one thing. That Occam's razor actually You know, there are a lower number of assumptions to make than I was, right? I'll give it that. And the lower number of assumptions are HBO just really sucks at putting film together.
I can't say that because every episode I watch has been
get it.
so fucking captivating.
I get
That's
it. But
why I
let me
noticed
land real
it.
quick.
If
Let
it
me
was,
let me land real quick to hook up Joe's point. Like, yeah, we are probably cooking up stuff, but at the same time, the fact that they did that is what is allowing people like us to speculate.
Yeah,
like, so we're going to jump right in and do it.
Oh yeah, I mean? don't leave some soft opening for us to slide in that bitch. Because again, that's the thing. It's a freaking. It's like you gloss over. It's like, yeah, you know, welcome to my house. Da da da. Here's my couch. Here's my TV. And you gloss over a massive pile of human fecal matter sitting there, and you're like, right. My table. And I'm like, yo, well, hold up. Why you got shit in your fucking living room right now? That's all it was. It was such a big freaking thing. What are you doing?
If you were telling me, here's a neat analogy, Captain, as far as the importance of showing that stuff, right? This would be like, okay, if I was complaining about reality show X, let's call it, what was the old one, the first one that ever came out?
Real World?
Real World. Let's say it's a Real World episode. No, I don't expect you to film us taking a shit. I get it. There's stuff throughout the day that it totally doesn't matter. I don't need to know. I'm not sitting here wondering, do these people ever piss? No, I get it. You don't show everything.
Yeah.
But in a football game, when I'm sitting here wondering, did our offense even take the field? That's different.
Gotcha. Yeah. I don't need to see them shit. I know how the human body works, dog.
And you just assume they probably are using the restroom. You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't know. I ain't never seen them use one once. Maybe they're like Ken dolls down there and Barbie dolls. They just got nothing colored. I don't know. Maybe you're onto something. You know what? Color's right. Everybody on reality TV is a fake.
Thing. No, wait. Hooked Up Joe's
Color,
a real
you're right. These are robots on reality TV.
Look, I know Hooked Up Joe's a real logical thinker, so he's less likely to just, you know, for him it probably don't matter enough to speculate, and that's fair. I just think it's like,
Joe's over here trying to take a straight line. Just enjoy the episode.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with
Sorry, Hooked Up Joe. We finna dissect this shit because I don't like it. I'm looking for shenanigans. Motherfuckers trying to pull up on me, trying to sidewinder me. Don't try to Mandela affect me and make me think that the game didn't have the offense the entirety of the third quarter. I just watched that bitch. What the fuck?
I mean, you have to admit, and Joe, you have to admit.
What up? I can see the light.
Blatant and obvious gaslighting on that show, bro.
Yeah, of course. But I expect that.
Do NFL teams play without an offense? Is that what we do now? I mean, I'm sitting there going, am I in another universe?
I expect a little bit of gaslighting from Hollywood. That's kind of their business. But don't not point out the shit in your living room and tell me that, like, I'm not going to see it. Like, it was dumb. And that's it.
So there used to be an old band called Streetlight Manifestos, a ska band. They changed their name into Catch 22. I don't know if you ever heard Catch 22, but they used to be called Streetlight Manifesto. And I'm thinking that'd be a good band name for Hollywood, except theirs would be Gaslight Manifesto.
Yeah, it would. So what do you think, Color? Keep it open for a little bit, me and you, and drop the link. Maybe bring a couple people up here.
I'm having fun.
I'm having fun. I think I got a little bit of energy in me and shit.
I mean, the game's not at 1, and we are leaving earlier, but we're still not leaving till around 2:33. So
I might be calling the game at 1 tomorrow, or I might be out somewhere shooting up a bunch of guns because we're gonna go shoot some guns tomorrow. That's not like we're gonna go to my uncle's house. They got a bunch of guns. My dad's got a bunch of guns. We got all these bullets. We're like, hey,
you got the St. Augustine version of the Corvette area out there, bro.
Yeah, it's called my uncle's property.
It's called Northern Florida, and people have space between each other.
Yeah, there's some spots out here, dog. Like they've got, I think they got like 100 acres, something stupid like that. This is like second uncle, you know what I'm saying? But his whole family lives all out there, all over the property, and so
right,
we might be going.
Yeah, that's out there where you don't have to mask it by waiting for the 4th of July, you know?
No, you don't have to do nothing. You sit out there on the quiet road. You can hear it. It's 4th of July during the day all the time in these parts. There are a bunch of rednecks out there, colors. Call it like it is. So
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I mean,
don't worry about it, 72. This is fucking Florida, and I'm gonna
Right.
act accordingly. Anybody else watches somewhere else don't like it. I don't know. what
Hey,
to
why
fucking tell
do you think all the Missouri Hicks vacation down in DeLand and shit?
I mean, whatever. DeLand's a shithole. I don't know why they like it so much, but whatever. Anyhow, yeah, we you know, we gotta try out that new freaking.
Yeah, they for some reason the families in Missouri love DeLand and they love Fort Walton Beach for some reason.
Ew.
They like take over Fort Walton Beach.
I don't know.
Then the only other spot they take over is during spring training when they all come down for their beloved Cardinals, which is Jupiter, Florida.
Maybe I'll take some videos of me popping off some gats, dog.
Hey, that'd be cool.
Yeah,
I got, but back before YouTube took all that stuff off their hosting. You know, you used to be able to find it a lot, but I even uploaded a couple of mine on the private setting and got me shooting off one of my Berettas with a 30 round mag.
Oh, what? You can't put that on YouTube no more?
Maybe, but they'll probably just take it off. I mean, they're off of the whole showing people shoot thing. You don't remember all the old girls with guns commercial videos, bro?
Yeah.
Those are classic, dude.
They are kind of off it now. Fuck.
I mean, they let you upload it. I just privatized all of it so they wouldn't take it off. You know what I mean?
You know what?
So I could still show it to people, like, you know.
You know what? I might be some Patreon content, dog.
All right.
If I'm not here tomorrow calling the Jags game, there's a good chance I'm out there taking videos for Patreon.
And if you're not here on Monday, there's a good chance that you all invited Dick Cheney.
No, because first of all, I am smart with guns. I don't really shoot guns like that, but I'm a pretty good shot. You know what I'm saying? Pretty tactical with that bitch. I ain't playing. Fuck around.
Things not to do.
Yeah.
Don't wear orange around Dick Cheney.
I love that bit from Family Guy when he's like, oh yeah, he goes, I want a trip to go hunting with Dick Cheney. And Dick Cheney shoots him in the back, right? And he falls down. He walks over. He's like, and he goes, douche, fucking unloads on him like 6 more times. He's like, oh, sorry, I didn't see you there.
Sorry, didn't see you there.
Douche. He goes, oh, man, Dick, you got me in the back. And he walks up to him slowly. He goes, douche. He goes, I didn't see you there. Fucking unloaded on him, dude.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, bro. That's just funny.
Let's see. I wish aliens did exist so we can draft one to Miami. He wouldn't teleport through the defense. He would teleport through the defense. All right. I'm digging that.
Where do you see that shit at?
That's Scrappy.
Damn, Scrappy on one. Scrappy, pass that shit, dog. Pass that shit, Scrap.
And there's Utah Fins fan.
I see him.
Who's been frequently joining us from the Twitter space over there. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I see Utah Fins fan all the time. Holler at the
Yeah,
homie.
and I've also I've hung with him in the Twitter spaces too. I think he's usually.
I
in
see
there.
some of his content that he puts on X every now and again. I see you.
Yep. By the way, Utah Fins fan, what is a Ute?
Oh man.
I mean, I know what a Ute is, but for the rest of them that don't know.
Well, the Utes is,
A Ute is the tribal nation that was from that area. UTE, they're called Utes.
Oh man, yeah, Bill's elimination party coming tomorrow, Kev. That's gonna be great. God, dude, that's gonna be so fun if the Dolphins beat the Bills and the Bills.
Oh man,
I've already got.
I might cry, bro. I might cry if we win tomorrow.
I have seen Dan Mitchell's fucking ass all over. I see this guy with his bullshit, Bills bullshit on X, on YouTube. Fuck, if I'm on Instagram or fucking TikTok, whatever, he's popping up all over talking about the Bills beating the Dolphins and just the greatest story ever told nonsense. I can't wait till the Dolphins shut him and the Bills up. The content that I will have coming out after that victory, geared at Bills fans and Dan Mitchell especially, I am coming for his motherfucking neck, boy.
Bro,
are you kidding? I am coming. I am coming
After
for
all the
his
shit he's talked this week.
motherfucking neck. He has put himself out there in such a way. I am going to.
I have to respect his game though, because that reminds me of us last year against Bills Mafia. Remember?
Listen,
I mean, you gotta give him credit.
He is. I'm coming for his neck, dude. That's it. If we win, I am coming for his neck, bro. What's up, Hooked Up Joe?
What's up, Joe? You came to speculate with us?
yeah, Joe, get in. What'd you think, Joe? Can you believe the freaking Illuminati took out the Dolphins' offense from the fucking third quarter of the HBO special?
They did it just to get you all in a tizzy.
Yeah, can you believe that the Illuminati would do that to us? Go ahead, Joe.
I absolutely do. It's a big conspiracy.
What's that?
They're hiding it from us, man. They're hiding the real information from us. They don't want us to know.
That's right. It's misdirection, Hooked Up. That's right. It's misdirection. They're doing something else that they don't want us to know about right now.
1,000%. They got something else going on, and I don't like it. All I know is they're lying.
What happens what do you do when that happens, Hooked Up Joe? You follow the money, right?
Yeah, you follow the money, and
bro, the fix is in. Big E already put it on Twitter, bro. Already had video of the Hard Rock lit up with Dolphins win just the other night, testing out their LED lights, bro. The fix is in. The NFL
are they gonna print that on the top of the awning, dude?
I already know what's up. They're bringing the money, bro. Vegas,
Ali, are they printing that on the top of the awning, bro, for you to see from the air?
They put
all I know is that I already got my AFC East Champs hat and T-shirt in the mail yesterday, so I knew the fix was in. It sucks for you guys,
bro. That'll be worth big money if we lose, man.
You better send that right to the third world country, Canada.
Bro, bullshit. That'll be worth some ducats if we lose, bro. You kidding me?
Keep them Canadian kids' ears warm.
And by the way, Ali, the most valued piece of memorabilia I have in my collection is my Tostitos Fiesta Bowl national champions beanie from the Hurricanes, bro. I found one in a freaking drugstore like years after that happened, dude.
That is funny, but Michael K has a good point about keeping kids' ears warm and stuff. One thing is for sure, the Buffalo Bills Super Bowl championship T-shirts have been keeping kids warm for years.
Yeah, bro, that shit's all over. Actually, they don't even make those anymore. That shit's all end up in like the landfills in India at this point.
No, I'm talking about all the ones that they made that they said, Buffalo's going to win the Super Bowl this year. They pre-made them, bro.
Where do you think they get the confetti for the Macy's parade?
Yeah, every year they chop them up and spray it all over the place. That they haven't had to buy it in freaking an entire eternity. They've been getting it freely donated by the friggin' Buffalo Bills organization to the Shredder, to the Macy's Day Parade. Thank you. Hooked Up Joe is looking it up right now.
Yeah, it's where all the Super Bowl. That's what they do with all the Super Bowl programs that they don't end up needing that they printed out. They just shred them all up.
Hooked Up Joe, can you confirm? I know you're over there in the lab. Hooked Up Joe, can you confirm?
Oh yeah, yep, it's confirmed.
Yep,
they definitely. They ship them over where they use the big shipping containers.
Oh, see that? There you go, Dudfins.
What? You guys living in fantasy land. That's all right, though. Yeah, so I take a nap.
Well, where the hell else can we live, Michael K?
I took a nap this mid-afternoon. I wake up, and I hear Reason's voice. Why is this stupid idiot talking on my TV? Because I forbid that clown to be anywhere in my house. And I open an eye up and I see
fell asleep. Okay, so what you're saying is you fell asleep with YouTube still playing on your TV and you've got the autoplay turned on. So you woke up middle of the night and Reason was on your screen is what you're saying.
No, middle of the afternoon.
Did
This
you?
is like this is like 12 o'clock.
I forgot that's when you all sleep up there. I forgot.
Yeah, we take a nap on Saturdays.
Gotcha. Did you even listen to what he said though? He came in here and bodied the hell out of EM. I figured you would have enjoyed that content.
I was still trying to sleep because
Yeah,
you
bro,
were talking.
he came in, he rolled in and backed up TFTG, bro.
Yeah, what are
Like,
you talking
straight up.
about? He came in here, one of the homies, dog. What's she saying? He came in here, bodied EM. I know you've been going after EM since forever.
I just know EM's a clown trying to say that he started that channel with Reason and he was the big part.
Fuck.
I heard that and I was like, yeah, I can't believe nobody put him in check on that one.
Well,
when he said
We're not allowed to. We're not allowed to, Michael.
I'm pretty sure it's true.
Well, why isn't he there? Well, why isn't he there anymore? Why, if he helped EM start this channel, why isn't he on Reason's show anymore?
Well, why don't you ask Ian?
Well,
Yeah,
I'd have Reason, but he blocks me. Oh, I'll give it to EM. I don't care. You know
maybe
that.
Maybe next time EM's on, you can ask him yourself.
Is he in there now?
Look, I ain't got nothing to say to this fool.
Is he in the room now, or is he out patrolling the trailer?
You just
park?
heard him, didn't you?
No, he wasn't. He's not around.
I need to work on my impression.
Yeah, that was terrible, Keller.
All
That was
right.
terrible.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Sorry, EM. I didn't mean to disrespect you.
No, it was terrible. Your mark is
terrible
way
impression.
better. Your mark is way better.
Yeah, that was horrible. Sorry.
Yeah, Mike McDonald is pretty good too, bro.
But I had to come up because you were talking about that idiot Dan Mitchell, and he is a clown. He doesn't know anything about football.
No, he's what they call an online personality. That's
he's
what
not
he
even
is.
that. You know
Well,
what
I
he
mean,
is?
He
He's
is
a huge
online, and
fan
he has a personality. I mean, everybody kind of does, right?
Yeah, I think he smokes the pole.
See, Scar
Oh my
305
God,
is giving us the real story, bro. He says because when EM would question something about Tua that was a concern, Reason's fans would attack him.
You know what? Reason confirmed that when he was on here. He said that. He said, he would make criticisms of Tua, and it would be the same exact words that Reason would say, and they would kill EM's ass for it. He said it was crazy. He couldn't believe it.
Yeah, remember that's what I suffered from too. And Reason told me the same thing he told EM. It's about your delivery.
I'm
like, all right, well, I guess,
he's
far be it for me and EM to have the same delivery problem, right?
Holy shit. Yeah. Listen, I've been kind of attacked on it. Like the section of the fan base that was the real to a non-near sexual whatever that was up to no good in this Dolphins fan base. They came at me, but you know what? They're gone now. Like that type of shit is no longer tolerated. And that's why over this year as well, it's become more fair and objective. I know there still is some protection around Tua and stuff like that for that type of stuff, but then again, there is still hate coming his way unwarranted as well. So, but to me, it's a much smoother, easier atmosphere out there, which is why when I go back to this freaking whatchamacallit, Hard Knocks thing, I'm like, what the hell? Why are they doing this? They're making they're making steady waters unsteady. Like, what are we talking about? We've been cruising along here as a fan base and platforms all over the place where it's just not really been about Tua and whatever shortcomings, because to me, it's not written and over, and he's proven a lot of things wrong.
And it's kind of pointless to talk about when we're about to play the most important game we've had since the 90s. You know what I mean? And he's our quarterback. It's like, what else? What are you going to do about it now?
Well, that's the thing. You got to ride or die with him.
Exactly. Yeah. And the people, here's the thing, Michael K. Back before all of this, before we've got to this level, my biggest problem with the quote unquote Tuaneers was their projection. Like they would project on me that I would not support the team if, let's say, we found ourselves precisely in the situation we're at now. Like I wouldn't ride with Tua.
No, Color. Their problem, yes, that's it, but it's a little
complete
deeper
projection,
than that.
And it used to piss me off, man.
What pissed me off is that there was a massive amount of energy put into that. If you didn't have full love and faith in Tua, when he proved you wrong, they were gonna get your ass up out the fan base.
Which is why I have nothing to apologize for, because I ain't going to apologize for not having faith. Everything I said about Tua was true, because he did all the shit I said he needed to do, and he got fucking better. So what was I wrong about? Other than not having faith that he would do it.
Well, let me ask you this. Other than this year, for the past 3, you didn't know if he was going to be around during the end of the year.
I mean, right. The man himself was questioning retirement, bro. Like, what am I supposed to do with that?
And listen, even if he wasn't questioning, it was a fact that it was talked about with him and his family. I mean, let's call it for what it is.
Even not that, even him getting injured and not knowing if he's going to be in the next game or not. Why would you rest your season on somebody that's not?
Or why would I go after Bills fans saying, yeah, we're definitely going to win, when I don't even know if my quarterback's going to be there or not?
Right, exactly.
You know,
I still have it. Now,
but here's the thing, Michael K. I still did that. Capitan and I still went after you all last year.
Fucking right, we did. We went after you next.
And guess who didn't stand up and have our back? All these two-and-ears that projected that I wouldn't support him.
That was the biggest problem with those two-and-ears and the two-and-on thing, was that they would run and hide for any fight concerning the Dolphins, but they were first in line to defend Tua against objectivity from Dolphin fans, and they were nothing but a bunch of cucks that don't know fuck all, and they had an agenda to control the narrative around this football team.
Because when the
Dolphin
season starts,
Dolphin fans in totality got that shit up out this fucking up out.
Pretty much.
And if it comes back again, we'll handle that shit again. I don't care if it's about Mike McDaniel, Tua, Greer, anybody. If shit ain't working, we're saying that's broke. I need a new toy. Fuck out of here.
So what's the difference? What's the difference?
And the thing of it is, Michael K, is that like we got clipped, bro. When its season starts, man, and I'm coming after you. I mean, what am I supposed to do about my quarterback at that point? But roll
I
with
think
him.
what they expect,
you know what I mean?
It's almost like they expect us to make up lies, because that's what they do. They project by lying.
But here's the thing, Capitan.
Hold on, Color. Let me land, Color.
Go ahead.
Let me land. They want to project their lies and then expect that that's what we're going to do. But I'm not going to sit here and tear up a team in any way, shape, and form that's now 11 wins with a chance to be number 2 in the AFC with the last game at home against the Bills. It's the dumbest shit ever.
Right, regardless of whether we have faith that it's going to happen or not. Because what people don't understand is I still don't have faith. So the fact of it is, I'm in no different situation when we started than I was when we started the season. But for the fact that we have laid down what we've laid down, I don't care how we laid it down. I don't care what it looked like. I don't care what people got to say about it. We are the ones with 5 losses. They are the ones with 6. Okay? Bottom line, I'm going to say it till I'm blue in the face. You are what your record says you are. Bottom line.
Joe, are you 33 years old today? Because it just changed to January 7th. Is it your birthday, Joe? Happy birthday if it is.
Now, if we drop the game and we become 11-6 and they become 11-6, then guess what? Now you have 2 teams that are what their record says they are.
But you only have one team that's the AFC champs.
So I predicted this outcome.
You're right.
I predicted
But that's
this
because
outcome.
you guys would have earned it by sweeping us, bro. Your division opponent.
I don't necessarily think we earned a caller. That's the problem.
No, I'm saying though, Michael K, is let me say it in the inverse to my fellow fans, right? We were always gonna have to win this game to win the division, people. We were always going to have to win it.
They've been slamming that down our throats for years, that the only way that anybody else takes the AFC East is through Buffalo. And that's
how many times I pointed out the example of the Rams and the 49ers a couple seasons ago. But how often does that really happen, that the division winner gets swept by the runner-up in the season?
Mm-hmm.
When have you ever heard of that? They're either splitting the series or they're doing the sweeping.
Yeah.
I predicted this.
We were always going to have to win this game.
I predicted this game and this outcome back when the schedule release happened over before football season started. I've got that receipt. Greg actually clipped that receipt. I said clip it. Greg did it, and here it is. I'm gonna share it right now.
Besides the fact
is
that
it up
as
on
soon
screen
as
color? No.
Yeah, it's on.
All right, so watch this. Week of this season. And I've already done the math and picked my wins and losses. The Dolphins, it'll be the Dolphins with 11 wins and the Bills with either 11 wins or 12 wins. And I'm going to tell you why. And I haven't even looked at the Bills' schedule, so I'm just saying. That's how this fucking thing starts. Let me continue. But it's going to be a winner take. And if the Bills come in to Miami with 12 wins, right, and Miami has 11, the Bills are sitting with the opportunity to get 13 wins, and depending on who wins.
Oh, Illuminati got you, bro.
That's Florio. Florio's, I'm not going to let this guy prove I'm clipping him again. Did we lose El Capitan?
Yeah, I think El Cap is muted. That's probably why we lost audio.
He actually got it right. He just got it backwards.
Yeah.
Right. But the premise is still the same.
Yeah,
I also
we
found
were always going to have to win this game.
See, but I don't believe the Bills should even be in this position. I don't think they played well enough for it. But I also don't think the Dolphins should be in the position because they didn't beat anybody good. You know, and that's a fair assessment. We just happen to be in a weak-ass division this year.
Well, I don't know so much about that. I was going to say something similar, but not to discredit us because half our division is good. You know what I mean? And the thing of it is, I think as soon as Aaron Rodgers went down, I knew that we would have to win this game to win the division simply because Buffalo would be able to, even if they had problems, which I predicted they would, I knew they would still be able to eke through enough wins in this division to be where they're at right now. Given the failures of the Jets and the Patriots, I mean, you know,
right. Well, with
and
the
they
Bills,
even lost to the Jets and are still in this position. So we were always going to have to win this game. I didn't know that before. Capitan did, but now I do. We were always going to have to win this game.
Cap still muted.
At least we're not in the win it or out scenario.
Exactly. And that's the part that I think, Joe, people really fail to understand is that we typically are that side of the fence, right?
Yep.
And what happens to the team that's on that side of the fence? They usually don't get it done. Like we're sitting here going, what does Buffalo think? We've been winning lately and we're only one game behind them. And then they end up just like we never even had a chance for the division because we were in that position of, oh, now we're playing high pressure. We can't lose. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Nah, they're in that spot right now. Now, to their credit, they've been able to take that and use it and not be negatively affected by it. For instance, the 48-20 drubbing they put on us because they knew what the stakes were for that game. And we didn't play like it. They played like it. They played like they were a team that was going to drop 2 games to their division opponent in week 4. And so they said, no, this is our whole season right here. And they played like it. Well, they're going to play like that tomorrow too.
Especially if their only option is to win.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, that's just going to make it like break leg game.
And we have to get in the mindset of
now I can
we're not win it or look, we're not lose it and go home, but we have to be in that mindset simply because of our pathway. If we lose this game, is likely might as well go home. You know what I mean? Like we should be playing as if this is our whole playoff life right here.
Listen.
Well, it technically is, kind of.
So Raheem Mostert and Jalen Waddle from Mo saying per rap sheet that both are listed as questionable and not expected to play Sunday night. Sunday night's a long way away, dog. We'll see.
Listen, just put a drum.
I don't really care about Mostert not playing. The
Just
other
give
one
them
I'm
the
more
needle,
worried
they'll
about.
Be fine.
Now I don't know if this who got cut off. Oh,
Y'all ready?
yeah.
All right, let's finish this shit.
To get 13 wins, and depending on who wins or loses, could be number one in the AFC. But if they lose to Miami, they go from potentially being number one to dropping as a wild card team, and the Dolphins clinch the AFC East with a home victory. That's the type of script that the NFL wants to have on hand, and I promise you, that's how this bitch is going to look come the final week of the season. I want this clipped.
Well, what do you know?
I mean, bro, is that not on the fucking money or what? Outside of it being the number one seed,
And it could have been.
and it could have been. It could have been.
So let me ask you this: the Bills do win tomorrow.
Yeah.
Does this consider it? Does this qualify as an implosion and a collapse because you have 3 game
because
lead?
it's going to be a
Not
Miami
quite
Dolphins
yet.
revenge tour.
No, not yet.
Not
because
quite yet.
If they
See,
they lose in any way, shape, and form to the Chiefs in the playoffs, then yeah, we can say that it was an implosion and a slide completely. Yes.
Right, Michael. Okay, and that's kind of my answer as well. But on this note, the Chiefs are good enough that if we lose to you all and have to go face them and we beat them, that
On the
is a
road?
good enough win in a good enough situation to erase you guys and Baltimore this year. You know what I mean? Like, let's be real.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It can and can't, because then we'll find out who we go against on the road, which will probably be Baltimore. And if we get walked out of there again, it's not going to feel very good.
I just meant that when he speaks of implosion, not quite yet, simply because we still have a chance to redeem.
We have
Once that chance to redeem is gone, bro. Yeah, you're talking about, bro. Like, seriously, you're talking about epic collapse. I don't even think Ryan Tannehill's collapse was this bad, dude.
It was just amazing. I mean, the Titans one is the one that hurts the most for you guys, obviously.
It happens, as you know, because you can look at anybody's schedule, even the Ravens right now, and everybody has a game they shouldn't have lost to an opponent that they lost to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Bills have 4.
Again, yeah, exactly. So
The
with
Bills
that,
have 4.
It's fair for you to acknowledge that, because 4 is worse than 1.
Absolutely. And and I'll be the first to say I don't think that the Bills should be in this position, period. I don't think they've earned it. I don't think it had anything to do with coaching or the front office. I think it had to do 100% with player execution. And Dorsey was fired because of they needed a scapegoat.
that ain't no lie.
And then the playbook didn't change. The plays didn't change. The players didn't change.
But what
but
if
yet
they
they're
beat
still
the
winning.
Dolphins? Does that change that for you then?
No. No. And the only reason I say
Tua's
that,
number 1 fan will not be reffing our game tomorrow night. He was reffing the Houston Colts game tonight.
the only reason I say that, Cap, is because the Bills always play the Dolphins tough.
That's true.
Wait, Brad
you guys
Allen's
do
the ref
always show
tomorrow?
up for us. Here's the kicker. If you guys beat us, it'll be you're probably better off losing and figuring a way to get it. Oh, that can't happen now, huh?
No,
'Cause
not
the
if
Steelers won.
Jacksonville loses.
Well, Michael K., you guys beating us at this point, I don't think you need to prove anything. And the reason I think that you don't is because the fact that you've lost to 4 bad teams was erased in the media, in the NFL mind at large, by you guys, beating, winning against some good teams. You know what I mean? So there's that thought that something's going on, and if Allen and everybody can get it right, you guys would be deadly again. And I think that's what everybody's hinging on right now. And I think that beating us would validate that thought. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, very possible.
That not only does a good team lose to bad teams, but sometimes they lose to 4 of them.
Right.
I mean,
but
I guess. I don't know,
Here's the
is
problem.
reaching for you, bro.
Tomorrow, anyway. What is the scenario? I know the Steelers won, but
So
if
I got it
what if
right here. If the Jags lose,
yeah, that was my
the
question.
The Bills will still get in to the playoffs to face the Dolphins again, even if they lose. So if the Jags lose tomorrow, do the Bills even show up?
That's the question.
Absolutely. Well, here and this is where I don't think McDermott's going to let any single player near a TV or near their phones or anything from the time that the game starts to the time that they're out on the field.
Well, here's the deal. He's going to have to, because that Jags game, if the Jags win, you guys have to win that game, because if you lose, you're out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
So good luck hiding that from the
He's going to have
players.
to know. He's going to have to know for certain coaching decisions. But the team, he don't want the team knowing nothing, because they're going to just go out and fire at 110%. Fuck what the results are. You know what I mean?
Outside of the playoffs, do you guys think that there are other implications for this game? Like, for example, the whole reason that we play this game at the last of the season, it's because everyone bitched about the heat. So could this be the last time the NFL makes concessions for the Bills if they lose this game?
That's true. I see what you're saying, Ali. The NFL will stop leaning the Bills' direction for, I don't even know why. I don't know what the love affair is about.
I kind of think they already are, dude, because you hear what that
bro.
ref
talking
said to Tua.
MVP talk with Josh Allen. It's just fucking nuts.
But bro, you got what that referee said to Tua, right? Well, why would he care if Tua stays healthy? Why would we need him, like, as an NFL at large, if he was going to just be one and done in the playoffs anyway?
Well, I'll tell you what, listen,
you know what I mean? Like the league is pulling for Tua, bro.
Bottom line is,
if they want to make that money,
it's been a tale as old as football in recent years, for sure. Dolphins, good. Bills, good. Any sort of setting in prime time, the nation watches. It's just a fact.
But they also will when and here's the thing that scares me. And I honestly, I don't think it's going to happen because, again, I don't think the NFL would dare steal this game with the referees because of the fact that you're going to have a full stadium, a full parking lot, with about 25% of those people being Buffalo Bills fans. Miami Gardens is not going to be able to handle that, dude, if we get the game stolen. If
that ain't going to happen.
If it's clear that the refs stole the game from
you can watch any game you want as long as it's a game in which doesn't have any meaning, and the refereeing the last 3 weeks have been different. The final quarter of the season is some of the best refereeing, and then they get in the playoffs, and the shenanigans really slow up. Go ahead, Greg. You've been trying to get in here.
That too.
If the NFL does their BS and hand the Bills the game with their referees, they want this shit on Hard Knocks. They want us to have the Ravens blowout loss. And
they don't want to be showing a fucking riot on Hard Knocks, dude. Trust me.
And then they
so
want
Greg,
to show
I would agree with you.
Tour.
I would agree with you in that aspect, but they didn't show the failure of the Dolphins' offense the last show. You know what I'm saying? Like
they want a Miami Dolphins revenge tour.
But they're not. They're on Hard Knocks now.
Well, that was Greg. Greg, that was following along to the point I was just about to make about Tyreek Hill. Does the NFL really want that Tyreek Hill going back to KC angle? You know what I mean?
Put that game up.
Yeah,
I know that's what you were.
Fuck that. I don't want that. Don't even say that, dude. That's so unimportant. Nobody, no, please, God, no.
But
you know what I want?
What's important to the NFL is money.
You want to know what's more important? Okay, money-wise, Dolphins getting a chance to redeem themselves in Baltimore. That's the narrative I'm trying to sell. That's the narrative I'm selling. Fuck all that other bullshit.
It'll be Baltimore versus the Colts. I mean, Baltimore versus the Jets all over again, dude.
AFC
Name it versus
championship
whoever, you know what I mean?
Hard Knocks in season AFC championship game. That's the story they want to say. Whether it's at home,
that kind of makes sense too. You know,
Browns,
they want to be running Hard Knocks all the way as long as they can, right?
They want to run it with the Browns, or they want to run it with the Dolphins going on the road for the revenge tour with the Ravens. I don't care. Give me either one.
Do we even know if they're going to run hard? If they're going to stop Hard Knocks at the playoffs, or are they going to planning on keeping it going through all that?
Yeah, it's going through the playoffs. They said Hard Knocks first time in the playoffs.
Cool.
Yeah. See. Yeah. First time in the playoffs. They want to sell this. Come on, NFL, hook it up.
I know they're thirsty for that real-time Super Bowl because that's I told y'all before, that's how HBO is going to one-up ESPN's 30 for 30. If they can catch it in real time. You know what I mean?
And you know what?
And NFL films. It's not just HBO, NFL films.
Yeah, them too.
Yeah,
yep.
You're right. You're right about that. And
which,
also,
by the way, Liv Schreiber, spot on, dude. I mean, spot on, Liv Schreiber. I don't know how you're doing that voice, bro, but it sounds just like the guy that used to do it for NFL films, man.
Could you imagine that if the Dolphins did get to the AFC Championship and they played in Baltimore and then they got their revenge, though?
No, man, that would be so great.
Oh, that'd
be
great.
great.
Yeah.
It'd be a story. And Hard Knocks, the Hard Knocks episode following it would be amazing. Do you think Hard Knocks would do another episode for the week you miss? You know what I'm saying? Because they have that week off before the Super Bowl. Would they still do an episode? What's everybody doing, getting prepped for the Super Bowl? You know what I'm saying?
I would imagine they would.
Right. Like
here we go, bro. Here's the path. The Steelers get the 7th seed.
Yeah.
Okay? We lose to Buffalo. We go to Kansas City.
Yeah.
Tyreek stomps a mud hole in their defense, and we beat them.
And hold on.
Hey, hold
on, Color. Hold on. I'm gonna let you go, but I gotta say this. Not only does that happen, but what's her face says fuck on live TV again.
The Steelers beat Buffalo in the wild card game.
Damn.
No.
Okay.
That
and then the Steelers would have to play. The Steelers would have to play the Browns, I believe. Right?
No, the Steelers would be the lowest seed, so they would
Right.
play the
They'd
Baltimore
play the
Ravens.
They would play Baltimore. They beat, no. Yeah. No, or yeah. Well, that's actually a better. The scenario I was thinking obviously can't happen now, so I'm aborting. I was
Here's what
thinking
I'm
we can
saying,
roll
Color.
through
I got
Kansas
the
City.
scenario.
We can
Color,
roll through
I got
Kansas
I
City,
got it.
host
I got the
Steelers,
scenario.
and then go to Baltimore.
Go through Kansas City, go through Baltimore.
Yeah.
Then go through Buffalo.
Yeah, that's what I want if we lose.
That would be the revenge road tour of all revenge road
tour,
tours. Right?
baby.
That would
the
be
greatest
nuts.
story ever told.
3 teams that beat the Dolphins all lose to the Dolphins in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Hard Knocks special incoming.
And then the Eagles hopefully make the Super Bowl, and we get them in the Super Bowl, and they don't have
What?
Who was the? Does anyone know who was the last team to win all 3 road games and then win the Super Bowl?
I know the Giants did that twice.
It would have likely been the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, I might have been the Seahawks, but I do know the Giants, the year they beat the greatest team assembled from the Patriots, they went entirely on the road the entire time.
Packers did it too. The Packers did it too.
I do know of one team in particular that did it.
Well, we're all waiting.
1972 Miami Dolphins.
Well, we're talking about
there was no home field advantage for the division winner back then.
Was there really? I didn't know
Every
that.
playoff game on the road that year.
Are you serious? I didn't know that.
I'm dead serious. Look it up.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. Wow,
he's right.
That's
Yeah,
weird.
He's right.
Well, my old person alarm just went off, and I'm going to go to sleep. So I'm going to head out. Thanks for having me up.
Good night, hooked up, Joe. We're going to be closing it down in a second, anyhow.
And it's officially today. The game is today. So
that's right. So today the Dolphins beat in prime time.
Today's the day. Fins up.
Later, Joe. I mean, listen, hosting Hard Rock the whole way, that would be great. But if we're going to fucking live in fantasy land, Dolphins beat the Ravens, Bills, and fucking Chiefs on the way to the Super Bowl to face Greg with the cherry on top, the rematch game between the Dolphins and Philadelphia, another team that beat them in season, then they beat them in the Super Bowl. What? That means the Dolphins would have to replay 4 teams they lost to in the season and beat all of them.
I don't know.
That would be nuts, dude. That would be nuts.
We're about 23 hours away from hoisting a division championship.
I can't wait, dude.
Color, you got your bail money, right?
Oh, you better have bail money. That's going to be a nasty parking lot.
Yeah,
on the way
because
out, boys.
I'm going to tell you straight up. 2 things. Number one, at the end of the game, if we're division champs, you know the entire stadium of Dolphin fans are going to be singing the bye-bye song. And then in addition to that, you know we're going to end up at Twin Peaks, bro, after the game.
Oh, Jesus. Should I let Mom know, Ollie?
Sure, we'll take your mom, dude. It'll be fun.
Fuck yeah, somebody's got to bail you fools out.
Oh, man.
Well, between the two of us, you'll have enough sober people to keep things in order, you know.
I suggest you guys wear some red, white, and blue under your seafoam green and peach.
Although Mom, she won't be driving. Mom's been known to, take a few
All
sips
the red,
herself.
white, and blue, all the red, white, and bills, or whatever you want to call it. I'll be using that as toilet paper in the toilet after I'm done taking the deuce.
Oh
Like I said, you might want to blend in. There's going to be more Bills fans than.
Oh my God! I don't want. No, there's not.
Not
That is
gonna
the
lie,
dumbest
Ollie.
take of all
Trying
time.
to start that
would
false
be-
narrative, bro.
It's all.
It would, you know what, Ollie,
all
though?
over
It would
Google.
be pretty poignant if we were to stop at the Pompano Beach Service Plaza for some coffee on the way home. Just because how many times I've been in that place with Patriot fans down the road. You know what I mean? It's like, see, walk into that place as a division champ, bro. That would be awesome. Not that anybody would know how awesome it is. It's just a personal thing, you know.
Who the hell is this Adam guy, by the way?
Adam.
That's Adam. Adam's been around a bunch of times.
Oh, yeah,
I know
Adam's
he's
been
trolling
around
you guys
forever.
right now. He's
Yeah.
trolling you guys right now.
I know he's sitting there like yelling at stuff that I have no idea what he's talking about.
60% Buffalo fans. How do they even know this, bro? Don't you guys have any common sense?
I'll tell you what. We're
This
gonna
is
have
not
plenty
freely
of
public
TF
available statistics, people.
Listen, everybody
Everything's
but me
going
and
on
Crypto from the
Company
TFTG family
secrets
are going to be
from
there.
Ticketmaster.
Tell her every war has propaganda.
Wow.
Right, and
That
I'm
was
telling
pretty-
my
that was
fellow
pretty good,
fans to
Josh.
use your common sense to see through the propaganda.
That
Those
was pretty
numbers they're
good.
talking about are company secrets for Ticketmaster. Nobody knows.
That was pretty good, bro. I like that. There is propaganda in warfare, and you know what? That was a good point made. Listen, we will have eyes all over the stadium from TFTG, from all over. Shakes in one spot, Lou's in another, and Color and Ali are in another. I mean, there's no way. Color, are you even sitting where Ali is? You and your mom's?
No, I'm going to be directly across the field from
Look
Ollie.
at that. We're going to have all four corners of the fucking stadium with TFTG guys. So we're going to know what the ratio
Color's
is.
going to be
and we'll
on the
give you an
away
ac-
side, sitting there like counting Buffalo fans, being like, "Oh, yep, I knew it."
And there
Color's
you go.
gonna-
There you go. You all can talk about fake statistics all you want. There are 2 Dolphin fans that I am aware of right now that are going to be sitting on the visitor side.
That's the other thing. Michael K. The amount of Buffalo Bills fans don't matter, bro. It didn't matter last year, and it's not going to matter this year.
That's 2 tickets you guys couldn't have possibly bought.
I don't know. I sent you that thing. That granted, it was from 2015. But
Got
the
Miss
Dolphins,
Finn's doing a motherfucking head count too. Let's fucking go.
As many people that are scrambling to get tickets for this game in South Florida, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of visitor side tickets that were not even available for Buffalo fans to buy.
since when does
Stop it with this shit.
Number one, I don't understand when an NFL team actually has a visitor side. There's no visitor side in Rich Stadium.
Well,
it's not
I mean,
technically, it's just the
No, they
side that
don't.
the visiting team is.
Yeah,
is,
what are you
is
talking
standing
about?
on.
The team's going to be on the opposite side. That's why they call it the visitor
Yeah,
side.
we're just
It has
talking-
nothing to do with the
Yeah,
stand.
They do
It has
have
to
a
do with the
certain number,
team.
and they do have a certain number of tickets guaranteed to be able to buy like family members and shit of the visiting team. I mean,
I think
I'm sure
it's-
that's the same way in Buffalo.
I think it's 300, I believe, is the number. And I think for playoff games, it's 3,000 got to be made available for the visiting team.
And
That's some
most people that are coming from out of state are going to want to sit on the side their team is on anyway. So that's why the
Yeah.
visitor side gets filled up with visiting fans.
But that's the point. How many of these tickets now, especially since it's a January game in Florida, how many of the tickets were bought previous to the Bills even knowing it was, or the Bills fans
as
knowing
far
it
as
was a big
as
game?
far as I
only
know,
bought mine
hold on
3
a
weeks
second,
ago,
boys.
bro.
As far as I know, when you buy a ticket, they don't ask who you're going to root for.
No,
how do
they
they even
don't.
know?
They
How do
don't
they
even
even know?
survey it.
Yeah, they don't even ask that question. And even if, say, you bought the ticket and were in the New York area, that doesn't mean you're a fucking Bills fan. You could be a Dolphins fan living in New York country. I mean,
Yeah,
so
how
like,
the hell
how
do you
is
think
anyone
Larry
coming
K
up with
buys
these
his
numbers
tickets?
anyhow?
You think Larry K drives down to Florida, buys his tickets, and then drives back up to Jersey?
No, in New
Absolutely
York,
not.
you got to go through like StubHub or Ticketmaster because everything is online.
Right. Where do you think I have to buy my tickets?
You know what else? You know what else is kind of actually you could technically say this. You know how many Dolphin fans show up for MetLife Takeover, right?
Yes.
Imagine all those Dolphin fans that go there that live near that area, banded together and bought tickets to come to a game at the end of this season.
Which I'm
They're
pretty
coming
sure they
from
did.
New York. People probably think they're Buffalo fans when they're really not. Imagine that happening.
The deal is this: no one wants to go to Buffalo because the water smells and the women are ugly and the food is terrible. So that's
now,
pretty much
don't
it.
confuse what I'm saying, Michael K. You guys usually do have you're one of the teams that has a good showing. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to keep this objective as possible. But you have to realize, having gone to several games per season for the last 4 seasons, even when we're sold out, even when we're like, even when we show up, there's still like thousands of seats that are completely empty, bro. Sold out doesn't mean 100% turnout.
Color, what was it last year?
I can say to you as a witness, hold on, as a witness, the Tennessee Monday night game when we had a chance to clinch everything. Okay.
Adam's saying he's betting $500 right now, mostly Bills fans in the stadium.
Okay.
That is a loser's bet, Adam. That is dumb as fuck. That is a dumbass bet,
But here's the thing.
bro.
Starting at least with the Monday night game against Tennessee, because what was able to be achieved that night, none of those seats were empty that we normally see empty. None of them. The entire stadium was filled to capacity.
Still a guesstimate.
And those extra seats were filled by Dolphin fans. It didn't matter. And the same thing with Dallas. And it didn't matter that Dallas was bussing people in with tour buses. It just didn't matter. Because those seats that usually are empty by people that go to the beach instead are getting filled now.
Oh,
there
yeah,
ain't a Buffalo fan in Fort Lauderdale right now that has ever seen our stadium as full as they're about to see it. Not one. Not unless they came down here in the 90s.
The game's been selling out all year. Here's the deal. Buffalo Bills fans ain't able to get the tickets unless they got them over the offseason, and they had to have bought them, had them. If you've been trying to buy them since about week, if you've been trying to buy them since week 5, you ain't been able to get them. So
yeah,
that's
their version of Bill's Freaky already got her tickets. That's it.
You can get them because they're still. I think the cheapest ticket now is $457.
Exactly.
So if you can still get them, what are you all waiting for?
Yeah, go ahead. Give me your $400.
Well, I'm not saying that. I mean,
I'm finna take Adam's $500 here in a minute, motherfucker.
But I just don't know because even Sports Illustrated is reporting that there should be more Bills fans than Dolphin fans tomorrow. And it's Sports Illustrated.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
That is the dumbest shit I've ever fucking heard Sports Illustrated do.
An established news fucking network say, bro. That is
no
just
wonder
the
their
dumbest thing I've
magazines
ever
damn near
fucking heard.
belly up with their bullshit.
Where do they get it from? That's the whole point. Where they get it from?
Yeah,
they get it from the propaganda tree, dog. The propaganda tree.
Ticketmaster ain't just releasing that shit.
Listen, even if they did, and
there's
they had a way to get secret, I got that color. But even if they did, it would. I mean, listen. What are you saying? You're telling me that a full stadium home game for the Dolphins are gonna have more Bills fans? I don't see it. It's just not gonna happen, bro.
Did you see the
with the division title on the line? With the division title on the line.
Who knows when these people sold these tickets? They might have sold them earlier in the year. You just don't, and that's the whole thing. You don't know.
You have no clue what you're talking about, Michael K. You can bring up the guy people getting disciplined all you want, bro. It has nothing to do with this game. None.
I'm saying. Hold on a minute. You're right. It probably doesn't. How many people might have sold those tickets before the Titans game because it was a sure thing? And we're winning the AFC title.
Well, a friend of mine, a friend of all of ours, who will remain nameless until he chooses to speak for himself, received this message. And I guarantee you this dude didn't let his tickets go to a Bills fan. I guarantee you.
Oh, you know a guy that got that message?
I do. And
see,
so
that was posted, and when I looked it up, I didn't realize. I thought it was from this year. Turns out it was from 2015.
Well, I know somebody, and so do you, Michael K.
Oh, it doesn't matter to me.
The only reason I'm saying that you know him too is to back up my credibility. Because if you challenge my credibility, I'm sure that person will come in here and say something.
They were selling their tickets.
I sent it to the group chat.
No, they weren't. They had, but apparently it met the threshold of the Miami Dolphins being upset about it. I don't think this person was doing it as a matter of, the reasons other people do it.
No, I got you. So what they're trying to stop happening is not just, it's not to keep other fan bases out.
It's a form of scalping, dude.
That's
They're
right.
trying to stop scalping.
Yeah, they don't want people doing that because then you end up with a regular season game against the Panthers that tickets are going for $295, and it's like, what the fuck?
But now technically scalping's legal.
No, it's not.
Well, even if it isn't, it should be. I'm not against scalping. I'm just saying what their perspective, what they're seeing it as.
See, now what happened, like when it was my season tickets, and I go to maybe 2 games a year, if that. This year I went to 1. I went to the Giants game. Went to the Giants game this year. I give my tickets away because I buy them through the company, then they're a write-off for me. So it's,
Bro, scalping prohibition is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. You know why? Because if they can charge me $300 fucking for a ticket, and they're allowed to do that, and I can get somebody else to pay me $700, doesn't that just make me a better businessman?
Well, it's gambling. It's you know what? It's technically gambling because you could buy them tickets and they might not be worth anything towards the end of the year.
Maybe. But if I'm able to get somebody to pay me more than I had to pay Ticketmaster.
Oh, absolutely.
Why is that not good for the gander?
Well, I don't know. But the point being is the Dolphins doing that, regardless of the situation. Once you buy those tickets, you own them. The Dolphins have nothing to say about what you do with your ticket.
That's not true.
That's not true. Actually, not true. And I have.
You're not. They call them season ticket holders, okay? But they're actually club members. It's the Miami Dolphins official fan club.
Yeah.
They have rules. It's a private club.
When you sign up to be a season ticket holder, there's terms and conditions that you have to adhere to. If
they
you
literally could require you to have $1 million in your bank account if they wanted to.
Right. Well, as long as you're paying, but it's kind of like it's like Levi's telling you buy a pair of jeans.
No,
you can't
it's simply a club, dude. It's simply a club membership.
That's all.
It's a private club. That's all it is.
Well, it's like if I buy a pair of Levi's and I'm in the Levi's club, if Levi's tells me I can't ship my pants, I can't ship my pants. They're mine. I can do what I want.
No, but if they told you the only way you can buy these jeans at this price is by being a club member, okay? And the rules of the club say that you only have a certain amount of percentage you can resell them for, and you go over that percentage, you've broken the rules of the club.
Right,
Yeah.
but
here's another example. Let's say you bought a Tesla car, right? You paid cash, own it outright. You're not owing any money to any financial institution or anything. It is your car, right? You believe that it's your car, right? The moment you do something with that car that Tesla dislikes for any reason, any moment, they kick you off of their network of benefits that you can get, including their charging network. instantly. They kick you off of it. So,
Which
that's
is
another
a
example.
high
So
speed.
you better not let that car computer hear you say something that they don't like because of political wins.
And if you don't believe me, go look that shit up. That is a thing with Tesla. That's why I won't own one.
Right, but the point being is, I get my tickets. If I want to give them to my nephew or give them to the tire guy or whoever, I can give them to. But also, if the guy that's 3 buildings over wants to take his wife to a game for an anniversary, the Bills do not know how much I sold them tickets for. You know what I mean? There's just, I don't understand how in Miami
the only way I could see like they know how much the tickets are sold for. I believe the team does have a they do send emails that if you are looking to sell your tickets, you have to post them through a certain site. And I think that's probably how they keep track of it. But I don't know how many people actually follow that, to be honest.
And do they also have a limited number of times you can, or I should say not a limited number, but let's say if you're excessively transferring tickets to another account.
Yeah, they might be thinking you're up to something at that point. That's true.
So you
could just sell it probably. Like I can hand you the cash, Michael K, and you can just transfer. You can just gift me the tickets through the Dolphins app. You know what I mean?
People that are looking at. I think the people. I don't mean to cut you off, Mike, but I think the people they're really going after, to be honest, are ones that they have a season ticket membership and they're just selling every ticket, every game. You know what I mean? I missed the game last season because it was Christmas Day. I'm sorry, it's Christmas. I'm not going to miss that with my family, no matter what. So.
Right.
But that was the only time actually one other time I had to miss because I was out of town, but I went to every other game after that.
But even that Green Bay game was a private sale.
That's true.
All you did was transfer the tickets.
Yeah.
Like you didn't sell them through like StubHub or anything.
And I didn't inflate the price ridiculously.
Well, that too. That as well.
Mine was like completely fair deals.
And they wouldn't even know what it was anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if I handed you the cash, how would they even know?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if we did a Visa transfer or something and put in the description, this is for Miami Dolphins tickets, then I guess they could find out, through partners and information gathering. But that'd be a lot of work for something like that. That's something I learned early in life. A lot of like people that commit low-level crimes, they simply only get away with it. They only get away with it because it costs so much for a local law enforcement agency to surveil them that they don't do it. You know what I mean?
So I want to get back to the Buffalo Bills and Dolphins game color, because I do have something I want to kind of discuss since we have 2 Bills fans up here. And this is something you generally don't see us do because generally we're going to talk shit about the other team usually. But I'm going to ask something because let's say either team loses. Let's say Miami loses, and let's say Buffalo could have lost either one. In your own team's loss, who is the biggest scapegoat or the person that you're going to blame, I should say? Who's the person to blame? I'll start. If the Miami Dolphins lose, I'm going to blame Chris Greer up and down the field and make him do sprints up and down until he vomits. That's who I'm going to blame, because it is his responsibility to make sure and to ensure that this team has depth at every position at any point. That's why you see teams like the Eagles, like the 49ers, like other big teams that are out there made acquisitions and moves throughout the season, not just by the trade deadline, but also towards the later half of the season. They were signing people left and right. In fact, people are still taking visits to some teams. You know what I mean? And they're making moves. We didn't make any moves. We didn't do any. We could have had who's the defensive end that went to the 49ers? We could have had him for next to nothing over here, to be honest, and he's still on a rookie contract. You know what I'm saying? So that being said, it's his responsibility to make sure that this roster is fully loaded and prepared for the playoffs.
Absolutely.
In my opinion, he's done a lackluster job doing that this season. And then when I say this season, I'm talking about. Hold on.
Supposing the loss. I mean, we don't know that yet.
Hold on, Color. Hold on. In my opinion, I don't think this roster is prepared as much as it should be or could be for the playoffs. Look at all the injuries we've had, and I know your options are limited, but there was a point when you weren't at this point yet that you could have gotten somebody. You could have went ahead and gotten
again,
over here. To be honest,
I just want to be clear. We're supposing a loss in that case because if we take care of business with the scrubs, then obviously he picked the right guys for depth.
Even if we get to the AFC Championship game and we lose there, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
No. I'm not talking about deep. I'm talking because you're going to have to get some of our guys back to go deep anyway. It don't matter who you are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when you're talking about, let's say we go out tomorrow as depleted as we are and we destroy them.
Yeah.
Right? Then that means that, well, Chris Greer must have done a pretty good job picking the depth.
Or he knew something we didn't. Exactly.
Well,
exactly.
That's right. So we still have that to find out is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But
Jerome
supposing
Baker
a loss like that and supposing a collapse to that point, then yeah, it has to be Chris Greer, man. Because look, I'm not, and this is in no way excusing by using injuries. Okay, in no way whatsoever is Ali saying that. He's saying that when you have your opponent and most of your own fans saying, we have no shot to win this game because look at your injuries, then I'm not going to be patronized by a Buffalo Bills fan or a fellow Dolphin fan on Monday morning when I'm going, well, what did you expect? Because they're the ones telling us that right now. They're already pre-excusing.
I just don't understand.
The Bills fans themselves are excusing us already by saying, you can't possibly beat us without Bradley Chubb and without blah, 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 and without blah, blah, blah. So if that's the case, how am I saying any different on Monday morning? To Ali's point, I'm not. I'm not making excuses because the accountability, which is the opposite of excusing, okay, the accountability will fall squarely on the person responsible for providing that depth. And that is, as Nene likes to call him, Christopher Aloysius III Greer.
Yeah. That's exactly who I would blame in that event. And I've looked at other teams. We look at the usual suspects who go to the playoffs and make deep runs, and all of them are based on depth. They bring in people late in the season. And yeah, we brought in Melvin Ingram, but that guy is like, he's a few steps in almost to retirement, to be honest, in my opinion. No offense to him. Maybe he has a breakout game tomorrow. Who knows? But my point is that there was a lot of positions that were concerning, and we haven't addressed them, at all. You both of your linebackers. I'm sorry, your linebacker gets injured, right? And we're having to utilize Duke Riley, and he does a good job. But if you brought in one other person, maybe we don't have to utilize Duke Riley as much.
To be fair, Ali, to be fair, if it's 24-20 and it's fourth and goal from the 2 with 20 seconds left, and we run a fade route, I can't blame Chris Greer for that, dude.
Yeah. No, and the one other person real quick, and I want the Buffalo Bills to answer who they're gonna blame. The one other person that I'm not blaming him, but I just want to say this because I haven't really got to talk all week, to be honest, about this. The one person that I really need to see step up in this game is Javon Holland. I need Javon Holland. If he plays, I need him to be 100% because I think he really Mo knows from experience. He sucks. He takes it in the face all day long for me.
What was that comment? I didn't see it.
I meant to hide the first one, but I ended up clicking it by accident.
Okay, don't
Sorry,
worry.
everybody.
That was hilarious.
In the face all the time. He likes what it tastes like.
The second one's
Yeah.
fine, but you can't be using the R word like that, dude. Come on, Mo Alley, you know that.
Yeah, but that's my point. I just
And
need.
my apologies for displaying it. I clicked on it by accident. I was trying to click on the hamburger for it to hide the comment.
It's okay. It's all right. But my point is, Chris Greer is the person to blame on why this team is depthless in certain areas. And when the injuries started flooding in, that was the time to start making moves, and we haven't seen it. For this game, just because we're talking about the game, I really need Javon Holland to step up. He needs to show me something, because this season he really hasn't had that moment for me, in my opinion. Yeah, he had the 100-yard run back. Yeah, okay, that was one game, but we're talking about in a game against a team like the Buffalo Bills, or some of these other good teams that we've played during the season. But go ahead. Who wants to go next? Whoever.
Go ahead, Michael.
I was just gonna say, good seeing you back around, Mo Ali. Just careful with the R word comments, dude. YouTube don't like that, man. Come on. But how you been doing? I knew you were gonna turn up eventually. The gang's all here, Ali.
They had to come out of the woodwork some point.
Yeah, and I don't know why he's not a Colts fan with a name like Mo Ali. I mean, he just watched his favorite player drop a bunch of touchdowns tonight.
Go ahead.
Actually, I think Mo Ali Cox had a 2-point conversion. I don't want to knock him too hard.
They're showing it right now, St. Jude. I can't answer that until the Bills lose and how they lose, and how they lose.
Okay, so how they lose is important to how you answer, is what you're saying.
Yeah, if Allen puts up a dud, me, I'll be the first one to call him out. If Stephon Diggs drops 4 balls in the end zone, I'll be the first one to call him out, because
I just want to know what coach is getting fired if you guys lose this game. That's basically what I'm at. Well, I guess it all depends on how you lose. Okay.
Well, as of right now, if a coach gets fired because we lost, it'll be Joe Brady. Because McDermott's defense is on fire.
Wait a minute, though. Pump the brakes a little bit. If the Jags lose, then nobody's getting fired yet. But supposing the Jags win and it's for all the marbles for you guys, then yeah.
Because I think it would be, I would think that they would go out and they would find another offensive coordinator that's more. See, I'm still under the impression that Dorsey was the scapegoat. Because nothing changed in the playbook. Nothing changed with the players. The only thing that changed is Diggs isn't in the game anymore, and Cook is. Cook's the focal point now, and that was Brady.
Now, Michael K. and Josh, I'm glad I have both of you up here, because I asked, and not to shift direction, Ali. I didn't necessarily mean to do that, but I want to make sure I get this question into them before I forget. So I asked the hard-hitting question to our own fan base, and I was pretty. I had to have a lot of courage to do that, and it worked out. People didn't roast me too hard for asking the question about Kansas City and all that, right? But you guys are facing a situation not too dissimilar, in that if the Jags lose tomorrow, you're already going to know it. Right?
We'll know it.
How much do you guys put in trying to fight us for the division title, knowing that if we fight back, we could very well kick you out of the playoffs altogether? Do you guys go conservative to make sure you maintain your playoff spot?
Wait, I'm not following you, Color, because if the Jags lose and we have a playoff spot, why wouldn't we still fight for...
I guess you're right. That makes sense.
Yeah, there's a massive difference with the 2 seed.
Because...
Well, the question was already answered by Josh Allen himself. And he said they're gonna go 110%. They're not laying down. They're going to win. You go play football games to win.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
And that was he said that in his press conference on Wednesday.
Yeah, I guess it is. I guess it is still the same situation for y'all.
Right. We're playing no matter what.
Yeah.
And that's what the Dolphins should do as well. But you know what, though? Although, how hard do you go with all the injuries you already have? Do you play the Bills hard, still lose,
just to have to play them hard again,
and lose more, and possibly lose more players?
To have nothing left for Baltimore or whoever it may be down the road.
Again, if that happens, we lose more players. I'm just gonna start looking at.
Again. See, that's the thing, Michael. Okay, we're at a point where we are not going to excuse ourselves for injuries. So if we have to go all in on getting home games in the playoffs, we can't be playing that game. We got to beat you guys, and if we have to fight tooth and nail 2 weeks in a row to do it, that's what we got to do. And if we have nothing left for the next team, and that's how we go out, fine. The blame still goes squarely at Chris Greer's feet.
Right, but I'm looking at it this way. You play the Bills hard, you win, lose more players.
And then lose to you guys the next week. Same scenario.
Right. Yeah, so
I would still rather dictate our terms than go out to Kansas City, dude.
And I would too. I would too, but now that's the other thing. You lose more players, you lose the game, and then you go to Kansas City with even less players available.
Yeah, it could be. Well, that's what happened last week as far as compounding goes. I don't want to be thinking about that right now.
Win the battle, lose the war type of philosophy.
Losing a game and losing Chubb, you know what I mean, for no fucking reason. Oh.
See, but I got into a little back and forth with the guys I meet with on Thursday nights. And we were talking about snaps and stuff. The Bills, I think Ed Oliver has the most snaps on the defensive line, and he's at like 68%. He was up around 75, 77 for a lot of the year, and now he's dropped to like 60. He's the one with the most, so we're rotating our players out. So, Bradley, Chubb, and both Phillips were all at like between 80 and 82% almost the whole year. That's how many snaps some guys are playing. So the chances of them getting hurt multiplies by how much ever because
I would accept Cameron Good in that situation because he's been in the rotation fairly heavily for his status on the team since Jalen Phillips went out. So we have been utilizing him to give a breather to Van Ginkel. You know what I mean?
Michael,
in that regard. So
do you think there's something to
now
that?
Chubb's hurt, it's going to have to be Cam Good that steps right into that main role.
Right.
Who else can it be?
Do you guys think there's something to? Well, because the Bills rotate so much on the D line, I know that keeps guys fresh throughout the D line. But do you think, for example, all that accumulated rest throughout the year adds up in this game, Michael, or you think it doesn't transition that way?
I think it helps out tremendously. The majority, like when you get injured, just doing stuff even around the house or doing whatever you do for fun or a hobby or whatever. Most of the times you get injured, usually you're fatigued. You don't step right, you're tired, you walk. You know what I mean? So you're not. If you're running down the stairs tired versus running down the stairs in your best condition, there's a better chance you're going to get hurt when you're tired because you're going to misstep, you're going to slip, you're going to, your mind's not in it.
Now remember something else. There's a lot of guys coming in. Again, I'll point out Cameron Good. Look, Aaron Donald. Nobody knew who Aaron Donald was until he did something great.
That's true.
Right.
So we got to find those players on our team that want to introduce themselves as great.
See, that's actually a really good point, Color. And I'm going to go back to Vic Fangio, right? He mentioned when he was hired that we need to find the talent on this team, right? And that's something we haven't had this year. We haven't had that gem that came out of nowhere this year like your Cater Kahoo, for example. You know what I mean? And don't tell me it's Devon A-Chain, because Devon A-Chain was drafted and we expected him to be.
And with me, Ali, tomorrow culminates an entire narrative that I've created myself that I've been following with Cameron Good.
Yeah.
He has to show me tomorrow that talking to him up the way I have for the past 2 seasons was worth it.
Mm-hmm. That's my point.
You know,
We
I've
haven't
been
had that
hyping him. I've been the
breakout
one. I've been his biggest advocate, dude, since he got here.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like I'm his. I feel like I'm his Deion Sanders. Like, you know, as if I took him under my wing, and him and I have gotten all the way to this point where Channing Tindall and his guy haven't, and Cam Smith and his guy hadn't.
Okay. First
But
of all,
Cam Good and me, we've gotten to this point. You know what I mean?
What you're saying is being used in the wrong way here. Adam, just so you know, he didn't say that Cameron Good was any which way as good as Aaron Donald or anything. He was just saying nobody knew who Aaron Donald was until he did something. That's all he was saying. That's not
right. And it's time for the guy that I've been following and caping up for to introduce himself. And if he doesn't, he doesn't. But if he does, it's going to be great. Is it going to be Aaron Donald great? Maybe not. Probably not. But I'm just saying. You know, I mean, it is what it is. The guy's gone through the whole track to get himself into this position. A track that hasn't been completed by Channing Tindall, Cam Smith, and a myriad of Eric Izukama. How many other can we name? And Cam Good has put his nose down as a late round draft pick who nobody knows about and has been working his way all the way to where he's at right now. I'm going to bet my money that guy is going to be great over anybody else of these names that we haven't even seen take the field yet. Who the hell was anybody drafted in the 5th round before they introduced themselves to the league? And when I say introduced to the league, I'm not talking about getting up on a podium and saying, hey, this is my name. No, I'm talking about showing something, showing greatness on the field.
Just to clarify to Adam, who tells me that Aaron Donald was a 1st-round pick, so he was already known. I had no idea who the fuck he was, even when he was drafted, to be honest. Why? Because I don't really follow Pittsburgh, of all places. Yes, because that's where he went to school, if you didn't know. Right?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that. And I don't follow Aaron Donald where the hell who he was. It wasn't until he did something in an NFL game that I was like, oh, man, that guy's really good. You know what I mean? That's when I really heard about it, to be honest. So our point is that whoever these people are that are drafted or not drafted or whatever, and that are on this team, they need to come out of the woodwork and break out of their shell. That's all. That's
right, and that's precisely why we're putting it at the feet of Chris Greer, because it's up to him to find those guys that have the ability to introduce themselves.
Who cares if I'm a casual fan? Who cares? Who cares if you're a super fan? Who cares if you're the smartest fan in the world? Who
I
cares?
don't understand how it makes you a casual fan.
I don't understand how it makes
casual would be casual would be I just looked at the roster last night and picked Cameron Good's name to talk about him tonight.
You know what? If you want
that would be a casual.
If you wants to call me a casual fan, that's fine, because you know what that means? I get to have fun and be a fan on my own dime, not anybody else.
Well, you know what? If you use the word casual, then you're actually the casual, because you're just repeating rhetoric that everyone else always says.
Exactly. It's actually rules for radicals. Blame the other side for doing exactly what you're doing.
Man,
hold on.
Josh Allen and Michael K has had better disses at me than what Mo Ali and Adam have in this chat. It's ridiculous. Earlier, I don't know if you saw, Color. Supposedly, I'm making Mo Ali pancakes. I'm sorry, bitch, but you're the one wearing the nanny outfit making pancakes for your mom or whoever else. I don't give a fuck. All right. And in Adam, I don't know if you're a Dolphin fan or a Bills fan or just a straight up troll. Who gives a flying fuck what you think? Because I obviously don't. And yeah, so keep going, Color. I'm sorry, I just had
Well,
to.
hold on. Let me tell you how I base a casual fan.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The other day on Facebook, somebody said that the Bills should hire Bill Belichick as a defensive coordinator. Right there, that statement is just casual fan at its finest.
Mo Ali, why is your mom always on her knees? I don't know. I have no idea.
I do.
Let me ask you this.
I know why.
You do, Michael K.
Let me ask you this. Any other fan out there? You even know what Cameron Good's number is?
No, but I do know. Here's a number.
Do you even know how to pick him out on the field?
It's 53, right?
Oh, damn, Josh.
That's actually pretty good.
Damn.
Yeah, pretty good guess.
Here's a number that sucks for you guys. Bradley Chubb had a total of 836 snaps. That's a lot of snaps. And he was out there when he shouldn't have been out there, and he mangled his MCL. Oh no, I'm sorry. That was TJ Watt tonight, who had 800 and what did TJ Watt have?
He had a fellow player knock into his knee too. Now that doesn't mean it couldn't be a tear. It's just that it wasn't a turf problem. It was the dude came in and helmeted him in the knee from the side.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. Earlier in the year, does that happen? You know, chances are it doesn't happen because you're not.
You know what the sick thing is, dude, is that you see a guy like that balling out on the field, and then it becomes wouldn't that happen like the third quarter? Late?
I thought it was in the fourth, wasn't it?
Could have been early in the fourth.
Yeah.
But either case, it was late in the game, and it's like so incidental. And you're just like, that had to be the last thing on his mind on that particular play, because it was like a junk play.
Adam, cry me a river. Oh my God. Oh.
See, I have an issue with how the NFL does it anyway. Like NHL hockey, somebody goes out and they're out for 2-3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
They go to the minors, just like baseball players. They're out, they go to the minors, they play, they get back in game condition, game form, and then they come up. You know, NFL, you're on the IR, you get 21 days to practice.
And the sick thing, here's the sick thing though. Hindsight's 2020. They really didn't need him to finish out that game. Obviously.
You're right. Yeah, they didn't need him. And he's going to be out because now they're in the playoffs, correct? The Steelers are in.
No, they have a 64% chance of making the playoffs. It depends on what the Jags and the Broncos and Raiders do tomorrow, I believe, are the two games that hinge that.
Okay, so either way, if they play, he's not.
Right. Now, if they would have lost tonight, if they would have lost today, they would have had a 14% chance to make the playoffs. So they're actually in a better situation than you all are, Mike, okay? Not to make the playoffs, but for your chances about the division, because, you know, we went from 75% to 45%, and you guys went from 25% up to 54%, which just so happens to be and match the probabilities of the game this week.
Where'd you find that?
I don't know if Crypto is listening, but Crypto and I, you know, we've been following these projections. You know, obviously we've been talking about it a lot, and I've been following it and, you know, helping the audience follow along. Well, the wave function is now dropped, obviously. You know what I mean? So the current state of the wave function has us both, because you guys are 54% and we're 45%. It has us both. Now the decimal points add up. So if you're wondering why I don't add to 100, the decimal points do. It wasn't the point of what I'm saying. But if you look at both and you look at the overall wave function, like as it happened, we both started deviating drastically, right? And then once we lost to the Ravens, those two lines immediately pinched back together and are now trailing both midway with you guys slightly above us. You know what I mean?
And I wonder if that has
and so I had this picture in my head of what this wave function had been looking like. And when this dude showed it on one of the networks the other day, he showed a graphic of it. I'm like, wow, look at that wave. And this is exactly what I had in my head, right? So, anyway, point is, everybody said, oh, Color, the projections don't mean anything. I know, and I've been telling you all this the whole time. I've simply only been stating what the current state of the wave function is. And currently, okay, we have dropped to 45%, but to win the division. But Crypto and I, who have been following this along, him and I had a personal agreement, like a personal take that, look, if we lose to the Ravens, then our probability of winning the division should be exactly what our probability to win the Buffalo game is, should it not? I mean, wouldn't that be logical?
Yeah, because
if our division hinges on this game, wouldn't our chances of winning the division be the same as winning this game?
Yeah, they would both be converging in theory.
And so I checked after we lost to the Ravens, and sure enough, we went from 75% to whatever the percentage to win this game is, which it happens to be 45.3 or some shit. And that's where we're at now.
See, now here's an interesting
fact. We win, hold on, if we win, that wave function will immediately shoot up to 100% if you're talking about a game over game basis and collapse at we win the division. If we lose, it'll drop immediately from 54% to 100 to negative 100%, obviously, and you all win the division, right? But if you want to track the wave function inside that drastic drop and see what it looks like along the way, you can follow along on ESPN's site and watch the wave function as the game goes along and as stuff happens in the game in reality. And then eventually it will collapse at 100%, win or lose.
Uh-oh.
And it won't do that until the clock hits 0. So we could be beating you guys 52-7. And that wave function will still say greater than 99% until the clock hits 0. Now, most people would say, why? Well, because it's not technically collapsed yet until the freaking clock hits 0. You can't say, a plane could crash in the middle of the field, okay, and they could postpone the rest of the game, everybody get injured, come back to play the rest of the game, and that team could come back from 52-7. So you can't say 100% until the clock hits 0 tomorrow night.
That's why before they draft somebody, they always call them to make sure they're still around.
Right. So I'm not glad, but at least people could see that, okay, the worst did happen and we didn't collapse the wave function last week or the week before when we could have. You know what I mean? And as such, we're down here now. But remember, at one point, not too long ago, we were 89% to win the division. Now, at that point, if I would have drawn a wave to get us to 100%, if I were to just, kind of like when you turn on the future radar on your radar app, you know what I mean? If I were to draw the wave out, I wouldn't have drawn it in a straight line. Nothing goes up and down, and nothing goes up in a straight line. So I would have expected us, maybe not this far to 45%, but we weren't going to be at 89% the rest of the way. However, that doesn't mean that 4 weeks ago, 89% wasn't accurate. Because if we win the game tomorrow, then I can go back and say, see, I told you we were 90%.
Right.
Doesn't matter what happened in between.
See, I've been tracking. I've been tracking FanDuel all week, and for every single game before ours, for those teams, you can click. They have a little stat tab, and it comes and goes, and it'll tell you the percentage of money against the spread. And I clicked on Kansas City. They're 73% over the Chargers for the percentage of money over the spread. And then the percentage of the bets over the spread is 77% Kansas City. The Bills in Miami all week long has not given the stats tab. So you don't know which way the money's going either way.
Right.
Or the bets. And I don't know why.
Well, the other real quick, the other thing to kind of conclude what I was what I was saying to make it easier for those that weren't following. It's like right now you could argue that we're just at the buy low moment.
Yeah.
If you're at, let's say if you're the type that either plays the stock market in a technocratic way, you know what I mean? Like some people, all they do is look at the wave. They don't care what the companies are doing. They don't care they just seek out patterns in the wave and make their decisions based on that alone. That's called a technical or what do they call that type of stock trader? Like
I think it's a short-term trader.
Well,
short day.
Oh yeah,
but even day traders, you can still look at the company's financial. No, those people still look at company financials. I'm talking about the people that strictly look at the waves.
Yeah, I thought it was day trader. It's probably something else.
Well, it can be a day trader doing that, but I'm saying there's a word they use for those types that pay more, that
speculator,
that wait more on the wave. They're like the word I would use is technocrat, but they call them something similar in the stock market world. I forget what it is, but it doesn't really matter. The point is, there's people that literally just look at patterns in the wave, and if they were to look at our season. And if, let's say, a non-football fan mathematician came in here and looked at the wave function, they'd be like, the Dolphins are about to fucking destroy the Bills.
Now I got to look that word up.
Are you sure it's not day trader, caller?
No, a day trader is somebody that gets in and out of positions in the same day. That's all that means. However you do that, I'm talking about how these people make their decisions on what companies they fuck with.
They just look, like you said, they just look at patterns, not the nuances of the company or whatever.
Look at the charts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those are futures. Those are futures that look at the charts.
Well, that's type of trade. You're trading futures when you're doing that. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, even if you're not trading futures and you're just buying long, you still want to know when the best time to buy is.
Oh, it's not derivatives.
There's some people that don't bother to factor in what the company is doing with their money, and they just look at the charts. There's a name for those people in the stock market world. It's not a good way to trade stocks, but there's people that do it, like mathematicians that do it, and they can make money that way, like, playing the margins like that. Either case, whatever the name is, that type of person would look at our wave function right now and be buying the hell out of Miami. The only way they wouldn't is if there was something in the company financials that said they raised red flags as to why we dropped so suddenly. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
And if they can't find no red flags, they're buying us right now.
I also think that Baltimore game, I think it kind of, I just think it created an over exaggeration of cynicism. You lose a game like that, and people think sometimes they just read too much into it.
But they have good reason to, and you can understand why people do. It's just like the only way you can say they're wrong is to go out and take care of business the next week. I mean, against an equally strong opponent. You know?
I think the
That's
Bills,
tough
for
part.
example, this is
In
an
other words, there's no solace for people that feel that way, Josh.
This is an outlier. But in the 92 in the great comeback game, well, the week before that, they played the Oilers and they lost 27-3. And then they were down 35-3. So, what's 35 plus 27?
And then they finally said, they finally said to themselves, what the hell is it about these guys that makes them any different? And they figured it out and came back.
Football has a weird, I guess just because of the nature of football, it has a way of creating a lot of variance that's unpredictable.
It is a very volatile sport, dude. You have to admit. I mean, that's simply because of the injuries. There's also things we don't know about. That may cause your team to come out flat, and you're like, well, I didn't expect that. And there may be things we don't know about that help that along.
There's something too, like you guys obviously know this, but it's worth thinking about. There's something about the psychological effect of sudden death in sports. It makes you play. It makes the truth come out in football. It makes you play different.
Pressure. Well,
you know what I'm saying? What's the saying? Pressure.
I'm glad you said it that way. I'm glad you said it that way. It makes you play different, not necessarily better, just different. Because, as we all like to say, pressure creates diamonds, right? Makes sense. But as G always points out astutely, pressure also creates diarrhea.
Yep. Yeah. 100%.
I mean, but it does. It does make people play different. You're absolutely right about that. I don't know why. I think it's
they don't want to be the ones to make the mistake.
No, I think that's it. I think it's communal. And not just mistake, but also the inverse, Michael K. Like, it's communal. Like, the other guy is going to, one guy out of 22 on both sides of the ball for each team. Like, one guy is going to step his game up. And whoever he's facing across the line of scrimmage is going to have to step their game up to compete. Even if they don't step it up enough to overcome or beat, they had to step their game up. And as such, whoever's following behind him, if let's say it's a guy trying to make a block, well, that guy now has to step his game up because everybody else is. And it just becomes communal right down the line. And it may be that they don't step their game up, but that they try to and fail or whatever. But you're right. It's they play different, and I think it's because it just starts like a mind virus. One guy has to play different, and then everybody will after about 5 minutes. That's why the quarterback is so, affects the game so much, because if that one guy that, let's say, it goes the other way too. If one guy fails or one guy gets, discouraged or whatever, it spreads like a mind virus.
Color, can you drop the link?
Sure. Give me a second. My hand is wet.
I don't have access, otherwise I'd do it.
What's that?
I don't have access right now, so I would have done it myself.
All right. And who's asking? Not that I care. I'm just saying. Oh, it's crypto. Oh, crypto. You should have the link in the text, but I don't know I don't think we posted it on Twitter tonight, so he might not be on his desktop. Hold on. More.
I'm gonna try to find a movie tonight because I can't sleep. Not with this game coming up.
I know, man. And Ali and I, fortunately, it's a night game because Ali and I would be hating life right now.
I'll be up at 4:30 in the morning no matter what.
I believe whoever wins this game, because of the dynamics of who's in the tournament right now, and because the 2 seed is on the line, I think whoever wins this game is going to, at minimum, end up in the AFC Championship. I really believe that.
Well,
I know the Dolphins are injured, but
but considering both teams out of the other teams around, maybe the Browns are up at our level now as far as interest across the league, across fan bases. You know, like who do the Tennessee Titan fans want to see? You know, do they really want to see the Steelers and the Browns?
You know what's dangerous
Or
about
would
the
they
Browns,
rather
though?
see Buffalo and Miami, or Miami and KC, or Buffalo and KC? You know what I mean?
The thing that let's just say, you know, the thing that scares me about the Browns is, number one, they have a very experienced quarterback. You know, he's been down this road before, and the thing about it, and this matters in playoff football, man, the Browns can get an organic pass rush with just 4. And when you have that type of pressure with their corners, I think whoever plays them, I don't care if it's Baltimore, Buffalo, it's going to be very difficult to beat them. I'm not picking them to go to the Super Bowl in the AFC. Obviously, I'm just saying that's going to be a very annoying team to get out of the playoffs. They can get great pressure with just 4, which is going to cause problems for anyone.
Well, that was the same. That was the same as Dallas. Look where that got them.
Color,
Joe,
you're being addressed in the chat.
I missed it. What does it say?
TD Finstock. I'm scared. Help me, Color.
Where's he at?
He's in the chat. Yeah.
Oh, come on, TD. What are you scared about? I love TD. He's great. He's coming on. He's putting it on me because I'm just, you know, I just have such a hard time. It's not that I have a hard time. It's that, to me, it's just so much shorter a conversation to tell you how we're gonna lose. You know what I mean? Like, it is. Let's be real. It's like, well, we're injured. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have the manpower to beat the Bills. You know, or even if you don't believe into it, like, okay, then we don't have the manpower to beat the Bills. But the conversation's over at that point. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not a productive conversation.
Now, between Dolphin fans, it might be a productive conversation.
Right.
You know, but I'm just facing outward. That's where I start to become a homer. And maybe it's fair to call me one. You know what I mean? Because when I'm facing outward, it's just time to rock. It's like, think of it like this. And you know, not that I mean, TD knows me. He don't need to hear this. But for anybody that, you know, doesn't quite get me as much, during the season, once the season starts, I am always in roundtable mode, period. Even against my fellow fans, I am in AFC roundtable mode, if you can understand it from that perspective. Like, I'm not going to, you know what I mean? Like, I just love this team so much, and I want to see us win. I wouldn't care if we went out there with look, I know what it's like to cry because you only got one win on the season. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't mean crying because you only won one. I'm talking about crying because you won one. And until that's happened, I forget how long TD's been. Like, I don't know. I forgot how old he is. I don't know if he's old enough. But for those that did not experience the Greg Camarillo walk-off touchdown against the Ravens.
Right.
I mean, bro, I cannot, dude. I have standards, man. And my standards are high enough that when we walked off that touchdown and won that game, I was crying because we were not going to be one of those teams that didn't get a win the entire season. Oh my God, I cannot have that as a Dolphin. I would not be a fan of the team anymore.
That's, you know, Color, people will say you're exaggerating, but I remember when the Lions went on, there were Lions fans that they stopped being fans.
I would, dude, if you can't even get me one win out of
Josh
16
Allen, that's
ball
a fact.
games.
I was there
I'm
when that
sorry.
happened.
I'm done with you, bro. I don't care how long I've been a fan.
There
You
was
know what I
people
mean?
that called. There was people that called in '97, won the ticket. I remember it in '09
Now, I'm not saying I was prepared to
or
make
08.
that decision. I wasn't prepared to make that decision that day. But in retrospect, if it was today's colors brain back operating back then, yeah, you don't get that win, and we're done. We're done. Because even in a bad marriage, you know, you get it twice a year, Christmas and her birthday.
I was going to answer the question about the day trading thing because I actually do both. I swing and day trade futures,
What do they
options,
call those people that
everything.
just strictly use the charts? Crypto technicians or
No,
it's
it's technical analysis is what it is.
right. I know what it is, but I'm saying, what do they call those people as a
They
euphemism? Like
basically they call it chartists. They basically strictly rely on the charts.
Okay. See,
They basically rely on the charts. They
Right,
don't care about the
that's it.
fundamentals of the
pure
company, the earnings
mathematics and pure
report.
probabilities based on
Yeah,
patterns.
chart patterns. Yeah, it's psychological behavior. If it was trading at 459 on December 23rd on this day and it dropped 50%, it's bound to repeat that same pattern on the next December 23rd.
Right,
You know what I'm
and if
saying?
you
So
go
they looking
through,
at behavior.
and if
It's a
you go
behavior
through and
thing.
draw little lines across peaks and valleys, okay, you can say, well, I know this
And it has
thing's
a
about
lot
to
to do
tank to
with
nothing.
volume.
Right,
Right, and the
you might
volume
say,
behind it.
right, you might say, looking at the charts, well, I know this thing's about to tank to $2 from $10, but I also know it's first going to go down to 8, and then it's going to come back up to 10, and then it's going to go down to 6, and then it's going to come back up to 8. So along that way, you can buy low and sell high and make money. It doesn't matter if
just
it's a
buying the
crap
zone.
company or not.
Right, yeah, exactly. They don't care about the fundamentals at that point.
And in order to know
day traders
when
don't.
to move
They
in
only
and out, there's
they
people
only
that
trade.
just look at draw those lines that they draw and those patterns, and that's how they know when to get in and out.
Yeah, we only trade news events and patterns. That's it. We'll look at the news event
Right.
like of a PM
Maybe
meeting come out.
the financials
They'll
to the
say
point
they'll
where you
trade
know
that.
you're not dealing with a scam. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, even that they don't matter if they're getting in and out within minutes and they scalping. They
Well,
don't
that too.
even care about
True.
that no
Those are
more.
the really risky ones.
It's,
But yeah,
it's pure volume at
effectively,
that
yeah.
point. They trading. We're
Once they
trading
target
volume.
a company, that's what it is. What they're targeting is companies that they can see consistent adherence to those patterns.
Yeah, yeah.
And then
You
once
gotta
they
have
determine that there's a
it's all
consistent
probability
adherence to
too.
those patterns, then they're off to the races.
Yeah. Yeah, you got what they call a probability of profit when you're talking about stock options and stuff like that. You know, you got, it's going to be at this particular price at this particular day. What's the probability that goes? You got standard deviation. It goes within a certain standard deviation, and then they base it all solely on that. And it's purely a mathematics thing. They're just looking at the math.
Color, now that we have crypto up here, I we were talking about possible storylines with how what routes teams can take. Is there a route, and I don't know what the table looks like yet. I haven't looked at what it looks like yet. We don't know what the final, how it finally looks like. But is there a route? And tell me if there isn't right off the get-go. Is there a route that Miami can play the Houston Texans?
Yes.
In the AFC Championship game?
Yeah.
Imagine that being the Shanahan protege versus the Shanahan.
Well, hold on. The answer to that question is yes. Simply, the answer to that question is yes, simply because we could play anybody that's in the playoffs in the championship game. So yeah, that would have to be a yes.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I just didn't know if they're like, because based on how they won and clinched, are based on the scenarios, are they locked in their seating yet or not?
Not yet.
No, they're not locked in their seating, but well, they sort of are.
They can get as high as 4.
There are very few shots, if any, where the Texans could get the 7th seed.
I'm just
right now for the two teams left in the South. it's pretty much all or nothing for those two teams in most scenarios.
I'm just thinking.
And while you at it, Ali, I like to take my bow because I did project that the Houston Texans will be the new division representatives for this year because it's always at least one.
Don't take your bow yet because the Jags could snatch it tomorrow.
But I'm talking about if they make the playoffs. I'm just projecting them to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
I was saying it was going to be a new playoff team.
I will take a
They was going to be
parallel
this year's new playoff team.
I see what you're saying, Crypto. Yeah, okay.
I will also take a parallel bow with Crypto because we both said that CJ Stroud, out of all the quarterbacks, was going to have more of a successful year out of all the other ones that.
Out of all the other quarterbacks, yep.
And we might be a season late, but goddamn, if the whole network TFTG shouldn't take a victory lap on the Lions, man. Damn, the Lions have arrived,
yeah, we're a
man.
season late, but we could take it. Yeah, we could take that one as well.
Yeah.
Yep. They clinched. They pulled it out.
It'd be interesting that there's a potential for a Shanahan versus protege.
Yeah.
I mean, because what is it? What's the head coach?
Offensive coordinator for them.
Well, no. Who's the head coach from the head coach of the Houston Texans? Who's the head coach?
Ryans.
DeMeco Ryans.
DeMeco
Ryans. Wasn't he the defensive coordinator for the Niners? Right.
He was. He was their D coordinator. Yeah.
And the best offensive coordinator or protege they had was Mike McDaniel. So you have one from each side.
Wow.
And then let's say 49ers run the table and go all the way.
49ers group panning right out. Yeah, there you go.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I was saying.
They are. Yeah. They could. They could meet each other there.
I also want to take a small victory lap because there's still a lot of work for them to do. But I think the Jags are going to be consistent contenders with Doug Peterson going forward, man. They had their ups and downs, and they're kind of down right now, but
they need to find consistency. That's
they're much better. I'm just saying they're obviously a much better put together organization now.
Oh yeah, now that Doug Peterson is there 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're a well built football team.
Yeah,
that division is going to be highly competitive.
And they're going to be a tough out, even if they've had problems and aren't as good as everybody else this year. They're going to be a tough out. ETN is a damn good runner, man. And
even though
when they get Christian Kirk back, they should be fine.
I'm predicting Trevor Lawrence gets an extension before Tua.
So that means he's getting it this year after the season. Then
God, you sure do know how to shit on game day, don't you, man? Jesus.
Hey, I gotta troll one way or another.
It's officially game day, bro.
So unless he's getting it next week, so how's he gonna get it more faster than Tua?
No, Tua's got his 5th-year option. They don't have to move on him.
I'm saying, but most likely they will.
See, he's taking the easy bet because we have the 5th option, so we're not in any rush, bro.
Right.
Well, technically, didn't he get his extension before Trevor Lawrence?
No, he said that Trevor Lawrence would get his extension before Tua would.
Right, but didn't Tua technically already get his?
No, he just
wasn't a lot, but it was extending the 5th-year option.
That is true. Technically, he is technically correct.
Well, they got to do it soon.
This is the year they have to do
I know what you meant. You meant the bag. I get you.
If they want to roll that kick, because they have to pay the entire $23 million in cap. If they want to get some relief from that $23 million cap, they gotta sign him soon.
It's gonna cost them $200 million to sign Trevor. That's what I guess. That's my best guess. It's gonna be at least 200 plus.
I don't agree with that, bro. Because I still don't think that he's proven that he's like at
No, he's already won a playoff game, Ali, and a division title.
That's true. You're right about that. Never mind. I forgot about that.
And he's also stood toe to toe with a couple of the good ones.
I don't see him in the top 5 yet. That's why I guess. But then again, where the inflation is now and where the numbers went, especially since what's his name got 140 million, it's going to be about 200 million.
Jared Goff.
Yeah, it'll end up being 200 something. Yeah.
200. Do you guys think that the Lions keep Jared Goff, or do you think some of the fans are saying that he
especially
should
if they win the Super Bowl?
Jared Goff's underrated, man. The guy is he's won a playoff game with a broken thumb. He's been to a Super Bowl. He's won other playoff games, high pressure moments.
Yeah, he is.
He's a legitimate. he's a legitimate quarterback. You know,
His numbers is consistently 4,000 yards,
I
35
wholeheartedly agree.
touchdowns.
people
I
shit
don't know
on
why he
Goff for
gets
no
so
reason. I don't
overlooked.
even. I don't even understand
Now,
it.
in no way what I'm about to say is saying that Jared Goff is Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson or anything else. But you know what he is? A top 5 QB.
Yeah, you can make that argument.
Actually, right there
I
is
don't
the
have to make
answer,
that
color.
argument. He
That's
put down the
that's
numbers
the
last
answer,
year.
color,
He
right
was
there.
fourth in production.
Hold on.
Yeah,
It's what you
production.
said, color is the answer. People,
That's true.
I think it's Josh Allen just said,
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. People shit on him all the time. And
Mm,
color
mm.
just said it for you. It's because his name is not Patrick Mahomes,
Not
Lamar
Patrick, right?
Jackson, or Jalen Hurts. That's why, because his name isn't any of those three guys. That's why they shit on him.
Yeah,
I mean, Jared
and
Goff
would
every
also
year
say
could.
that I can understand why they do, though, Ali, because look, let's face it. He wins in a way. He's
No,
almost
he's
obsolete.
bro.
He's
Let's
playing
not
an
even try to
obsolete.
overthink it. Let's not even try to
No, no.
overthink it. Listen, there's hold on, color. Let's not even try to overthink it. Tua and Jared Goff are very similar quarterbacks. They're very accurate with the ball. They do things accurately and consistently,
They're
and
still
because of
trying
that,
to play in an
hold on.
obsolete way, albeit being a statue in the pocket.
Good, but my point is that they don't have the dynamic ability that you see a Patrick Mahomes or a Lamar Jackson have, where they can just take off and play backyard football. They don't have that ability, and that's why people shit on them. They're almost what you would consider boring. It's kind of like a lot of people like to hate on who's the quarterback of the Vikings that he's on his way out now.
Kirk Cousins. Yeah.
Kirk Cousins actually was a very consistent quarterback with his numbers. You look at his stats, you always knew he was going to get that many yards and touchdowns in fantasy. So it was like an easy pickup if you had him on your roster, right? That's basically kind of what Tua and Jared Goff is. They're boring quarterbacks, but they get the job done when it comes to hitting their goals.
But you want yours a part of like it sounds counterintuitive. You want your quarterback to be kind of boring.
Well,
like you want him to play within structure.
I
You
don't
don't
know if boring is the right word.
Right.
It's not the right word, but that's kind of the only word I can think of right now. So go ahead, color.
Is the better word.
What was it?
Milk is the better word.
Okay.
Not mid, not average, definitely above average. Just milk toast.
Right.
It's like watching a guy. Okay, look, the way they are attempting to continue their careers is obsolete. That doesn't mean they can't overcome that obsolescence by adding other skills to their pocket passing game, a la Tom Brady. Okay. But as somebody like Sam Bradford found out, if you're obsolete, dude. And Sam Bradford, unfortunately, was obsolete the moment he was drafted.
He didn't get put in the right system.
The greatest quarterback that's ever played was.
Here's the thing. Hold on. Here's the thing. Jared Goff is a really tall, big quarterback. Okay, he has that. He has the body type to be successful as a statue quarterback, right? And he actually is a little more, let's say, dynamic sometimes as he's gotten older to know he can take this or that outlet, not mobile, not anything like that. Just, I know I can do these two or three things to get myself out of a pickle. Tua is developing those things. So you're right in that
I'm not hating, and that's the other thing, color. I just want to clarify. I'm not saying that Tua is boring per se. I'm just saying he doesn't have the dynamic ability that the other two quarterbacks have.
The word you're looking for is non-dynamic.
Yeah, whatever you could say. Not like it. He doesn't have that.
He lacks flash.
Well, he doesn't lack class. It's not that.
Tua's and Cousins. They're not backyard quarterbacks, and
they're just not that. I mean,
and the ultimate backyard quarterback. The ultimate backyard quarterback who Allen gets compared to a lot only won one Super Bowl, Brett Favre.
Right. And on this another name drop I'm going to drop real quick. I'm not saying Tua is compared to him at all. not, I can't say that he is, but you look at Peyton Manning, right? The last 2 years of Peyton Manning's career, it was kind of like he was this generic, non-dynamic quarterback that just did stuff consistently to get the wins when needed. You know what I mean? It wasn't.
And I don't even think that.
Go
Here's
ahead.
the thing. I don't even think that Tua doesn't have the ability to go off script. I think it's just that he doesn't decide to do it early enough.
Yeah, that's true, man.
Like
that
he
might be
doesn't
true.
give up on stuff early enough.
Yeah.
Now, you might argue a guy like Lamar Jackson might give up on stuff too early.
Mm.
But he has the ability to make up for that. Tua knows he
Yeah.
don't. So he has to be right if he decides to evade. And I think that causes quarterbacks like him, like Jared Goff, like Kirk Cousins to just, whenever they do evade, it's just that half second too late and they end up getting gobbled up in a sack. You know what I mean?
Do you think of Peyton Manning? Like I remember when Peyton Manning came out. Do you think that type of like
They just don't
statue?
want to give up on the concept of what the coach is trying to do. And that's fair. That's
Do you
a
think
fair way to win.
Do you think a statue like a Peyton Manning could come out in this era of football and have the same type of success? Or
absolutely,
yeah,
You're already seeing it. You're already hold on. There's already somebody this season that's doing what Peyton Manning did in his last
When
season.
I said obsolete, I meant that you're not just going to be an average build guy like back in the day where
Right.
you could come in and be a statue quarterback and be successful. You've
What
got
about Joe
to add
Flacco?
stuff. It's like a curveball pitcher. You got to add stuff to your game, dude.
What about Joe Flacco though?
I think
Joe
Joe
Flacco
Flacco
is basically doing what Peyton Manning did.
I think people underestimated Joe Flacco as well, and I don't think
He's
Joe
deceptively
Flacco
mobile.
is light years ahead of Trent Dilfer.
yeah, Flacco early in his career, he actually ran quite a bit.
And I
People
think
don't know that.
Flacco is
All right,
light
never mind.
years
Bad
ahead of Trent
example.
Dilfer.
Sorry.
In the respect as to why the Ravens were winning, Flacco is light years ahead of Trent Dilfer. And we're seeing
Yeah,
it right now.
he was a bit more mobile than Trent as well.
In other words, when people talk about, oh, you can win with a guy like Trent Dilfer if you got good defense and blah, 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 or you can win with a guy like Flacco. No, take Flacco
That's
out your
rare.
mouth. The dude is a winner, period. And he can take the game on his shoulders.
Yeah, he did
You
it.
don't get
That
where
whole
you're
run in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean,
11 touchdowns,
we
0
might not be able to-
interceptions.
we might not be able to tangibly see how he's taking the team on his shoulders, but he is.
No, you can see it. That one playoff run he did. That was all him.
If not for Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, the Browns would be winning their division right now.
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah,
handily.
given that he played a full season.
If it wasn't for our sorry ass, the Browns would still have a chance to win the division.
Mhm. That's probably why they geared up, made sure that it wasn't possible. They weren't finna let it come down to the last game of the season.
Actually, it was our debacle against Tennessee that sealed that fate.
Man, so many storyline games.
Well, could you imagine how
They dropped one to a bad team they shouldn't have too earlier that sealed their
What,
fate.
Michael K? You want to say something?
Yeah, could you imagine how dangerous the Browns would be if Chubb didn't get hurt?
I know, right?
All their wide receivers.
The
I
fact
think
that
one
they
of their
did
wide
so
receivers
well
got
even
hurt.
without him is impressive to me.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Imagine him in there
Yeah.
running the ball at will. Fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be
That
real.
was pretty good.
Let's be real. With the way Flacco has been meandering around New York for the last couple seasons, right? You could effectively say this guy just coming out of retirement to do what he's doing right now.
Yeah. He was on the couch for a month.
I'm pretty sure he thought his career was done, bro.
Yep.
Well, let me ask you: if Odell Beckham's dad didn't get in the way, would Baker still be at the Browns?
I think that's going to go down as one of the Browns' biggest mistakes, man. I really
Yeah,
do.
all because of Odell Beckham Jr.
said
And I don't even
Beckham?
think he didn't get his they didn't play him today, did they?
No, I
No.
don't think we did. I'm
Yeah.
not
No.
saying Baker is like this great quarterback, but I mean Baker can ball, man. Like they had a
And
quarterback.
by the way, what kind of indictment is that on the Jets?
Well,
with Flacco doing what he's doing right now, considering that Flacco has as many Super Bowls as Aaron Rodgers.
right. I was thinking about that a couple days ago,
I'm
Color.
starting to believe you guys when you guys were saying Aaron Rodgers wasn't going to make a difference. I'm starting to believe you now because Joe Flacco should have.
No, that's not true because the offense that's a totally different scheme. They don't run the same
Do
stuff
we
they
really
run in
know that,
Cleveland.
Crypto? Do we really know that? It's tough defense and running the ball.
Yeah.
But
Nobody
they're
expected another
they're
Jet to
not
go down
only
the
doing
9-11.
that.
They're
I'm
using
just gonna
tight
give
ends.
it a
They're
quick
using
look,
wide
Crypto.
receivers.
I gotta know, Crypto. I'm gonna give it a quick look to see if they happen to have theirs listed. Each of these teams. Not all the teams have it listed of what they run. You know what I mean? But I'm curious, dude.
Nathaniel
Not to
Hackett's system is
try to one up
atrocious.
you, just to
That's only
find out.
one. There's only one
To
person that's geared to running. That's Aaron Rodgers. There's no other
know.
quarterback in this league that can run the Daniel Hackett system but Aaron. He won the MVP with that system. It was proven. Russell Wilson could bombed out at it. Was definitely all the plethora of Jet quarterbacks bombed out at it. That's only geared to one person to run. That was Aaron Rodgers.
I
So
guess because
according
or go ahead,
according to Pro Football Reference, the offensive scheme they run is pure West Coast for the New York Jets.
Right.
Now I'm gonna look up Cleveland.
Yeah, that offense was historically bad.
Let's go 2023 Cleveland Browns. West Coast. Now there might be different variants, obviously, and those variants were probably tailor made for Aaron Rodgers. To your point, Crypto, sure, but those are minor variances that could have been should have been able to be adjusted for a guy like Joe Flacco. I mean, who was their offensive coordinator? Wasn't it LaFleur's brother?
I think so, yeah. I guess the better question is what are they going to do in the draft? I mean, they're going to have a top pick, and there's going to be a lot of good quarterback prospects, and you got to wonder if they're just going to pass up on one because of Rodgers, or who knows what's going on inside that organization.
That might be like a second round pick for them. Pick a quarterback in the second round. They'll pick a wide receiver or somebody in the first round. They'll pick a skill position player in the first round to go along with Wilson.
I'm just saying if Penix
So
slips to them, you know what I mean?
They don't
Crypto?
have a guy opposite of him at all. That's terrible. But yeah. I think they will pick a quarterback later in the rounds, though, like in the second or third round. Them first round quarterback picks has not been favorable to them in the last several seasons. I don't know if they want to touch that hot stove. They've been
Well, they had a
terrible.
layup. I'm not saying Justin Fields is completely awry, but he's way better than Zach Wilson.
Molly Mall. How you
Yeah, he
doing,
would have
buddy?
been better for them. He would have.
I'm glad to see
He
Molly
runs
Mall
a better
back.
competent offense than them. Yeah, he's better than Zach.
No hard feelings, Molly Mall. I know it was tough, bro. I know, but I don't think I've seen you since the
Hell, Trey Lance is better than Zach Wilson.
game, bro. But
That's so
y'all
stupid.
fought
Like that's the
valiantly.
typical Jets, man.
Y'all fought valiantly.
Trey Lance would have been a better option. He
Unfortunately,
would
Molly
probably be a
Mall.
better position.
Unfortunately, Molly Mall. Nothing is going to change until y'all move off of Dak Prescott. Just let's be real here.
For 2 years straight, everyone and their mother knew Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields were the two best quarterback prospects. And then Zach Wilson put on some kind of fucking bandana and started making some weird throws at a camp. And
That's what did it for him.
Joe Douglas fell in love with him.
He fell for the okie doke.
No, but y'all, dude, Molly Mall, I want you to know personally, because after the game, and Ali is a witness to this. What was I saying to Dallas fans walking out of the stadium, Ali? Now, you don't have to answer. I'll answer for you, but correct me if I'm wrong. I was telling Dallas fans, that there wasn't no shame on them tonight. I probably told 5 different Dallas fans that walking out to the parking lot.
Color made best friends with a Dallas fan on the way out, to be honest.
Who was that, Ali?
Color made best friends with the Dallas fan on the way out.
On the way out the stadium.
Who was
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
It's always interesting talking to the fans of if you won or lost, what it'll be like. They wasn't hard on me walking out of the stadium of the Ravens game. They was kind of.
They knew.
It wasn't. They was
no
they
reason for
some
them
of
to
them
be.
talk.
There's no reason for them to be. All they had to do is point at the scoreboard.
Yeah, right. They didn't have to. Yeah, they could just just smile. No matter how much trash I was still talking, they like laughing and like, okay, we got you.
Well,
win, lose, or draw, man. It's
also
always fun to talk.
They also know not to tempt the football gods. You know what I mean? Like, although John Harbaugh seems to do that with impunity. I don't know why the football gods don't strike him down for his lack of class, but hey, whatever.
I don't know. Mike McDaniels may have cornered the market on that. He said he don't want to because he's going to get punished by the football gods.
Yet we're still punished by the football gods.
By
John Harbaugh. By John Harbaugh. Of all people.
Mike McDaniel said, no, I'm not going to do that. It might come back to bite me. Jesus.
I just want to know, is John Harbaugh the Hercules of the football gods?
Could be.
Are they afraid to smite him? Notice what I did there. Are they afraid to smite him because
right.
he's like Zeus's favorite, you know what I mean, or something?
No, he's Hermes.
So you're saying he okay. All right. I had a joke, but never mind. That's okay.
Go ahead, Ali. My bad.
Well, isn't there a story about and hold on, let me just verify this real quick. Keep going. I'll come back to me. There's something I have about this.
Although Smythe was 3 for 3 that day, so I guess he did kind of.
I mean, I lost track of his numbers, man. I know he caught some big. He caught 2. I remember 2 of them.
Crypto and Smythe's last 8 targets on the field across 2 games. He's perfect. 8 for 8.
Okay, so he has a higher catch percentage than our 2-star wideouts. Is that what
in the last 2 games? Yes, he had 3 for 3 against the Ravens and 5 for 5 against the Cowboys.
Better catch percentage than our star wideouts. Yep. That's interesting. Maybe we should give him the contract.
Crypto, do you think it's pretty much a wrap? Like, unless
I don't mind if he doesn't get more targets, if that's what McDaniel sees fit. What I don't understand is, why isn't one of those 5 targets in the fucking end zone?
Right.
Yeah, that would be a better option. He has the highest percentage, right? That will be a math game, getting back to the math,
People
the probability.
Well, why aren't you the coach, Color? I don't fucking know. I mean, they got my phone number.
So the probability of Smythe catching a pass is 100% based on the last 3 games. There you go. That's a chart pattern right there that Mike McDaniel could play.
I read a statistics that, according to DVOA, this Ravens team's power analytics are right below the 85 Bears and 91 Washington team.
The 91 team for the Redskins?
Yeah, the 91, they had incredible analytics, 91 team.
Yeah, that offensive line for that team, that Mark Rippon led team, that was ridiculous. That
So,
team, that was ridiculous.
Crypto,
They
you
ran over
said
everybody.
Is illustrated
which
by the
Harbaugh
fact
are
that
you
nobody
calling
ever
Hermes?
talks about Mark Rippon when we talk about all these other quarterbacks from that era.
Yeah. People always color. You know what's funny? People always talk about, and Dallas did kick our ass in the Super Bowl. The team that if you watch that, like the eye test and watch the game, that Washington team absolutely beat the living shit out of Buffalo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was was the
Mm-hmm.
biggest one. If Yeah, you
What were you
that
gonna
was
say, Ali?
way worse than the score indicated. What
Okay.
Higgins? Yeah.
Crypto, I had to refresh my education of Greek mythology. So you said that Harbaugh is Hermes, right?
Yeah, I think that's the name I threw out there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hermes.
So do you want to know what Hermes was known for?
Water.
Hermes was
Right?
known for stealing things. They used to call him the
Oh,
little
okay.
rascal. And
Okay.
I was thinking about it and I was like, and I had to verify that's where I've heard the name before. He stole like cattle that belonged to the gods and different things like that, right? So I was thinking
Okay.
about it. I
So
was
he
like,
was a human.
Hermes
He was a
is
demigod.
stealing
He
shit and
wasn't a god.
Harbaugh's stealing signs. Who knows?
Yeah.
So that's
Right.
what I thought about.
Right. So Jim
Okay.
would be Hermes.
Jim would be Jim, because Jim definitely stealing signs. So Jim would be Hermes then. And
Yeah.
John would be what you call it? Yeah, that would be his brother Jim. I wonder what he's got in store for this game in Michigan and Washington. Do he got the signs? Ali, you think he got some secret?
I
He
don't
got
know.
something
I
up
think
his
it's
sleeve?
going to come down to the quarterback play. Michael Penix Jr. is really good. I really think he was very
Yeah,
highly
it is a big
underrated in
quarterback.
Washington. And what I mean by that
DTA
is
nailed that one, didn't
Washington,
he?
not Washington, but the Pac-12 gave him no favors at all because I think he definitely.
And I know DTA is a fan of the team and all, but he's been spot on about his
Yeah,
quarterback
Michael
out
Penix
there from the
Jr. is
beginning.
really
Yeah, he
good.
was. Yeah,
I think he's going to be a good quarterback in the NFL as well. However,
I say he
and
goes top
this
15.
is the only time you're going to hear me say something good about Michigan outside of the Lions, because I will always try to show some support over there. I will say that I was impressed with some of the throws that I saw the quarterback of Michigan make. I was like, wow, he did that. He did give me some of those moments. And if those moments happen in this game and they're not answered by Michael Penix giving me those moments, then I think Michigan might have the leg up. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
So you're saying you felt you knew what it felt like at that moment to be Bill Belichick watching Brady play at Michigan, huh?
I don't want to say that because because
oh my god,
Brady,
I hope nobody's watching this game. Oh my god, I hope nobody's watching this game.
Absolutely no, because I'm one of the few people that feel that Brady just happened to fall in Bill Belichick's lap and he still doesn't know where it came from. Right. And that's why you haven't seen another quarterback to his stature as good, because to be honest, Bill Belichick has never and never will be able to draft quarterbacks as high and be successful at it. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to. The only three quarterbacks that he's had, unfortunately, you really think about it, is he's had Brady, who was a 6th round draft pick, and then prior to that was
Bledsoe. That was it.
Bledsoe, who was not even a Bill Belichick quarterback. So I mean, technically, he was already there. So therefore, he hasn't really drafted a top 5 quarterback, and I don't think he will be able to in his career by the time he retires. Now
that was his curse, Ali.
And here's the thing: even if he did watch Brady at Michigan, if you go look at the stats, and we're just talking about stats and accomplishments, Brady had one of the worst stats and accomplishments out of any quarterback coming out of Michigan. Do you want to know who the highest rated quarterback coming out of Michigan when in regards to stats and accomplishments were? And I'll give you one hint. He was
Probably
a former Miami Dolphin.
Chad Henne. Was it Henson?
Chad Henne had a higher rating, higher stats, and higher accomplishments than Brady ever did in college. That's a fact.
Drew Henson, who played on Brady's team, was more highly regarded.
I'm not saying that Brady is a bad quarterback. I'm not saying that he is not the GOAT. I'm not saying that at all. Just
No, he's in college. He was terrible.
in college, he was unexistent. That's basically what
he was a has-been in college. How he elevated himself at the NFL level was like once in a lifetime thing.
Yeah.
Where you can be the worst in college and the best in the NFL. Has that ever happened in any other sport other than football? Where you was not a good in college and you was just like a has-been, and then next thing you know, you turn out to be the GOAT at the next level.
Yeah,
that's rare.
Yeah. But I will say I see, and I'm not saying that he's going to be the next NFL quarterback that's going to be amazing. I'm not saying that, but in that game against who Michigan played, Alabama, that quarterback from Michigan made 2 or 3 throws that I never saw Brady do in college, and I watched Brady against Ohio State and in college. Because Ann Arbor was only 45 minutes from my house, to be honest, where I lived in Ohio.
You was on the other side of the border, like Toledo?
Yeah, that's where I'm from, Toledo. That's where I was born and raised until I was 21. But I've been a Dolphins fan since I was like 5 or 6 years old because of my grandmother. So that's how I became a Dolphins fan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Ann Arbor, Toledo, it's like right down the road. Yeah.
Yeah, literally. But that's that. He did some throws that I just was like, how did he do that? You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that he's the next best thing. I'm just saying he's done some things that have impressed me. And me being a guy that hates Michigan more than anything, next to the Buffalo Bills, no offense to Josh Allen. It's very hard for me to say that. So it means something coming from me. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to come out this year. JJ McCarthy.
I wonder.
I think he'll stay one more year, bro. That's what I think will happen.
So Junior Harrison's going to stay 1 year, you think?
No. Harrison, I have no idea. I met the quarterback from Michigan. No, I don't know what's going on with Harrison. Has he declared or no?
If he declares and Houston end up getting him, that will be one heck of a freaking conspiracy going on.
They would have
the Texans get him.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Never mind.
If Texans get him, that will be so wrong for the league.
He does have
to let CJ Stroud get him again.
Yeah, he does have some something to. If he's gonna stay, there is something to think about because Ohio State just got Will Howard, who, if you don't know, they call him the next Josh Allen. If you go look at him, yes, he played for Kansas State, but look how he throws the ball, his build, how he runs. People that are not even in this Dolphins community call him the next Josh Allen. Go watch Menace to Sports, Menace the number 2 Sports. They even call him that.
That's his comp.
Yeah, so this guy can run. The guy throws and everything. He's scored a lot of touchdowns and whatnot, and put up a lot of stats with lesser talent. They just got him on the transfer portal. They also got the offensive lineman from Alabama that just transferred from Alabama to Ohio State, right? So already your offensive line's looking better. You've got a quarterback that can really throw the ball. Marvin Harrison, if he decides to stay, you also got the number 1 wide receiver in all of the nation that signed with your team, so you get to play with him. So weapons are going to be there, and your best running back, Trevion Henderson, is staying another year too. Plus, a bunch of defensive players decided to stay. You might think about it. Plus, they're offering you equivalent or more than a rookie contract to stay another year. That's a lot of money to say no to.
Ali, do you think you're an Ohio State fan? Do you think if Ryan Day loses again to Michigan next year, do you think they'll make a change? And would you make a change, or do you think it's an overreaction?
It depends. See, if you really look at it, I want to say Ryan Day may have only lost 3 games in 3 years.
He's a fantastic coach. Yeah,
he's a great coach. He's a former NFL coach. A lot of people know that. He coached not as a head coach, but I believe he was a special teams and an offensive coordinator, I think. Don't quote me on the coordinator position, but he used to be with the Eagles for a long time, and or a while ago, I should say. I don't know. It's really hard. It's really hard to say yes or no because who are you going to get to come in and instantly be better than him?
Right.
That's
Right.
my big question. There is an offensive coordinator that I think you could bring in that I think you offer him as more money in the world to bring him in and then tell him whatever he wants he can keep and that's the offensive coordinator I think from Washington. You bring him in, that will automatically elevate your offensive scheme, your offensive play calling, everything. Yeah, that would be it's very hard. I don't know what head coach you're going to bring in that would be as good or better, to be honest. I don't think they bring in as good. It has to be somebody better if you're dropping him, to be honest. Because the only team that's been able to beat us the last 2 seasons, it's Michigan. So
Michigan.
you got to beat Michigan.
That's the Big
But
Ten thing.
here's the thing, though. They're already talking about a shakeup in the Big Ten because of the new 12-team playoff. They're
Right.
talking about, and we're adding, 2 or 3 more teams to the Big Ten?
USC,
So,
Washington, and UCLA.
yeah, UCLA is the other one. I forgot about them. Yeah, add those
Isn't
teams.
every conference being changed?
You have to shake up the divisions within that conference just to make them more even. Because right now, one side of the ball is going to be way OP over the other side. So you got to. I think they move Ohio State over, to be honest. So you still can play that Ohio State Michigan rivalry, but then you have a big chance that both teams, or at least the best representation from your conference, always would make the playoffs, basically.
So you could have Michigan, Ohio State end up playing each other twice in one season.
Technically 3 times.
Technically 3 times. Yeah, you could. Yeah,
that could happen.
That's crazy.
Yep. Money, it makes sense. I mean, will it happen? Probably not. But I don't know. I think they need to change the who's on what side. The North or the North and the South. They got to figure out
who is on what side.
Look how OP this is. Hold on, let me pull it up. I'll tell you in 1 second. Big Ten. Here we go.
I was kidding. No.
Oh, you were kidding. I thought you
I
were
was hoping
serious.
Miss Benz was still in chat.
Oh, okay. Well, essentially, if you really look at it, it's the East and West is what I meant.
I don't think
you
you
got
understood, Ollie. Who is the guy?
Oh, who is the guy? I thought you said who's on
no.
what side.
Who is the guy?
I'm lost.
He's the same guy on first.
Oh, I got you. You're going with the old classic joke. I got it. But if you really look at it, one side, the East Division in the Big Ten, is way overpowered versus the West. You got Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, and Michigan State all on one side, and then on the other side, you have the only one that's worth a damn, in my opinion, is either Wisconsin or Iowa, and that's it.
They haven't won the Big Ten yet, since they did the divisions. The West has not won the Big Ten.
No, it's always been the East.
No,
which is for a very long time. So that's why I think you bring in USC, you bring in Washington and UCLA. You need to reshuffle this, these divisions up, and make it more what's the word? Fair, balanced. Balance is the word. Balanced.
I think Ohio State, before these past couple of years, basically when they won the national title with Zeke Elliott and Cardale Jones in 2015.
Yeah.
And then they destroyed Clemson and Trevor Lawrence in 2019. That little 4, 5, 6 year stretch, they were basically at the pinnacle of college football. They were the best program in college football from a talent base, recruiting base, the players that were getting drafted. So sometimes because Ohio State, they have such a high standard and such high caliber players, it's almost like they can be their own worst enemy if they have a couple down years. It wasn't even a down year this year.
It's not. The only thing that has been hurting them as of late, they haven't been able to basically recruit top quarterback talent in the sense of bringing in somebody and signing them by signing day. They just signed Aaron Noland, who If you haven't heard about Aaron Nolan, that guy
I
is
heard about him. Yeah, he's
really
awesome.
good. He's super fast. He's athletic, dynamic, all that stuff, right? He's a guy I'm very excited for. But the guys that I was excited for that they were able to recruit over years, they transferred out. You had CJ Stroud, that was great. But Joe Burrow should have had his chance at Ohio State.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So those are things that I kind of see.
They let him go.
Yeah. The guy that I thought we would get this year that was supposed to be like one of the top rated quarterbacks, I think he went to Nebraska. Crypto Raiola, I think his name was. I want to say he went to Nebraska.
I think Ohio State at one time had CJ Stroud, Dwayne Haskins, Joe Burrow, and Quinn Ewers all on the same.
Yeah,
that was their 4 quarterbacks, I think, for 1 year, for one like semester or something.
Yeah.
It was all there together.
It's like, holy shit!
Quarterback university there at that time.
Rest in peace, Haskins. I loved him at Ohio State. I know he was probably a little bit immature.
I actually really thought we was gonna take a flyer on him.
Yeah, he had 15. That kid had a cannon, man. I remember that game versus Michigan. Everyone thought Michigan might win that game, and Haskins just fucking went off, dude. He threw for like 500 yards in that game.
Yep. Man, that's crazy.
They still, not to speak light of it because he lost his life, but there's still a lot of mystery around what happened that night. There's still, I think that someone can fact check me. I think there is still partly a open civil investigation, but there's a lot of shady stuff that they think was going on in those last 3 or 4 hours that night. Not even necessarily that there was something wrong with Haskins' character, but that maybe somebody was trying to set him up or do something.
Supposedly he was drugged in a blackmail conspiracy. That was the last thing I heard.
Yep. There was some weird shit going on.
Yeah. What do you guys think about Mason Rudolph? I can't believe this guy is like leading the Steelers.
Well, I mean, we'll see what happens. It's just a couple games, but I guess it goes back to my theory. I just think that people have zero patience with quarterbacks, man.
Yeah.
They don't.
They have zero patience, dude.
Yeah.
The whole orthodoxy around quarterbacks, like right now, it's not completely fucked, but even take Zach Wilson as bad as he's been.
Now. We're gonna give you 18 months to win now. Win in 18 months, you're done.
The Packers handled Jordan Love perfectly. That's how you're supposed to do it.
Man, they hit the goal line damn near 3 times consecutively.
Isn't that crazy, Crypto? Like, even if Jordan Love isn't as good as Favre and Rodgers, but he's just a really good quarterback. To hit the lottery 3 times,
the same shit Rodgers did in his first couple of years at the first, starting the full season. It's crazy the numbers he's putting up.
Yeah.
With that offense, Favre left. Well, not Favre, but Rodgers left.
It's weird too. Like, I don't know who the the coaches there, how long they've been there with the Packers, but even when you kind of when you're looking at the body language and how Love plays the position, you can even kind of see a little bit of Rodgers in him, sort of.
Yeah, how he's commanding the offense and stuff. Yeah,
how quick his release is now. It's just weird. Whoever's in charge of
the mannerisms,
whoever's in charge of developing quarterbacks there, I don't know who besides the head coach, obviously, but they know what they're doing.
Yeah. And that was even back in the McCarthy days when they was, back from Holmgren and all those guys. See, they've already had a history of coaching staffs that know how to develop, put the quarterback in the best situation to develop. Even back from Mike Holmgren. It's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. Can you imagine, Crypto? I think we talked about this a few weeks ago. Like, if Jordan Love just went to the fucking Jets or something, and
like if he was drafted straight from them and then got off to
and they just would have possibly thrown out this quarterback that could have been special, and they wouldn't have even known it.
Yeah. He would suffer a similar fate as as Sam Darnold and freaking Wilson, you know. Well, it could have been, you know, unless he just totally just 180 and elevate him. Do
Because I feel
something
like a
different.
lot of quarterbacks, you know, all the quarterbacks that get drafted high have talent, you know. It's kind of like with it's like a job. Like someone can teach you, you know, part and parcel the intricacies of a job, right? But it's until you become really familiar with something that you
That's why
start
you
to
have
you don't just understand what you're doing, you
on the
understand
job
why
training. Yeah.
you're doing it.
Yeah.
And I don't think as a quarterback in your first couple of years, usually you might have a play call a call that's you know, being implemented, or an
Mm-hmm.
offensive system or philosophy for a certain game, and when you're a young quarterback, you're just doing what you're told. But it's not till later that you understand the concepts, why these concepts work. You know what I mean? And then you can start playing with anticipation. But
Yeah.
that's just it's a different conversation. It's just everything's a microwave now.
Yeah. It should come out like Andrew Luck or Peyton, where you can
Right.
hit the ground running. You know, he's showing this veteran like quarterback attributes at the
That's why
rookie
that
level. You
OC for the Texans is going to get a head coaching job next year. That OC under D'Amico Ryans.
know? Yeah.
You know, but maybe it's
He's
just
gonna get some
Stroud.
interviews.
Sometimes maybe it's just the court. Maybe Stroud too. Like Marino was the same way. Mahomes was almost the same way. Maybe Stroud is just sometimes there's a quarterback you take them and they're a genius of quarterback, and it's just one
Yeah,
of
they
those rare
process and
quarterbacks that
everything.
just gets it. They just get it right off the bat. You know.
Yeah, repetition matters, man. I knew something was going to be special. The fact that they let him do it every down. I mean, mostly they kind of coddle the quarterback in the preseason and stuff. Man, they let him run every play, every down.
Yeah.
You know, to make sure he had the playbook together. And, you know, that's something I picked up on. I'm like, well, damn, they're not pulling him. They really want him to learn the playbook. You know, and that's so vital to knowing the intricacies of your offense that you're trying to teach a young quarterback. If you just let them run the full reins from start to finish, no matter what preseason game it is, they did it. And it's working. It panned out. You know, it worked for them. You know, even when he was dropping like flies, all these receivers they had dropping like flies, and they was getting injured. You know, it's still next man up. He was able to still run the offense with the next guy.
Like Trevor Lawrence, you know, like tell me if you agree with this, Crypto. Like obviously he's a really good prospect. I think he's obviously going to be a good quarterback. He already is a good quarterback, but like when I watch Stroud, even in his rookie year, there's nuances at that position that he's picking up faster than Lawrence already. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he is.
He's picking up these. He's ahead of his years.
Given that Lawrence did have Urban Meyer for his first year, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
You have quick access to the final injury report?
I do have the final injury report, but I do not have access to StreamYard if that's what you were asking.
No, I just some few people have asked in chat and
Was it Friday? Was it Friday's report or this Saturday's report?
No, this is Friday's report that I have. Saturday's report doesn't get reported till later. No, actually, no, it is set. No, it's only updated to Friday. It says.
Yeah, that's what I say. It's normally a Friday. They only do it up to Friday.
Officially out, and this is kind of concerning, is Bradley Chubb and Xavier Howard. They're obviously out. Questionable is Jerome Baker. That's kind of good because we could use him.
So what is his injury?
Jerome Baker?
No, not Baker. The other, not Chubb, but
Chubb has a MCL
Howard.
tear, I think, or something like that.
Howard is a foot. He has a foot injury.
So Howard has a foot injury. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got carted off.
Jerome Baker, Raheem Mostert, and Jalen Waddle are all questionable. Everybody else has that dash mark. So it's basically means that they don't know. Not listed.
I did hear some rumors that Jerome Baker is like on track to play. So
who is Jerome Baker?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard also that some good news, which we may
last
have.
time he played was the Eagles game, wasn't it?
The one guy that we might actually have 3/4 of our offensive line finally. Robert Hunt supposedly is everyone's saying he's gonna play. So
Ali, you don't think that it was interesting your comments too about the Dolphins' depth, because the thing about I actually think the Dolphins' depth has been the greatest story of this season so far. I mean, even the depth at receiver, like
on the O line, we could give it credit there, but
yeah, like adding.
I had not necessarily an argument, but I had a debate with this panel. What was it, yesterday or day before yesterday, Color, where we discussed the type of team that we are, right? And shout out to Nene. She made good points that the defense really needs to it's all about the defense. The defense needs to get their job done and whatnot. But when I said as a counter to that is that as much as we want to pick up on the defense or pick on the defense or make complaints about our defense, we're not a defensive team. We're an offensive team. We win and defend this team. We win and defend our score by scoring. That's how this whole team is designed. Even Mike McDaniel made comments to this in the beginning when he was first hired. He said it to you guys verbatim live on TV. There's going to be a time when the offense is clicking, but the defense isn't, right? And that's because this team is now an offensive team. We have an offensive-minded head coach, right? Look at all of the big time, not even big time moves. Look at the volume of moves we've made on offense versus defense, right? Everything is primarily on the offensive side of the ball. You brought in Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson, Tyreek Hill, right? You brought in River Craycraft. You brought in
trade for Claypool.
You brought in Claypool. You brought in all these receivers. Barrios is another name. Devon A-Chain, right? You brought all these number of guys on the offensive side of the ball, even offensive linemen, even though they weren't the top picks we would have picked. You brought them in and they're offensive players, right? You look at the defense. In actuality, there's a less amount of moves. We only really brought in big moves. Was you brought in Chubb and you made the trade for Ramsey, right? Those are the two big moves you made. And then after
David
that,
Long.
what? Pardon me? I'm sorry.
David Long,
but he's not a big move to me. That was like a 1 year. Really, if you really look at the numbers, they were paying him next to nothing.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you brought him in, right? You didn't really add any depth anywhere else. Your defensive tackle position, you are so lucky they haven't been hurt at all, because that's the one position we only had 3 names on the roster at one point, right? And I was so worried about it, right? The linebacker position, who we should have brought in depth, outside of Jerome Baker and David Long, who do you got? You're even converting a guy that really should be on the edge full time, and that's Van Ginkel, because I think that's where he looks the most explosive. You brought him to play linebacker for you because you refused to address the position. And look what happened. You lost Jerome Baker, you lost Phillips, and now you lost Chubb. Now Van Ginkel has to at least play one of those sides, right? And you brought in Melvin Ingram, who's been on vacation this entire season, right? And you brought him expecting him to be the next Chubb. I don't think it's going to happen personally. So that means the offense is going to have to double time and do whatever they can to keep the lead of the score up. And that's why I say this is an offensive team. It's not that we don't have to play defense, but I don't think that this team is built to win on a defensive stop. I think it's built to win on an offensive score and a defensive manage. That's basically what I think how this team is built.
Yeah, I mean that's how you would want to build your team in today's era, anyway. You know,
I don't know. I mean, I would love to have best of both worlds. I want a top notch, fully depth out defense and offense, but at some point with the money and how things, you build your team, you gotta take risks in some areas, and you take less, you get gains on the other side. I mean, who would have thought the 49ers would have one not one, but two wide receivers that had over 1,000 yards and a tight end with
Right.
1,000 yards in the same season. Right?
The Niners look stacked. Being honest, I know
Yeah.
they lost to the
They have
Ravens. but-
three guys, right? They have three guys on offense, really, and McCaffrey, right? And their defense looks ridiculously OP, right? That is what I want my team to look like. Now, you didn't have to spend the money that that team has been spent on, because if you think how much McCaffrey cost, how much Bosa cost, and whatnot, you don't have to spend money that way. But you could have brought in players even after the trade deadline as free agents that could have resembled that team a little bit when it comes to depth or the violent intent of some of those players. You would see that physicality at least, right? But yet didn't spend your money at all on that. You want to nickel and dime the entire offseason and say that you have a Mercedes when really you have a BMW that's running a Hyundai motor.
Or like one of those Mercedes from the 1980s, you know?
Maybe.
Like, yeah, I'm
I don't
driving a
know.
Mercedes. It's like 1985 junker, you know what I mean? But,
I'm just saying, you have a V6 that has a freaking muffler, not a V8 or a V12.
Right.
You know what I'm trying to say right now. You know what I'm trying to say. But we're heavy on one side, but not the other. That's basically what
exactly. I just wanted to kill two birds with one stone and say hello to Dad Dean. Appreciate you coming by, and to read his comment because I agree with it. Got to get Smythe involved.
Yes, I've been saying that for a long time. That's the one position that Mike McDaniel has not fully utilized. Why was it able to be utilized as a 49er but not in Miami? I don't get that. It's like I just don't know what they're doing there. You know what I mean?
And what you doing up so late, Dad Dean? Huh?
Dad Dean, we need Javon Holland to step up. This is a game. He's been injured and out, sometime. I need a Javon Holland moment in this game. That I made reference to that earlier.
Yeah, you're right. I guess it's Cognac. Yeah, he has been using. I just mentioned it. Crypto. He's 8 for 8 in the last 2 games.
Yeah, that's true.
I just want a couple of those to be into the end zone. Would be beautiful.
Is this the time where we finally see that Tyreek Hill punt return that Crypto's been talking for the past 2 seasons?
Right.
I'm not trying to start an argument about it.
No way.
Right?
He's still nursing a leg problem. No, he's still nursing a problem, dude. You ain't gonna do it.
Okay. All right. Well, interesting enough, whatever game it was where he did hurt his ankle, but he still kind of played in the game. They actually put him back there, surprisingly. I don't know why.
In the playoffs, I would. In the playoffs, I would put Tyreek Hill on every single kick return and punt return.
I got Daddy Dean says kiddos are asleep and fish tank is relaxing. Yeah, and Miss Finn's also probably can explain a little why Dad Dean is up. She says y'all got almost 100 people right now because we're all nervous about this game. You know the truth color. Right on, Miss Finn's. Good morning to you too, by the way.
These two teams have a historic
42 on the east coast of South Florida. And yeah.
The Bills and Dolphins. The Bills and Dolphins have so many historic games against each other. Massive, massive moments.
And my freaking hand is hurting right now because I'm up too late, and it's like I don't. What am I can't help it. You know what I mean? It's like
I got a question, and I'm gonna say it again. I know they were out last week, but with the whole rap sheet saying that, did he officially say they're out, or did he say they're expected to be out?
Oh, I don't know.
Because everyone's saying that they're out, and I'm like, well, I didn't get anything from Miami Dolphins saying they're out yet. So that's what I want. I want the Miami Dolphin confirmation because that's the only one I'm taking for face value.
Speaking of Miss Finns, thank you for reminding me. She didn't know she was going to remind me, but she did because of the words she chose to use. We're probably going to be wrapping it up here in the next 10 minutes or so.
Good.
Because Shake is dropping the Insomnia episode at 3 a.m.
Oh, right on.
So you all that don't want to go right to bed, you'll have it's not live, it's a premiere, but you'll have a chat to go in there. They'll have it premiered to where the chat will be live. So make sure y'all are hitting the notification button on that starting at 3 a.m.
Yep.
You got the crypto connection, currency connection. What is it called?
Currency connection.
Currency connection. Yeah. Crypto and Shake doing their Insomnia show, Pick'em show. And their special guest was Ty Bless.
Color, have you guys got any updates on your super chats or are you going to be monetized again?
We're almost there. We are soon going to be resubmitting and be able to turn that back on if everything goes smoothly. We don't foresee any problems with it. Look for it entering, end of January, entering February, I believe. It just depends on, I forget when we actually got demonetized, but right around the end of this month. And also, again, 3 a.m., get ready. Y'all can jump right over there. All 82 of you. Appreciate it. Make sure you're hitting the like button here. But make sure you also hit the like button over there at 3 a.m. The chat will be live. Hey, if I'm still up, I'll be chatting over there. You know what I mean?
Real quick, Color. You're wearing your jersey tomorrow, right?
I am.
Did you hear what we're wearing tomorrow?
Oh, don't tell me we're wearing throwbacks again, because it ain't true.
We're not wearing throwbacks. We are wearing all whites. So you
nice.
got the right color jersey. That's what I'm telling you.
All right.
It's all white.
All white. Mm-hmm. We're going to white out the stadium.
Interesting.
They said that for Denver, but nobody did it.
Because they told us at the last second. That was the problem.
Oh.
That's why I bought the Tua t-shirt.
What's your guys' all-time favorite Buffalo Miami game?
None of them.
Only
the ones we won. How about that?
I would say, yeah, not that Bledsoe one, because I hated that one.
Oh,
when Bledsoe was your guys' quarterback and he beat us.
I'm gonna go with last year's Buffalo game only because of the fact that there was this woman that was a Buffalo fan trying to harass me, right? But sitting right behind me. And she kept playing with my hair because if you guys remember back then, last season, I had my hair, super long, like, below my shoulders. And she was like, "Oh, I can give you a haircut in the parking lot. I'm a hairstylist or whatever." And I was like, and she was like, "How about if we win, I get to cut your hair?" And I was like, "How about if we win, I'll cut your hair?" And then after we won, I turned around to say, "Hey, let's go cut your hair." And she went running, dude. It was so funny.
Probably my favorite, I guess, would be the time that we finally got you guys where the schedule worked out, because we alternate. Like, in case y'all didn't notice, we alternate when we play in Buffalo, whether it's winter or early in the season, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And our biggest problem through those runs in the early 90s was the fact that every single time we played you in a big game with a lot on the line, it seemed like it was winter and it was in Buffalo. You know what I mean? So we finally got you guys late in the season in Miami. And it was like, if we win, then we take command of everything going forward. And it's likely if we face you in the playoffs that it would be in Miami as well. And we won that game. And it was like, finally, I knew we could beat these guys. It was just a matter of getting them down here in the winter. You know what I mean? And we did it. And I believe that was the year that we were on track and missed the field goal against San Diego to get knocked out of the playoffs. And
I remember that game, Color.
Have that home game against you all in the playoffs.
The Chargers had no business in making it to. There should have been. That was the Dolphins year.
To finally get you in the playoffs at Joe Robbie.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
And that's why it hurts so much to lose that.
Pete Stoyanovich. That's his name. I forget. Yep.
Missing that field goal is crucial. I was listening on shortwave radio in Hamburg, Germany. The results of that game. That was brutal.
So
the
I guess
92
that,
through
I guess that
95
late
Dolphins
season
teams are pretty
regular,
loaded,
that
actually.
late regular season game against you all that we won in Joe Robbie was probably has to be my favorite because we finally freaking did it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it would be like if we beat you tomorrow, you know, not somewhat decisively. You know what I mean? It'd be like, oh, right, finally.
Finally got him, yeah. People forget, man, the AFC East has been predominantly a Dolphins and Bills division throughout the years and decades. The Dolphins ran it
Other
into
than
the
the
70s.
21, you know,
The Patriots had that
21
20-year
Other than
run.
the 20-year run, yeah.
you
Yeah.
know, whatever you call it, singularity that we were stuck in
Pretty much.
that was centered around Boston.
Yeah. That whole fiasco, freaking Robert Kraft. Man.
I don't know why, even as I'm a grown man now, you know, like you think about how much you love your favorite team in this game of football, but you also realize it's just like you still have these childlike feelings and anticipation and nervousness around these types of moments. All the memories you share with
Yeah.
your friends and your family rooting for your team. And it's just it's nerve-wracking, but it's exciting, you know.
It's exhilarating. That's basically the best thing I can say. I will tell you that Color,
Yeah.
I know you said this earlier, but I'm gonna second what you said. We win this game, bro, I'm probably gonna cry at the stadium. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I'll be in tears, dude. I'm
I'll
warning
be
you
in
right now.
tears. Yeah,
I'll be
I'm
in
gonna be
fucking
crying
tears.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even care. I'll flip on my camera
Magical
and show
moment.
you all on StreamYard. I don't care.
I will say this too: if the Dolphins win this game, I'm just being honest about it. Make no mistake, this is the biggest probably game between Buffalo and Miami since the early '90s. It means more than just winning
It's been
the
30
division.
years.
30 years, yeah. It means more than this is a franchise altering moment.
The only difference is if I'd have been caught dead up this late at night, I'd have my ass whooped.
You've been up this late
That's
before.
how
Calm
long
down.
it's been. No, that's how long it's been. Like you say in the 90s. Yeah, I would have been in
Yeah.
trouble being up this late back then.
Yeah.
And I think
Exactly.
if the Bills lose, I think it, you know,
Because let's be real.
Hell, I
This
was
is
back
the
in high
modern
school
form of
in 91.
this is the modern form of we would all be on the phone right now on a party line, you know?
as
Yeah.
painful as
Yeah.
it is to admit as a Bills fan, if
Or
the
out
Bills
on the block waiting for curfew, waiting for the curfew officers to come around.
Dude, it's gonna be crazy. How much do you want to bet they amp up security for this game?
Oh, they probably will.
But
Yeah, they have to,
that was
Molly.
my point about we
They
can be
have
pretty
to.
sure that the refs are not going to steal this game from us.
Well, plus people are gonna be drinking all day too. You know
Because
how
I
fans
really
get.
fear what would happen if it was a clear theft. You know what I mean? Like let's
Like
say
the Lions color, like the Lions situation.
no.
Not
Like
like the
the
Saints
Saints and the
situation.
Vikings, bro. Or the Saints
Gotcha.
and the Rams.
Yeah.
Saints and Rams.
If it's something like that, bro.
Yeah, it could get ugly.
Yeah,
No, but to be
I
honest,
hope not.
to be 100% honest, that Lions situation versus the Cowboys was a big black eye. In fact,
Yeah, it was.
They're
they
still
already
trying to clean it up,
admitted-
Ali. They're still trying to clean it up.
I think
Oh,
you
hold
guys
on,
are
hold
missing
on, hold
what I'm
on.
saying.
In fact,
I'm not talking about the backlash on Twitter. I'm talking
Yeah.
about do we make it out of that parking lot safely?
Oh yeah, I know.
No,
what you're
color. I
saying.
understand what you're saying. There could be
100%. I agree with you. I
Oh, yeah.
understand.
Of course, that would be.
I do think they
that
need to
building
ramp
on
up
fire,
security for
man.
that fact. I agree with you 100%. But what I was talking about when we're talking about the referees have an obligation to make sure they don't steal the game from anybody, and I was gonna say that referee group that managed that Lions game, they just demoted them. They're not doing any playoff games or being picked for any primetime games at all the rest of the season. They in fact that referee is having I
Right,
guess
but
he's
probably
getting
gonna get
demoted
that
or something.
tall, long-faced doofus guy that refed the Eagles game recently.
Yeah, well, they demoted
Oh,
them
the Lions
too.
game.
They
The
demoted.
Lions
They
game.
haven't done any games from what I
I'm
understood.
talking about the Lions game.
Yeah,
That tall,
Yeah.
long-faced, goofy guy. He's the guy that screwed up the Lions game.
yeah.
Brad Allen, or
I think so. Yeah.
yeah.
Unfortunately, the guy that is Tua's biggest fan, he was reffing the Texans game tonight, so he won't be on our. He won't be for us. You know, the guy that told Tua, "Stay healthy, we need you."
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah.
While he was doing the Houston game.
Yeah, he did the Houston game tonight. I'm like, damn.
If the Bills lose this game, man, you have to be 100% honest and give respect and tip your hat, because it will be a changing of the guard in the AFC East, and
That's true.
it will be a legacy moment for Tua and Josh Allen in a negative way. There's no way you can.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from what you just said, Josh Allen. But I think on your guys' end, it's a bigger moment because it's big on both sides. It's massive on both sides. I will agree with that. Your guys' side is a little bit more massive, and I the only reason I say that is because you guys have had
Who's
how
left
many
for
years
dead?
now? Well, hold on. The inverse of what we've had the last 2 seasons that people have had expectations of us. The Bills have had the last 5, 6 seasons of expectations.
And even then,
Only
Ali,
falter.
50% of our fan bases still have still has an ultra low expectation.
Yeah, yeah. You're
think about all the
what I'm talking about.
this week. You know
what
what I
I'm
mean?
talking about, the expectation is that the Bills are contending for Super Bowls. That's what we've heard the last 5 seasons, and they have not delivered, right?
Yeah.
If you guys lose, it's oh my god, that's the end. Like, how else can anybody else give you guys have that type of expectation? At some point, you got to restart.
Yep.
But if you guys win, okay, you're one step forward, but nothing's really changed. For us, if we lose, okay, nothing's really changed, but we're still 11-6 team, I guess, at that point.
Right.
But at the same time, if we win, that means we're taking, it is the changing of your guard, like you say. So on both sides, it's crazy, but I kind of feel like you guys have more to prove in this game, just a little bit. Just tiny bit.
More to prove to your guys' fan base and kind of the NFL as far as
that's what I'm talking about. The
can
NFL.
You just go any further than you've gotten, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's starting to feel very Tannehill-ish, dude, with Josh Allen. Not gonna lie. Can you ever really win a Super Bowl with him?
I will say this, color, and I mean this 100%, no troll, just pure football honesty. And me and Michael K, I know he's, nobody defends Josh Allen more than me. And Ali, you asked a question like an hour ago, who, if the Bills lose, who do you blame? It is Josh Allen's 100% responsibility to win this game with what's on the line. And if he doesn't, even if he plays a good game but he loses this game, I have to. You cannot be just a straight homer and lie to yourself. Like I said, it will be a legacy moment in a diminishing way.
Lose by some intangible. I mean, that ends up becoming a second 13 seconds type ordeal. Like, look, dude, even if you are the greatest of all time, the football gods don't care, apparently.
Yeah, but if the Bills lose this game, color, and and Josh Allen loses this game, I will come on this podcast and I will say I have to reevaluate what I think of Josh Allen going forward. Full stop.
Well, I mean, I given your track record, I don't think that you wouldn't.
Because think about it, color. Most people like within the media apparatus and some of the statistics Josh Allen has put up, they say, "Oh, he's a top 3, he's a top 5 quarterback." Top 5 quarterbacks don't lose this game.
So, good evening or good morning, I should say, Sharice Armistead. Welcome to the Finns tailgate. And Sharice says 56-19, LOL, with a oops emoji. And so there's one of two possibilities. Either Sharice is a Ravens fan with some belated jabs, if that's the case, then much respect to you, Sharice. You guys whooped our ass. What can I say? But if you're a Buffalo fan trying to throw the Ravens in our face,
That's kind of weird.
now I know why you're laughing so much, because it's laughable.
I think this is going to be an epic game. You remember I never saw it because I'm too young, but I saw NFL Films highlights of it, of the Chargers, the Kellen Winslow, the 83 game versus the Dolphins, the epic game that lasted forever, and they had to carry Winslow off the field.
Oh,
yeah. I think Danny Woodley and Don Strock were the quarterbacks for the Dolphins. It's one of the greatest. It's one of the greatest games of all time. I think this is going to be like that game, and I think everyone's going to be exerting.
82, 83. Yep.
These both players are going to have legacies on the line, and they're going to exert as much energy as possible.
That's the season that I use as an example of the fact that you don't have to tank to get the quarterback.
No, you don't. David Woodley and Don Strock were freaking awesome.
No, Josh. We were in the Super Bowl that year.
Yep.
Which means, what place did we pick in the 83 draft?
Oh, that is correct, Color. Yeah, in the late 20s, Marino. Yep.
We still got Dan fucking Marino.
Hey, Color, because the Jets fucked up again.
To get a quarterback.
Right.
You know who has to tank to get a quarterback? A bad management team.
Yep, I agree. The Bills didn't tank when they got Josh Allen. 100%. Yep. I agree with you, Color. But this game is going to be it's going to be legacy shaping.
That's one of those things. Like you mentioned something earlier where you were like, it was about some other random player. I don't remember who, but you had mentioned, you had used the phrase, "Oh, everybody knew it was this way." And I didn't want to pick on you at the time, and I'm not trying to pick on you now. It's something that I hear out of a lot of people, for various different reasons. All week I've heard, "Oh, well, we all agreed that it was this way." And it's like, wait a minute. No, we all didn't. Oh, well, we can all agree that Vic Fangio's stubborn. No, I didn't agree to that. Oh, well, we all agreed that Tua just needed to stay healthy. No, I agree that was correct, but I didn't agree that was all we needed.
Color,
do you? And that gets thrown around a lot. Like, everybody agreed that this guy was this way. No, nobody wanted to take Lamar Jackson. Bull fucking shit.
Right.
Everybody said he couldn't throw. Fuck you.
There's so many narratives that are going to come out of this game.
I just love how everybody throws that around. Well, everybody agreed at the time this. No, that's not true. I never got to say what I thought, or nobody ever asked me, or whatever it was, or I got drowned out. You know what I mean?
Color, are you part of the River Craycraft fan club?
I'm the head of the River Craycraft Club.
Oh, I don't know, bro. There's an actual Twitter account for this now.
I'm the water in the freaking river.
Okay. All right. Well, there's an actual Twitter club for this now, so I was just curious.
You know what it is weird? This is weird too.
Go back and find the show, but I think it was you and I that probably showed his very first highlight film when he got here.
That's true. We did. We talked a lot about him and why did we bring this guy in? I was trying to figure it out, and you kind of explained to me about his catching abilities, which that is a name that I do need to see more of, bro. I'm not saying he's going to be the world changer, but he gets the job done and he does his job.
Why he's not that's why I never tried to say he was like a wide receiver one. But when he comes down to, is he going to make this team?
When he's called upon, he does his job.
On the list, it's like, why not? He catches everything thrown to him.
Yep. Hey, I gotta get out, Color. My wife's giving me the stank eye.
Yeah, we gotta shut it down anyway. It's 3:03 and insomnia is going on right now. So all 77. I want you to go over to Insomnia. It's premiering right now, so it's already live. Chat is already live. Look, I'll even go over there with you. No, but here, hold on. Let me grab the what I will do is grab the what do you call it? The link for it. As soon as I figure out where to get it at.
Y'all have a good night. Fins up.
You too, buddy.
You too, Ali. You too, Color.
Alrighty, Crypto.
Yeah,
You guys, no more final
about to
thoughts?
crash. No, not much. I'm about to crash. I'm fighting this freaking severe head cold or whatever I got.
Right on. As soon as I drop this link for Insomnia in the chat for everybody to get there quickly, I will be shutting this bugger. So, guys, here's the link to the show that is currently premiering on the Fins Tailgate. Make sure you get over there and at least hit the like button, even if you don't want to stay up. But the 75 of you, you still want more talk, you still want more content. It's going on right now. So everybody, on that note, let's get this dub, man. Let's just do it. Fins up. It's game day.